It's my shot. Got this. If I get the card, I've prepared for this day. One time. Breathe.
You never know when your time is going to come. To rise above the rest. To seize the opportunity. To be crowned a champion. Is it time for your story to be told? The World Poker Tour.
Not yet, no. If the clock's rolling, we should stop it.
Hello everyone, and welcome to day 4 of our WPT Championship event here at the Seminole Hard Rock. I'm Tony Dunst alongside Brandon Dovdevani, coming to you with 16 players left in our Lucky Hearts Poker Open Championship here. $3,500 buy-in with over 600,000 up top.
And we have cards in the air, 611,000 up top in this event.
Okay, and so you're going to use that box.
Good morning.
Oh,
We're looking at Giuseppe here with the ace deuce of clubs. I believe he's a local in the Florida area who recently finished second in the $25,000 buy-in tournament earlier in this festival. It looks like he has started off with a limp, if we are seeing this correctly, which is a little surprising.
Giuseppe is an interesting lad. He's got quite a resume regarding poker. He is not surprised to see some limps here from him.
Eddie on the cutoff with the king queen. Boosted up to 325.
ISOing that limp, 325K.
oh yeah, it doesn't
But
matter.
now you're not for sure.
One folds.
It doesn't matter.
Should get this one
How you
through.
doing?
Can't get some sleep today.
See what you had on stream. We'll see what you had on the big
Yeah.
blind later. You'll be
Oh
like,
no, I don't want to see. It's like a negative free roll.
Giuseppe
If you have a bad hand, it's okay.
does
If you have a
release
good
the
hand,
ace
it's-
deuce.
It's a positive free roll. You have a bad hand anyway. So.
Decides to start his day slow and leads off with the limp. There's a look at our payouts, as we said, 611,000 a pop, including a seat to the WPT World Championship at the end of this season. Our final table lists are locking up 127,000. That is the stream final table anyway.
Tony, we've got some interesting names at this table. 2 women left standing in this tournament. Haven't played much with Juliet, but Loni is an absolute crusher. She plays anything at any buy-in level. South Florida legend. And then we have
been so successful in recent years. That said, I've played with her a bunch. You've played with her a bunch. I don't know if I've really watched her with a cards exposed stream before. Have you?
at some point, sure. She's been on a few main streams, and she's a tough customer. Give her that. And we also have Martins in the 8 seat. Martins is the champion of this tournament last year.
Again?
512,000, looking to go back to back. Pretty interesting.
Nearly unheard of in tournaments with over 1,000 entries like we had here at the Lucky Hearts.
I mean, these fields are so huge. It's so tough to do this 2 years in a row.
You bust them. You get their sunglasses.
Let alone 1 year.
It's us Floridians, yeah.
But he's been here before, so it'll be interesting to see if he adjusts pretty well to this stream table.
Now Eddie, our chip leader of the table, took that pot down with ace 10.
No.
Oh, sounds like I could put mine on.
These are also in the sun. They kind of turn dark.
Oh.
But yeah, I can't see anything without them.
Over to Loni here, +1 with the queen jack.
6 folds. Seat 2, you have to put your cards inside that.
Lets that one go.
Which box?
On your right side.
Yeah, Lonnie's starting out the day with about 25 big blinds. It's tough to navigate a stack like that so deep in a tournament. I think she's going to need to play a little tighter in spots like that. We're going to let go of the queen jack off.
Yeah, I like the fold there. That said, Peter on the cutoff has a borderline hand as well, but I like the raise with the ace 5 here. To the blinds of Juliet, who finds garbage, but Giuseppe with the 10-8 of diamonds. as a nice hand to play. And one I think that if you study tournaments, actually does some jamming here. Some hands like 10-9 suited, Jack-9 suited, sometimes the 10-8 suited of the world, around 20 blinds deep facing a button or a cutoff raise will sometimes come back over the top under ICM. Here he goes with the small 3-bet, this really, really small 3-bet, and Peter in a bind with the ace-5, forced to fold. So Giuseppe does opt for the aggressive route there with the 10-8 of diamonds. Wasn't really sure how somebody like him would play that hand. And surprised to see he chose the small sizing, but the aggression does pay off.
Yeah, taking an aggressive action versus Peter, who's presumably going to be opening a little wide in the cutoff, off of a middling stack. Giuseppe's been around long enough. He knows to apply pressure in a spot like that. I'm interested to see what he's doing with a, with the smaller size there. That was curious out of the big blind, but got through.
Eddie with King Jack. Likely to be opening here.
It is notable that we are on a direct pay jump as well. Everyone in this field is good for 33,500, and 15th will get 40,500. So this is a 7K pay jump right now.
8 folds. 1 folds.
Folds around to Elio on the cutoff with the ace jack of hearts. Nice hand to take a flop with, around 30 blinds here. Seems that he might be going for the 3-bet.
4, 25. 3 folds, 4 folds.
I get why he is opting for this play, but I gotta tell you, I'm not a huge fan at this. Oh, they're actually a little bit deeper than I thought. They're 60 blinds deep. Sorry, I got it confused and thought it was 30. Even 60, I still lean call here at this stack depth. I just feel like ace-jack suited dominates a lot of the hands that Eddie's going to be opening on the wider side, like the king-jack, like ace-x. Whereas if you 3-bet and face a 4-bet, you're forced to fold and fold his hand with a lot of equity going to the flop. And I think that at the stack size and with this specific hand, this is a really good opportunity to take a flop in position dominating Eddie. There's certainly nothing wrong with 3-betting, but I'd rather use a worse hand and use something that plays so well post-flop like the ace-jack, ace-10 suiteds of the world as a call.
There are a few benefits to 3-betting in a spot like that, taking an aggressive action in position, getting hands behind you to fold. We don't really want to be going multi-way this deep in a tournament with a hand like ace-jack suited. I don't hate 3-bet there. You're also, future game, we're starting out with some aggressive action. We don't want Eddie to think he can just steamroll this table with the chip lead that he does have.
Eddie, the ace-3 of clubs here. I'd like to see him get right back to work there, especially as the chip leader. I think all our suited aces are worth a raise. Even first to act on an 8-handed table with your opponents under a lot of ICM pressure. I think those suited aces are going to play well, but after the 3-bet, perhaps Eddie just wanted a moment off. And Martin's here with the ace-8. You see him raising a little wider than usual, perhaps taking advantage of some of the ICM pressure his opponents are under.
Yeah, when Eddie folds to his right, Martin's now is basically the effective chip leader on the table. He's allowed to get a little out of line in a spot like this. See who's willing to do what. Having Loni in the big blind is a different issue, but she wakes up with the 10-5 off and isn't able to battle back.
And I do think Loni has a stack size that's nice to raise into in the big blind. She's not so short that it's like really easy to come over the top, but also short enough that she needs to be mindful not to waste any big blinds on speculative hands, and that has to play pretty tight there. So I like the raise from Martins there. Definitely like the fold from Loni with her garbage hand.
Yeah, her and Juliet are pretty short. There is a shorter stack on the other table. Gary Gelman has about 16 big blinds. Started today with 1.1 million, but that's not quite short enough to sort of wait it out to see if we can get this ladder. We've got to play some hands and try to double up and try to win this thing.
2 folds.
Juliet here with the 10s on the hijack. She's in that 20 big blind territory. If I'm seeing this right, she seemed to be considering a pretty large open. And instead she goes for the shove, which
To 1 million.
on the pay jump bubble, I get it, but I believe this is just really far too many chips to be open jamming anything on the hijack. We're almost 20 blinds deep.
Even harder in cash games.
With a decent amount of ICM pressure, I don't think we should really have a shoving range here. That said, if you're going to have a shoving range, hands like 9s, 10s, queen jack suited, ace queen offsuit make the most sense. So I don't mind her hand selection, but I'd like to see her eliminate open jams that deep in that position.
I think in a spot like that, Juliet might have some hesitancy playing post flop at that shallow of a stack depth. You know, I'm not saying it's the most solver-proof spot, but she wants to get one through, pick up some blinds, and keep it moving. Fortunately, in a spot like that with 10s, you're not really going to get worse hands to call.
Right. Yeah, you get called if you're either two-outing or flipping against ace-king, maybe ace-queen, depending on who's behind you, how many chips they have.
Yeah, if you hear the words call when you shove a stack like that in a spot like this, you're more than likely heading to the payout line with the pocket 10s.
Now here, I would like the all-in from Juliet with 21 blinds holding ace-king. There we go. Nice play. Juliet, who made the final table of the ladies event, the World Series this summer, I believe it was.
6th place.
6th place. Strong finish. Right behind her, Giuseppe with King Queen. Laments having to fold to Broadway, but lets it go.
5 folds. 6 folds. 7 folds.
No decision for our remaining players. Elio not calling that bet with the ace-9. He's quickly out of there.
Can you make it like 9?
Back-to-back pots for Juliet here.
9.75.
Find some breathing room.
Quietly chipping up.
Very intimidating, the millions.
Every single big blind matters at this point.
You gotta have better marketing.
I'm doing this pro thing that, you know, like, you don't go all in.
Super pro of you.
I was taught in the bathroom.
That's what kids are into these days.
Juliet says she's implementing the, quote, pro strategy of raising a huge stack and not going all in.
This pro thing.
4 folds.
Yeah, I saw Byron Caverman doing that at the recent final table in Jacksonville. And we were messaging about it afterwards, and he was saying that a lot of the time you put most of your chips in a spot where the person who would call you would have an incentive to call you, not put the rest in, and then check down to leave a short stack on the table and give you some chances to ladder. So I think a lot of people are a little confused why players commit most but not all of their stack in those situations. And I will say that making that type of play relies on being up against an opponent who would have the awareness to check down in that situation and try and keep a short stack alive.
Right. And they also have a direct visual of the other table right nearby, so maybe there's, you know, that pay jump looming, and they might see an all-in and a call over there, and you might be able to tank it out with those time banks and see if you can pick up that extra second.
Can you tell me what you have on your table?
Good job.
Oh, yes.
Oh no, first time.
Loni,
There you go.
on her 20-ish bigs, opens the ace-7 on the cutoff. Martins calls in the small blind with the ace-5 of clubs.
Next time?
Not a bad flop for his hand on 9-4-3 rainbow with a club.
Oh,
Particularly 9-high boards can be really favorable at these stack depths for the small blind. The small blind's supposed to do a lot of calling with stuff like Jack 9 suited, Queen 9 suited,
Okay, so 7K. You want to
King
bet
9
7K?
suited. Loni checks it back with her ace-high. 7 on the turn. So Loni retains the lead, but this is a board that's getting pretty favorable for Martins to represent. And after that check behind, I think he'll be enticed to go for it.
In a typical spot here, you might see Loni c-betting, but on a board that favors small blind range such as this, at a stack depth such as this, Loni can't get too far out of line. And here you see Martins now leading on the turn. Just like you said, this is favorable for him.
Loni does let it go. Nice hand from both players. I do think there is an argument to be made for Martin's jamming pre-flop. It feels pretty close with an opponent opening 20 bigs on the cutoff and the big blind behind you having, let me think about this, the 30-ish blind territory. It's probably a little bit heavy, and certainly nothing wrong with calling a hand like ace-5 suited. So we get a look at our outer table. Overhead shot of Thomas Boyven there, who's been electric lately. He did win the 25K heads up against Giuseppe here at the Seminole Hard Rock.
There are some absolute sickos over there on that outside table, and we'll be seeing them here in a little bit.
Keep going. Keep the avalanche effect. Okay.
8 fours.
Fold.
Folds around to our blinds, and Elio gets a walk with a pair of queens.
First walk of the day, and he's got super
So you
premium.
look here, but you won't look at the stream the first time.
I shouldn't have looked.
Only folded because you told me to fold.
Yeah, I forgot.
I'm sure, yeah, if you...
It's bad free roll, you know, when you see a card on big blind.
You're right. Yeah,
I
I learned.
never
I learned. I shouldn't have looked.
I did it maybe 2 years ago, and I finished when I saw ace. I said, no.
It's the bunching effect.
I did it once with aces in like the most aggressive table I've ever been at. There wasn't a single hand that wasn't 4-bet pre-flop, and then it was the one walk of the entire day, and I just aces my.
Pretty chatty feature table we have here, Tony. I know we talked yesterday on the cash game stream that, you know, as soon as these lights turn on in tournament, usually people tighten up their image. They don't want to talk. They want to chat.
Hand, get ace, king,
Everyone
kings,
looks like a pretty
like
cool
billion,
customer
ace,
here
so
so
it's
far.
like whatever.
Giuseppe opens our action with the ace-10 of spades. Peter, with the ace-jack on the button, makes the call.
Like a card hit my hand and flipped. I would have had kings on an ace, king, 5-5.
Juliet in the big blind, I like that fold from her. I think a lot of players less experienced at ICM call a bit too wide, especially multi-way out of the big blind.
Like 2 things in one.
So heads up between these two, and a great board for Peter. Jack 6-6, 2 clubs. He's holding the ace of clubs. Giuseppe here with the ace-10 of spades. Not deterred. Does not strike me as a great hand to be betting here into Peter. You know, certainly nothing wrong on a mostly uncoordinated board, finding c-bets when your opponent's under some ICM pressure, but ace-10 suited and spades would be pretty low on my list of hands I'd want to be firing here. 4 clubs, even more favorable card for Peter.
Peter's loving this. Giuseppe is has been known to just, you know, he's taking aggressive action. Peter's going to let him bluff it off here.
This is not the board to be barreling ace-10 of spades for Giuseppe, and I just don't know what this small sizing is hoping to accomplish. You're not going to get any of the pairs that peeled on the flop out with this. You're not going to get any hands that called with 1 club out. Certainly you're torching against a flush. I don't mean to jump down Giuseppe's throat here, but I just don't get what that turn barrel really wants. But with the 10 of clubs on the river.
Perception of showdown.
Yeah. Oh,
Peter!
Whoa!
Interesting.
Whoa, Peter! You got the ace of clubs and you block the full houses.
He might not have.
He might not.
Yeah. Ace of
Yeah.
clubs.
Yeah. Okay. You just need. It happens.
I remember
Look.
my suits, but I guess I didn't.
It happens, man.
Sometimes you know you have a black ace and a red jack, and you don't want to look back at your cards. You don't want to give up any tells. But maybe you should consider peeling it when it's your turn on the river.
It's the first time I've done that in like 4 months.
I don't think he's getting much value out of Giuseppe, but maybe one more small bet, you know. Like I said, every big blind matters. That's another merit to Juliet folding out of the big blind there. We're defending a little less off a stack like that.
Yeah, I don't know that he would have gotten much more money, or if any more money, this hand. But a lot of the times Giuseppe can have a hand that will check call river, and it's a real shame to miss that opportunity. That said, I'm thankful Peter just mistook his hand as opposed to thinking checking back was the correct play there, because I was flabbergasted. Peter's a rag. I've seen him around plenty. I don't know too much about the way he plays, but he knows to bet that river with the ace of clubs, so I was floored to see him checking behind. And look, these kind of mistakes happen sometimes. The last time I mistook the suit in my hand was at the Seminole Hard Rock. It was late in the night in a 1K event, and I well, I didn't know I was bluff racing. I raised the river with the ace in my hand of what I believed to be the suit. My opponent, like crying, called with the king and says, "Do you have it?" And I said, "Yes," and I tabled my hand. I did not have it, and then I was so horrified and apologized. I was like, oh my god, I didn't mean to angle you. And look, he won the pot anyway. He exposed his cards. But I thought for sure that I had it.
Giuseppe getting right back into the action here after an Elio button open. I'll take this one down with the pocket nines. I know we're flipping here, but Elio can't really can't know that, and he can't really continue there with the Jack-10 off, even though it's a decent open from the bottom.
Yeah.
They come through the
Good fold there with the Jack-10. Nice 3-bet with the pocket nines from Giuseppe.
Tony, those are the kind of nightmares you wake up from. I don't know about you personally, but you know, I'll be dreaming that I have pocket aces and the flop is ace deuce, and we get showdown, I'm all in, and I get snapped off. As soon as I table my hand, it's a deuce 7 offsuit. I wake up sweating.
Do you have a lot of poker dreams?
Crazy enough, that's the only one, and it's a recurring dream. I don't know. I might need to talk to a therapist or something to find out what that means.
It's pretty rare for me to have poker dreams these days, but I had one like 2 nights ago where I got one-outed in a massive pot by a card that was in my opponent's hand. I was like, you gotta be kidding me. I woke up and I was like, oh wait, that does make sense. It wasn't real.
You wake up like pre-tilted.
Yeah.
For the day.
So Martin's with the Queen 8 of clubs, going up here to 150.
2 folds. 3 folds. 4 folds.
Totally in the big blind with jacks. Playing 40 bigs. I expect Anatoly to 3-bet, but I won't hate a call either. Yeah, I will say at these stack depths, and especially facing an early position raise, the 3-betting range out of the big blind is really tight and really polarized. And so just calling the jacks, while it may look tight to some spectators out there, may be the best option available to Anatoly. If he was more shallow here, I would expect the money to go in, but 40 blinds deep, hoping that you can 3-bet and get it in good with the jacks here is a bit optimistic. And it wouldn't surprise me if we went and checked the spot and it was like queens plus 3-bet for value.
The only issue with a play like this is exactly what's happening right now, is a flop, taking a flop out of position that you just miss everything. But, you know, like you know in poker tournaments, it's hard to make a pair.
5 raises.
And, oh, well,
To 350.
he's going to figure it out right now. But I was just getting to the fact that you're going to have to take a few barrels of heat out of position with the jacks here. But he may have solved that problem himself right now.
That's a unusual play to check raise the black jacks on king 6-4 all diamonds.
Yeah, if Martins puts any more chips in the in that pot there, you're way behind.
Yeah.
Best case, you're up against ace and an over with a diamond. Your crush versus flushes, kings, really anything. You're turning jacks into a bluff there, essentially.
Just tell me you would have gone all in, and maybe I fold.
Bottle of water, please.
I think when he check raises the flop, it's very unlikely that he loses more chips in that hand.
Thank you.
If his opponent continues. That said, if I was going to build that pot there, I'd rather do it with the pre-flop 3-bet than the flop check raise on that specific board.
No?
Yeah, if I'm going to choose an aggressive check raise like that on a 3-diamond board, I'd rather do so, like you said, 3-betting free.
Yeah.
All right.
You got vodka? Did you get vodka?
Water. Ask for water, I think.
Water, yeah?
That's a
Every time when you're from Russia, another guys can understand when you tell water, when you say water.
Everything is vodka.
Juliet here.
Not vodka, yeah.
6 of clubs on
Vodka
the
just after 1 p.m., not early, you know. We should have discipline.
I think Juliet's raise is a little loose here.
This is a little wide off.
If she had more chips, it would be great, but on her stack size, she should not be getting adventurous with her opens. And we'll see if Anatoly, holding ace-9 in the small blind, comes after her. And yes, he will. She's in a nice hand to turn into a 3-bet bluff here up against Juliet. Correct that she's opening a little too wide, and I will say, having seen her open jam 19 or 20 bigs on the hijack, it makes me think that there is a degree of risk aversion in Juliet's approach today, and that she's a little less likely to 4-bet me wide if I'm in Anatoly's shoes. So I like the ace-9 3-bet even more there, having watched that hand.
I think that the queen 6 suited is wide in any effect, but especially when you have a murderer's row of button, small blind, big blind of Giuseppe, Anatoly, and Loni, they are all you know, they're all susceptible
You actually
to
drink a
any
lot of
sort of
vodka?
aggressive action
Yeah.
pre-flop, especially.
No, it's a stereotype.
I know Lonnie's off
you
a
know,
short
like
stack, but
everybody have
she's a
not
beast.
dog,
Anatoly has shown that
they
he's
home
just
just
check raise those
beers every
jacks.
time, you know. No.
And Giuseppe's
It's
going to get
stereotype.
after it no matter
I
what.
think
So
Americans
Juliet opening there, the queen six suited.
drink
I think
vodka
that'll be a
more than
corrective
Russians.
action
Yeah,
moving
because there are a
forward.
lot of popular vodka.
It'll
for
be
example,
interesting
when
to
you
see,
go
you know, a
disco
half an
club-
hour down the road when
club,
people
yeah,
are checking
nightclub.
out this stream, if they have people, you know,
a
shooting
lot
them a
of
text saying, hey,
people
this happened with this
drink
hand and this and
vodka.
that, and
Yeah,
what
yeah.
adjustments will be made.
Yeah, but in Russia,
You don't?
no.
It's like a house. It's like a house drink, plain vodka.
Yeah, and we drink it by
it's
shots.
at your house
Yeah,
and
and
you
it's
just-
not popular young auditory. Yeah.
Really?
It's also good with a lot of mixes. You can mix it with anything.
Yeah.
Ilio with the early
That's
open,
like vodka and tequila.
2x with the
Americans-
10-9
Americans
off.
drink.
Yeah,
Giuseppe
yeah,
coming
yeah.
along out of the cutoff, and Lonnie
Tequila's
picks up
having a little.
King Jack
Well,
off
you see
here.
more
It'll be
vodka.
interesting
I
to
feel
see
like
how
right
she
now Tequila's
proceeds.
having a comeback.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But I prefer whiskey.
Whiskey, yeah.
This is old school.
Pretty adventurous
I
open
found that
from
I live
Elio
in
with
Boca
the
now,
10-9
and I
here,
Where?
especially
Boca,
into
Boca.
the big blind that covers him, and with Giuseppe
was first
behind, who's
time
going to play
in
a
shop
little more
Total
loose
Light,
than some
you know,
other
it's-
players.
It's
Yeah, there's
I
no
don't live
fear
around
on this
here,
table
so-
from anyone.
it's a dream for alcoholics, you know. It's the biggest shop what I saw in my life. Yeah, there are all
It's a big liquor store.
kind of alcohols inside.
2 bets, 125.
Have you had
Through
Japanese whiskey?
125 on ace
Yes, I
9-4.
tried it.
Yeah, I
It's,
tried
it's
it.
good. Yeah, and
Sometimes the
last
sixes
2
here will take
years,
a no set, no bet
maybe-
approach
maybe
to a
1.5
spot like
years
this.
ago,
And
I first time
Giuseppe chooses
drank,
continue. He's not
normal,
quite buying the
really
story
good
just
sake,
yet.
Sake?
and I really liked it.
And you know, Elio doesn't have
How
the
to
strongest
fold?
holding. He's got second pair, but it's an ace high
Fold,
board, and he
because,
opened in an early position, so he's got the range advantage here in a spot like this.
Sure.
Knuckles it over to Giuseppe. We'll see how he proceeds.
Thank you. 4 checks.
10th check back. Does not improve with the Jack of Hearts. Not a card that will inspire Elio to put more money in this pot.
2 checks.
And these two are going to check it down. Elio
9.
rewarded for his ambitious open with the 10-9.
Because I'm not professional, but
I would have
one
liked to
guy
see a
from
little
Japan
more
told
aggression
me
out of
that,
Giuseppe there on turn and river when
what's
checked to
sake, it's a
him.
bad quality sake.
I don't think
Oh,
Elio's
full stack is
checking
bad
any
quality.
sort of
Yeah,
ace, and you can
and
apply a
the best
lot of
sake
pressure to
should be
second pair,
cold,
third
but I'm not
pair,
sure
pocket
about
pairs.
Japanese whiskey is very good.
When that third diamond hits the board.
Japanese whiskey is very unique.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. A lot of things from Japan are amazing.
Sake's like wine, though, you know? There's really shitty ones, and there's like $1,000 bottles.
Yeah, sure,
They're
sure.
Usually pretty good.
1 folds. 2 folds. 3 folds.
But you live in Japan?
No, my mother does. Yeah.
Okay, so you go back and forth.
Yeah, I have a house there.
It's around to Loni on the button with the 10-9 of clubs, and has an interesting decision here. Around 17 lines.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a really
He
great
goes
place
with
to
the min
visit.
open. I know some players would elect to shove here. I think
No, I
with
live in
a slightly
Los
better suited connector, we might see the all-in from Loni, but I like her decision to open the small size here.
Santa Monica.
She's in a pretty good spot deep in this tournament, and if I were in her shoes, I would be looking to avoid close situations
Loni has
between
an
open and
edge.
jamming.
She has an edge in this field. She doesn't really need to be, you know, hoping to get it in, flip, pick up stack. She can play post flop even at the shallow stack depth.
Big flop for Martins. Near certainty to win this hand if you can avoid a runner-runner. Not a bad board for Loni to be betting.
Small bet, and then when she gets called here or raised, she'll shut it down unless she turns some equity.
Have you ever watched Die Hard? Die Hard?
Yeah.
That takes place in Century City.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, watch it again.
Lonnie's shallow enough. Martins can consider a check raise here with top pair. He's going to go with the call. I like the choice. I think if he has a stronger jack in his hand, I would prefer the raise, but with the jack 10, I like him playing it slow. 9 on the turn will pair Loni up.
Have an aerial shot. The Ralph's is still there.
8 checks.
It's the same. Only thing different is the signs.
That's sick. That's interesting.
Ralph's has been there for like 30 years. Like this.
Yeah.
Loni's so shallow here, and Martins could have a 6 or a 4.
6 checks.
She finds a check.
5 on the river. Not a great card for Loni. She loses to 8-7 now, to 6-5, 4-5. This will be an interesting spot when Martins bets. Loni with second pair will have quite a tough decision. Nice sizing from Martins here, 350, just north of half pot.
Asking for an extra 5 big blinds here. I think Loni should have to pay this off.
Close to the top of her range, and so she does quickly make the call, and Martins with the jack. Yeah. Chop one of Loni's legs out.
That's crippling. She's down sub 10 BBs.
Wait for the aerial shot.
Now at such a shallow stack, you might be seeing her take a few of these higher variance spots.
Yeah, you have like inside the hill drive.
Yeah, I think I've been through those.
The suspended houses. So you see like suspended houses.
Yeah, I think I've
Martins takes the chip lead of the table from Eddie. Will be interesting to see how that pans out. The two of them right next to each other.
In case of the earthquake, like you feel it, but it has like elastic kind of like structure.
Yeah, the energy is dispersed.
Pretty sick.
I think 75 should be. I said
It's 75. 3 folds. 4
Thank you.
folds.
from my side, it's like 2 chips, not 3.
You need the vodka to wake up, buddy.
Down to Anatoly on the hijack with the
25
fives.
more minutes.
There you go. I'll definitely join.
Makes
Not
it
vodka,
150.
but I'll drink.
6 folds.
It's fine.
7 folds.
This is boring.
It's Peter in the big blind, who with the ace-4 of hearts
1 folds, 150.
has a pretty hand to see a flop. Does outflop Anatoly here. Ace, deuce, deuce with a heart. Pretty good looking board for Peter's ace-4.
5 bets, 125.
And conversely, Anatoly should have more aces in his range over Peter.
Do you know when does it switch to one table?
This is a good spot for a couple of barrels.
One checks.
Although once Peter calls big blind on the flop, you know, it's hard for him to have anything too
right.
awful.
And you block
We
the
have
4 or
9.
5 suiteds.
Yeah.
It could fit 9 players here.
Ah, so it might be 900.
Solid shutdown from
But I
Anatoly.
doubt it.
Sorry, is there any way? Yeah, thank you. No, you're good. Thank you very much.
How much does Peter want to bet here with his ace? It's not a mandatory bet when you'd be losing or chopping with the other aces. And so he does opt to check it over there, try and induce a bluff. But Anatoly with the 5s, happy to check behind, let Peter have that one.
Yeah, I think Peter's thinking, you know, his train of thought, maybe he was less scared of, you know, are we chopping? He's going to call anyways. Or am I beat? He was more so checking to induce a bluff, like you said. We're pretty confident when you check back turn that our ace is good.
Yeah, although our opponent is supposed to check behind some aces on the turn, I feel like in practice people very rarely do that. Certainly at the higher stakes and players who are always striving for balance, they'll find more of those checks on both the flop and the turn. But many other players, especially if their kicker plays, will just very, very autopilot to betting. Loni here, the 9-4. Nothing to do. Garbage hands all around. Peter in the small blind with the 5-3 of diamonds. Unless, excuse me, Martins wants to raise 7 deuce on the button.
Martins passed on the 8 deuce off in the button last orbit. I don't think he's going to get too out of line, even though he's on the button and it folds to him. He's got a good enough stack. He doesn't need to scoop up these blinds, especially with some solid players over there to his left.
Elio wants to play for more with the king-9 of hearts in position. Peter not going to go to a flop with the 5-3 of diamonds.
There'll be a significant amount of limping at this blind level. The big blind only being 50% larger than the small blind. So as soon as it folds to the small blind, you have to limp almost anything.
Yeah. I think earlier in the tournament we would see Peter take a flop there with the 5-3 suited, but I don't mind him making some snug folds there out of the small blind with Elio covering him.
4 folds.
Totally with the ace-3
5
suited.
raises to 150.
Not pass on a hand like that.
7 folds. 6
Martin's with king-7 suited on the cutoff. Some players would look for a reason to get involved here. I think on the button, he often would. I'm not so sure about the cutoff.
This is an okay bluff candidate here in a spot like this with stack sizes being what they are. Anatoly has a solid middling stack. He doesn't really want to dance with these big stacks. He'd rather, he'd rather take shots against these shorter stacks and make sure that he doesn't end up in 16th place.
Juliet forced to fold the king-jack of diamonds there. I think we'll see Martins get away with this one. Yes. Nice hand selection there on the 3-bet bluff from the WPT champion.
Yeah, good recognition from Martins, understanding that Anatoly just doesn't really want to dance in a spot like that. He's going to be 4-betting back to him with his super premium hands, but those suited ace-X's are just going to go right into the muck most of the time.
folds. 6 folds. 7 raises to 150.
Eddie with the early position open. Looks like it's going to get through to the blinds.
3 folds.
Giuseppe picking up 5-4 suited. Elects to put it in the muck. Doesn't want to dance against an early position open. Tony, you know what one of my favorite parts about running deep in a tournament like this is here at Seminole Hard Rock? The chips.
They're nice, aren't they? There's sort of a thickness, a sturdiness to them.
There's a larger set, these 25Ks, these 100Ks. And they always feel clean because they're not out too often. These are some good chips.
They've got some weight to them.
They got some weight to them. You know? It's like having an Amex in the hand. You know,
right.
You drop it and you hear that noise.
Yes, absolutely. Loni with the ace-10. Making her move on the 8 blind stack.
Oh, I didn't.
Eddie behind with king-jack is taking a moment here, but I don't really think there's a decision. You've got all these players to act behind you. You don't really beat anything Loni's jamming except maybe king-10 suited or queen-jack suited.
We're just too early in the hand to put chips in here. And also, there's not really a need to flip against Loni here. Hopefully flip. You have all the chips. She needs a double.
Juliet, though, with the ace-jack of spades, does have a decision here. And she would be calling off about half her remaining chips. So, against Loni's under-the-gun jam, not an easy decision. What will Juliet do? Wow, she's going to fold it here. Feels a little snug to me, but I understand on her stack size why she is avoiding the risk.
Well, it's tough in a spot like that because obviously Loni's short, but again, still an early position all in. She could have a dominating hand. I know that we're seeing ace-jack versus ace-10.
Yeah.
But you're also giving up all the your leverage, whatever leverage you do have left in this tournament. You're going to be shorter than Loni is right now.
Anatoly getting a decent price with the queen-10 of spades. 5 to win 800. Sure, he knows he's behind, but does he feel he's getting the appropriate price to make the call here? He does not.
We need a little bit better than queen high there. You also don't want to double up a player like Loni. You don't want to give her chips. You want her out of this tournament as soon as possible if you're an opponent. So what's popping over here on the secondary table? I see a couple of South Florida superstars over there, a couple of daily grinders that are running deep in this thing. It's nice to see.
Big respect.
Which is funny enough because there's two players on that table. One of them has over 16 million in earnings, and the other one has over 8 million in earnings. So it's quite the blend over there. It'll be really crazy to see how it shakes out.
Eddie here opening Ace Jack. First to act. Right behind him, Martins with the monster.
525.
It raises to 525.
With a larger sizing on the 3-bet up to 525.
Oof.
Oh no, Elio with queens on the hijack. Players. Could potentially play a pot with over 100 blinds in the middle as Elio
1.25.
4 bets. Showing immense strength after under the gun raise, under the gun 1 3-bet, and on the hijack, Elio 4 bets the queens.
I'll tell you who's happy to see that 4-bet is Eddie.
Yeah.
How much you have?
Sorry. Got it.
From what I've seen of Elio so far, I would not expect him to fold facing a jam. Most players wouldn't. Every now and then there are players who would hero fold something like queens here, but I would not expect that from Elio. So I think if he doesn't get lucky, he's cooked.
Cool.
Call.
It's just going to call here.
Little tricky. Obviously, this is a great spot for him to do so. I mean, Elio has to think he has best here right now.
And that flop will not allow Elio to escape. 10-8-3.
Martins with a little movement there. Looked like he wanted to reach for some chips, but he's going to knuckle it in flow and see what Elio does in position here with the queens.
Elio cuts out a bet of around 775.
2 bits. 775.
Martins with another decision about playing fast or slow. I think just calling.
Yeah, I mean, if you just called pre, you want to let hands just sort of like queens and like jacks to think that they're best here still. You know, if you're up against aces, you're just going to double up Elio anyways.
8 calls.
There's no getting away from kings here.
Martins does make the call.
Kings needs less protection here in a spot. You're only really worried about an ace.
Looking card for Martins. And
with an SPR less than 1.
Likely a fatal card for Elio. I don't know how you do anything but shove in his shoes.
8 checks.
And even if you're not shoving, I mean, you're going for another small bet. Just looking to get value. I mean, you have to think that you're best here. Maybe you can pick up on the fact that there's some weird things, some alarm bells going off over there. But I don't know how these chips don't get in. Yep.
There he goes for
There's
1.5.
This is where Martins, I think, is ready to spring the trap.
Yeah. Especially without a spade in my hand, I would just jam in Elio's shoes. He bets half his remaining chips. It's going to end up essentially being the same thing, but I'm with you. I think Martins is going to put the rest in here, and if I'm Elio, I'm not happy to see it, but I'm not folding either.
Oh, no. No. You know, all in here from Martins basically says, you know, gotcha.
Oh, look at this.
Comes the call.
Just calling.
See, this is why this is an interesting spot, because now you typically are going to have to check most rivers back to Elio and just hope that he's going to get it in with these queens. If you're Elio, maybe you check back and preserve your tournament life.
Especially on a spade.
Yeah, especially on a spade, especially on an ace. There are some scare cards. And
not that one.
Not that one. And Elio could find the river check here.
I believe Martins is about to take the chip lead in this tournament. Last year's winner, chasing the back-to-back. Elio looks very suspicious. He might check this back.
Something has to be up over here. I mean, you're really only beating at this point that will call is the jacks. Losing the kings,
He's already dropped the poker face. He's checking.
Yeah, it's over.
Wow, what a check from Elio.
I know that's a bad feeling, but it's sort of bittersweet in a sense. I mean, on any street you could have lost your entire stack, and you're still alive in this tournament with 16 people left. You got to lock back in and refocus.
Absolutely. I applaud Elio for checking back that river. If I'm in his shoes, I get stacked on the turn.
Yeah.
There's 2/3 pot to play. I've got the queens and no spade in my hand. The money's going in. I do think Martin's hand probably performs best jamming the turn. I don't know that it's real likely that your opponent's going to hero off the river with, I guess, ace-king on a bluff.
I think the turn bet also says, I'm done betting. You bet half your stack. I think we thought Elio would put it all in on the turn, but or use a smaller sizing. I mean, when you bet half your stack, and then you get checked back to on the river and you get called twice, there's an alarm. But,
possible.
Easier said than done in this spot, but Elio's still sitting with 21 big blinds, and it's important that stack still matters. He doesn't have dust.
Probably should.
Shake it off and get it. Get back to it.
Figured if he calls the turn,
Close one for Anatoly here with the 10-6 of diamonds, especially with Loni so short behind. I like him making the fold there. And Loni with a clear decision. About to pick up these blinds and antes.
All in. 6 goes all in.
Loni picks up an extra 150K. Live to see another orbit. Keep it moving. You see that mega stack of time banks in front of her. Usually a pretty quick decision maker. I don't think we've seen a time bank used on this table so far, even in that big spot that we just had.
Very efficient table so far.
Love it.
Juliet here with King 10 will pass, but right behind Giuseppe has the ace king.
It's on the floor.
Maybe it's under the computer. Sorry about that.
Going with the big sizing.
And it's interesting to note that Giuseppe's been the only player that's been willing to deviate from the quote industry standard 2x sizing at this point in the tournament.
Try to make it easier for you not to reach.
Totally with the 6s there. Passes on the cutoff. Choice for Loni there with her 10-8 of spades. The same is true with Eddie. Everybody with an ace in their hand here. Martins with the ace-5, facing the 5x sizing. Not likely to see a flop.
I think these quality of players will be able to pick up on the big bet, big hand sizing. And if they don't, I'm sure they'll see it in half an hour.
Well, Thomas Boyven looking pretty thin there in chips, from what I can tell.
Yeah, he came into the day with 28 big blinds, and doesn't look like things have improved.
I think he might only have one blind
break in
left
25
there.
minutes. That's correct.
I believe. I don't know. Is that his stack on the left?
It might be. It's hard to say.
Either way, somebody get this guy a double up.
Fold into a shove 3.
Sorry?
I'm guessing you're going to fold to a shove if I shove 3.
Myron Harper with some stack over there.
Like, it's close, you know. Yesterday I showed
Boyven
you.
gets
I saw you
the walk,
show the nuts
so he
18
might have
times,
more
so,
than what we're
you know, I'm
seeing.
probably gonna fold, yeah.
Just 18?
Just 18 times.
Yeah, not too much. How many days?
I mean, he had the second nuts 4 or 5 times, but he checked it. So but he only jammed the nuts. No, I mean, it's
Loni elects for a better spot with the king 8 off and
Just
cut
one
off.
water, no vodka, just water.
Can I get a couple waters, please?
7 bets 175.
Eddie's been quiet in a little card debt as of recent. He comes in with a slightly above 2x open.
I'll give you compliment a little bit later.
Peter's going to defend all of his aces.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
All of his weaker aces, that is. Big flop for Eddie here. Really not too terrible of a flop for Peter. We should see a bet and a continue.
Seven bets 175.
Yeah, we're gonna see one more with the ace high and the backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw. Peter picks up a gut shot on the turn.
And checks. Seven checks.
10 on the river, no help for either player. So if Eddie gets the showdown here, his bottom pair will be good.
I wonder if we might see Peter try to go get this one here. Ace high, it's going to be tough to be good, and this range favors his big blind defense.
Blocks some of the straights. Does make the bet here.
One bet's 500.
It's 500,000.
Yeah, even with a slight perception of showdown value there, if you're Peter, sometimes you just got to go get it in a spot like this. Eddie's not beating much.
Very tough to find hands you beat in Eddie's shoes. So I understand the fold there. Peter, the nice bluff on the river here. I agree with you. Many players, when they get to these rivers with not much aggression on previous streets, holding ace high, are a little too content to check it down. It's Peter there recognizing that he probably didn't have that much showdown value and can get some better hands to fold by betting there. That's exactly what happened, forcing the bottom pair out on that river.
Okay. Yeah, in a field that includes Loni Hui, Thomas Boyven, Andrew Ostapchenko, I mean, look out for a kid like Peter Cross. He's a young beast, and I think he's just as formidable as those previously named.
Three folds. Four folds. Five folds.
Loni with the pocket fours and just over 10 big blinds. I know you on the screen see what her neighbor is holding.
Disaster. Nothing she can do about it.
They kind of look like fours.
7.
It's 8.
I like that question from Eddie, as if he cares how much it is. But someone behind him might think that he cares, you know, and so he's creating a little uncertainty in their minds about the strength of his hand.
Yes and no, because, I mean, like we mentioned earlier, no time banks use this. This is the first time bank. I mean,
Cool.
time bank and just a call. I mean, it's always hard to navigate with such a strong hand. You're like, how can I make this look like I don't have aces?
Right.
Need help?
Nick,
It's the middle.
good luck.
Loni's up against it here.
No help on Queen 9-7-2 hearts, although backdoor hearts give her a little possibility. King of spades on the turn will deprive her of the backdoor draw. Can she find a 4? No. A 7 of diamonds will lead to the elimination of Loni here. The Tournament Pro has done so well in recent years. Another nice run at the Seminole Hard Rock, but she will not make the final table in this event.
GG Loni, you are one of the GOATs.
Sorry to see her go. Was looking forward to watching her play today, but unfortunately she lost a significant pot to our chip leader, Martins.
She gets some love from Juliet on the way out, who is now our last woman standing in this event.
You had to. I was probably gonna gamble at 7-9. 7-9 suited.
You would have won.
Yeah, I would have won.
Elio saying I was probably going to gamble with 7-9 suited. I don't know if I buy that one.
It's no fun when the best hand wins.
It's no fun when the best hand wins.
One if you have the best hand.
It's always bad. It's more drama, man. It's better.
You're supposed to just have.
You need the bad beat stories.
Well, I guess not on that
game's
board,
very
though,
boring.
4 folds. Yes, this is true. Yeah, just being professional.
And it's only Queen Deuce of Spades. He's out. Eddie on the hijack with ace 5.
7 folds.
Not going to force the action here on the hijack. I think he could look to get involved here, but not a mandatory open. Martins with 8-7, though. Our clear chip leader, he wants
8 raises
to raise wider than usual. Peter with king 7 behind, cannot play that. Elio from the small blind has a nice jamming stack here. The ace 5 of clubs. Will he take the opportunity to move in over the top of our chip leader? Yes, immediately.
Snaps it in.
3 folds.
He'll get a little bit of that money back from Martins, but a long way to go.
He didn't actually do it yet.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah. What's happened?
I mean, he did this. When you look back, he did
But he
this.
still had them there alive. Yeah.
Oh, it's still alive. He does this and
Yeah,
this.
yeah.
There's no forward motion here?
No, I don't have his cards. They're live cards.
Oh, okay, cool. It's a good way to angle.
It's not a good way to go.
I mean, just, you know, I mean, for people that want to angle, hey, it's
like a pump fake, you know? It's like a pump fake.
I'll take it now.
See some customers in the chat. They're clamoring for Matthew Coe and they're clamoring for the other table. Boy, do I have some news for you.
Shaded a pump fake.
We're getting this other table after the break.
Okay. I'm like, I thought he jumped. That's how good his pump. He had like barely his toes were touching the ground. I was like, that's what you can do.
It's a basic pump fake, yeah.
I swore he jumped. I was right there. Then watched the replay. It's like
5 folds. I mean, if it causes that.
Back with Eddie, holding king 10.
Miami won. Miami won, actually.
Miami won?
Miami won.
Oh, okay.
They did. They didn't have Hero. And they didn't have
7 folds.
Got a hand I think Eddie could look to get involved with there. I'd like to see him raise that one.
It's Miami, man. They just got.
I don't know that Martins is playing so loose that he should fear.
They had a
being
2-way
3-bet
I play. Drained 4 threes.
frequently enough that he should pass on king 10, but he elects to fold it. Round to Juliet in the small blind. She moves in king 8, and Giuseppe wakes up with queens in the big blind and snap calls her. So we lost Loni, just a hand to go. That led us to 1 woman left in the field. Now Juliet all in and at risk. We know one of her kings has been folded.
Slightly more optimistic situation than Loni with the 4s against the aces, but
last time you abused the help.
Find some help with the 8 there on ace 6, 8, 2 spades. Jack on the turn.
That looked like a king person.
Need one of kings or 8s, and it's a 7. Giuseppe with the queens will knock out Juliet here.
Good luck to you.
GG's Juliet. Congrats on the pay jump.
She laughed you and you call her? Cards doesn't have a friend, yeah?
First 2 eliminations with the 2 women remaining in the field.
Are they going to move a player over from the other table? Tony, I don't know who is in the collections department here at Seminole Hard Rock and World Poker Tour, but there's an offer for a $1,000 donation if Matthew Coe is shown.
$1,000 donation if Matthew Coe is shown. Wow. Who's that money go to?
Hopefully us.
Yeah, hopefully us. If that's the case, I'll pull some strings.
Yeah, I mean, I'll
shop 500 with you.
Yeah, Ramen Noodle Ed at 6090. You know, let's talk.
I don't know. If he's eating ramen noodles, I don't know if he's got $1,000 kicking around.
Yeah.
Seems sus. Eddie with the ace-8 of clubs. This time finds a hand he likes. Peter has queen 10 suited on the hijack. Again, a spot early in the tournament. I think we always see him enter the pot, often by calling. At this juncture, it's a tougher decision. Does make the fold
under
there.
the gun open, that's dicey. Especially with you still have 4 players like left to act behind.
Yes.
3.
Really with inferior clubs in the big blind, has the suited connector. Should reach the flop here.
We saw his neighbor Giuseppe pass in a spot like this with the 5-4 suited a little bit earlier, but you know, we love defending the suited connectors. Not on a flop like that.
There for Anatoly.
I just put it in. Yeah.
Surprising check behind from Eddie. I really don't think he should have any checks on this board. This board crushes his range, and I think he should be continuation betting 100% of his hands. Particularly ace-X does not strike me as an ideal checking candidate. You know, Eddie not abiding by strict solver play by any means so far. Checking behind on this flop, I think.
It is. Well, it's always
clear
nice.
Example.
You're so far ahead of big blind range there that maybe you just want to let them pick up something.
I imagine that's what he's thinking, is he's got it so crushed and he's going to get the snap fold, but there's a lot of hands that can peel 1 to 2 bets on that board that I would not be looking to give free cards, and I don't really want my opponent to get free looks at a turn there when I have such a strong range advantage. Again, if this was, you know, cut off first big blind, I still would like it, but I would get it more. But when you're under the gun, I mean, that is your board.
Tony, I've got some breaking news here. Eric Beltrea?
Yeah.
He's going to double that 1K for Matt Coe. So I think that's 3K chopping up
Who
between
is
you and
this
I.
guy? Why do the people crave Matt Coe?
Matt Coe. And it's funny, we're working on some information earlier. I couldn't get much on this Matthew Coe guy.
Okay.
It's quite the mysterious customer. I would be excited to see him here on this table in a little
Pull
bit.
some strings with Matt Coe on the stream.
I'll talk to some people. I'll see what I can do, and we can chop up this 1,500 each. And I mean, maybe we could have done this yesterday. We could have had tickets to that game last night.
Saw Wolfgang was there at the game playing online poker. He posted that one. Sorry, your boys didn't quite make it. It was an entertaining game.
Oh man, what a sick ending to that game. Listen, what a good season. We overachieved.
Yeah, Miami was great this year. They were really, really good. The atmosphere at Seminole Hard Rock was awesome yesterday.
So many red and white pinstripes. Hopefully we see my UCF Knights making a run next year.
I'm sure Blake Bortles has a couple of years of eligibility left under the new rules. Get him back there.
Maybe my guy Mackenzie Milton will show up.
All right, so Eddie. Some curious hand selection so far. Passing on stuff like King 10 and the Ace-3 suited, but opening deuces first to act.
Slept for a minute, for 10 seconds.
Yeah,
I forget.
I don't love it, honestly. These small pairs don't play great under ICM. It's a little bit different. When you cover your opponents, you can raise a bit wider, but I would be much more apt to get involved with the Ace-3 suiteds and the King 10 offsuits of the world than deuces with players who cover you behind still to act. Here on Jack 9-3, he's running to top pair, Marion, Jack 4 of hearts. And he's going to check raise him, a surprising raise from Marion. I think we talked about Marion before we started the stream, and is he one of the daily players around here?
Marion is, first of all, above all else, a incredibly genuine and nice person.
Okay,
Let's start
good to hear.
there. He is a daily grinder, and just some quick research will tell you that, I mean, the biggest tournament he's ever cashed in is a $400 buy-in. So this is likely a large spot for him, but like I said, he's never backed down, and I don't think now will be the time.
That's awesome. I love hearing stories like that and seeing guys who are playing at those levels make a deep run in a championship event.
This is a cool underdog story, and he'll hold his own. I'm excited to see where he takes this stack. I mean, he's got 5.775 million. I mean, that's a healthy stack right now. You don't just get hit with the deck the whole tournament and end up with a stack like that. You're navigating pretty well.
And I think having watched that check raise on the Jack 9-3 with no hearts tells me that Marianne is going to be very willing to play bigger pots than some more experienced players would. I think many pros would just call on that flop almost always with the Jack-4 of hearts. And shallower depth might check raise.
Letting them bluff off,
yeah.
or you're usually, when you check raise there, you're beat or you're getting a snap fold.
But Marianne content to build that pot.
$1.99 donation. He wants Matthew Coe too. He says Matthew Coe saved his kids from a burning building.
Internet yearns for Matthew Coe.
From a burning building, he saved them.
Okay.
He has another short stack.
Right, so ace-10 for Giuseppe up against Eddie's queen-9. Eddie does make top pair here, but Giuseppe with a gut shot and a backdoor to the nuts.
Inconspicuous 8 of diamonds on the turn here. We'll see what Eddie chooses to proceed with, and it looks like 175,000. Giuseppe doesn't even blink. Says, here, take my 2 bigs.
Looking for a 9 or a king or an ace, but he does not find it. Rick on the river. Safe card for Eddie, who, again, I think his hand is worth a bet here, and it's going to be hard to get one out of Giuseppe, who has leaned so passive thus far at this table. I understand with the flush draw getting there that Eddie is a little more hesitant to put the money out, but I think there's value to be had, especially Giuseppe does not strike me as someone who's very likely to take a hand like, I don't know, ace-10 with a diamond and turn it into a bluff raise on the river. So if you want to size down, get exploitive, try and milk your opponent for a little more and trust that if they raise, they've got the goods, I think that was a great spot, and Eddie missed an opportunity.
Right, and on the other side of that hand, fortunately for Giuseppe,
we have break
no bets getting through.
Yeah.
And the perception of showdown, like we said earlier, I mean, ace high, you got it. It's tough to make a pair. Ace high could be good, but in a spot like that, as played, I don't think you're getting the showdown with the winning hand with ace 10.
Oh, nice.
That's fair.
It's perfect for me.
It's pretty fair.
The last 10 minutes of it, I don't need that screen.
Yeah.
Totally on the cutoff of king 4 diamonds. Likes what he sees. Marion, no call on the button with the 9-8 suited. That's the kind of hand that informs you a little bit about how Marion intends to play this final table. I think a lot of players would take a flop there, especially those looking for reasons to get to flops. But it seems like Marion's not going to force things pre-flop.
With a healthy stack, Marion wants to play hands in position with a little bit stronger, showdown value. Your 9-8s are going to need to make hands or show aggressive action to win, and I don't think that's going to be the strategy here moving forward.
Jack-7 deuce. Rainbow does not connect with either player. Anatoly retains the lead here and has the backdoor draw. His bet should get it done. Martins with queen high. No pair, no draw, no backdoor. No reason to continue.
Martins wants to keep it moving. Next hand. Shuffle up and deal. Let's do it. There's that other table that you're going to be seeing in a little bit. Matthew Coe in the 2-seat. That's your guy. There he is. 1,500 each. We're coming to collect. It's a lot of ramen noodles. Quite the setup we have here at Seminole Hard Rock.
Oh, it's a tremendous tournament venue.
You seen that new marketing material we got out there the last few series? Those big banners in the ballroom? Pretty cool stuff.
I'm not sure that I saw these. Which ones?
There's some huge banners over there right next door in the big ballroom. I mean, marketing team's really getting after it.
Elio, the ace-9, opens our action under the gun. Martin's in the small blind with the 10-9 suited. That's an interesting decision here. Elio's pretty short on 22, 23 blinds, but at the stack size, 10-9 suited from the small blind, pretty viable.
This might be a spot where if Elio had a slightly larger stack, we would proceed with 3-bet. But but it's also not a hand that we want to be folding. We want to see a flop with the 10-9 suited, but you know, any 3-bet could be disastrous if Elio were to shove over it.
Too close.
So here we are, heads up. Clearly dominated even more now. Yeah, obviously we want the 6, 7, 8 of diamonds flop here for Martins, but you know, this is second best when you just brick it all out and you don't need to put any more chips into the pot here.
No reason for Martin to put more chips in this pot on the ace-high board, and he does quickly fold there. Elio trying to rebuild after that cooler with the queens up against the kings. Though we talked about it, we expected him to get stacked in that hand, and he was able to avoid it. So we'll see if his restraint leads to a final table run, but Elio has his work cut out for him.
Eric says the what of diamonds. I won't repeat it. I won't play into your 6-7 game.
We're not playing the game.
No, we're adults here. Maybe.
Giuseppe? Limping in with the ace-6 of diamonds. Second time we've seen him just limp in. Marion with queen-jack of clubs on the hijack, also going to limp in.
Yeah, Giuseppe wants to play, you know, his playable but not elite hands, sort of. It seems as though the strategy is to limp instead of open. It's tough, though, because as we saw earlier, he raised a massive sizing with his premium, with his ace-king.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we're giving out a lot of information here. That's sort of why you want to be opening a consistent amount, that 2.25x, with your ace-6 suited, with your ace-king.
Ace, 7-3, 2 clubs. Interesting board for our two players who chose to get to this flop. Giuseppe with the top pair and some backdoor draws. Marion with the second nut flush draw in position facing this bet at 250. Makes the call. Both our players and the blinds will fold. So heads up between these two limpers. Marion, a little more than 6 outs up there. Oh, I guess though others have been folded. Excuse me.
Yeah, we're considering dead cards here on stream.
Oh. 9 of diamonds on the turn. 600. Marion, you see a river. Drawing pretty thin here.
Big
Little
pot
does he
here.
know.
Oof.
Ace of hearts. Oh, I love this check from Giuseppe. Tremendous play from Giuseppe.
Can't win otherwise.
Wow. It's going to work out so well for him. Marion takes the bait. Giuseppe says, yeah, I'll make that call. It's 900,000. And Giuseppe, our runner-up in the 25K earlier this series, going to be well positioned for a final table run in this one after catching Marion on the river with the bluff after making that savvy check.
Up to 6 million, and conversely, Marion down below 4 million, facing a little bit of adversity since moving to this table.
I do wonder with players like Marion, by far the biggest tournament spot of their life, when they have a hand like that, they lose, I don't know, a quarter, a third of their stack, they get caught bluffing, you know, maybe they feel a little bit hot under the skin. Does their emotions get the best of them? I don't know Marion, I don't know anything about his play or his tendencies, but sometimes with these players who are in this deep, deep spot, way above their usual stakes, their emotions can be a real battle.
Have you ever had a spot like this, Tony, yourself?
Early in my
in your career,
absolutely.
when you're taking a shot, having a deep run, and I mean, listen, very rarely are you going to sun run the whole tournament. You're going to face some adversity at some point, day 1, day 2, day 3, later stages. It's impossible to fade every single spot, so if you know that going in, and to Marion's advantage, this might be a huge spot, but you might be able to put it aside. And he's played a lot of tournaments, and they might be a different structure and a smaller in stature against different players, but you know, the experience is still there.
Martins, our chip leader, makes it 175. Peter behind on the button. May choose to 3-bet here. Pretty good hand to make that play, and he knows Martins is very wide here with the chip lead on the cutoff, so he does find the 3-bet. Nice hand selection up to 600,000. Elio, with king-queen suited in the small blind, has a tough decision. Does let it go, though. Don't believe he would have had much fold. I guess he had 1.8, so it would have been really close if he had any fold equity.
Right.
He would have caught Peter with like the bottom of his range and a spot where maybe Peter does fold this, but usually you don't have much when you're cold jamming 22 bigs. Martin's with the king-jack. Doesn't seem to believe Peter here.
I think we are posturing here. It's a large 3-bet sizing out of the button. You don't really want a 4-bet here. This is a tough spot. We might want to just keep it moving with our 10 million stack.
And I think most of our 4-bets here should contain an ace. I know the king-jack has some relevant blockers.
We would like some blocking properties here better than just the king and a jack.
Still, Martin's has been purposeful, but he has not been posturing.
I mean, it would work here. The ace-9 off is not in a fun spot here with 3 million. Yeah, I mean...
Oh, here we go.
That's why he's there, and I'm chatting about him here.
8C raises to 1.1.
It's finding the 4-bet with king-jack, the small 4-bet here. Beautiful timing up against Peter, who's 3-betting light with the ace-9.
Oh, Ramen, just you worry about this break. Let's lock in with this hand first, and then we'll talk break after that.
No, he put up a time check. Yeah.
And I think Peter's giving us a little show here, but I don't believe the money is going in here with ace-9.
Just clicking it back is, I mean, it could raise some questions for Peter. Maybe he doesn't want to back down in a spot like this. And, you know, 1.1 million up for grabs, not for nothing. That'll do a lot for his stack. Yeah, we're putting it in the muck. Live to fight another day.
There we are.
Is everyone excited?
Yeah, we're about to get the good stuff here. We'll have more coming up after this break. 15-minute one. 14 remaining here at the Seminole Hard Rock. Welcome back to the Seminole Hard Rock here in South Florida, where the people are getting what they want, Brandon. It's Matthew, Co, and crew.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is Co time. Spent my whole break trying to figure out what I was going to intro with. That was what I ended up with.
Well, who is this mystery man, Matthew Co?
You got it. I mean, on my bio sheets, we've got deets for everyone. And then we're looking at Matthew Co, and look what I got.
0. This guy has scrubbed the internet.
I wish you guys could see this. I got 3 question marks above his name. I did my best. I'm really good at digging. I couldn't find anything. I was torn between that and Ready, Set, Co.
I like the one you went with. Andrew Ostapchenko, our chip leader at this table. He and Martin's about 1 million separated right now.
Yeah, there's been some movement on this table from our original stacks to start the day. Ted McNamara came in with the chip lead. He was sitting on about 8.4 million. Andrew was on 7.3. So the script has flipped a little bit over here. It's interesting to see what's been going on. The chat is alive, Tony. They're going crazy for Co.
We'll see what this man of mystery brings us. And he finds 10s to lead things off.
And he wakes up with the 10s. The people are getting what they want.
Playing 50-100 with 100,000 big blind ante. Oh no. Might be a short stay from Matthew Co.
Thankfully he covers, so we won't lose viewership just yet.
Jorge in the small blind with queens. Not going to get cute here and just moves it in. And these two playing about 14 blinds effective. Nothing for Matthew to do here but call and be disappointed to see he's 2-outing. This is hijack for small blind. 13, 14 blinds deep, so
1,350,000.
don't believe there's much of a decision here for Matthew, although he does seem to be considering everything about it.
500, 1,350,000. Right, apologize. You're right.
He's had, you know, about 90 minutes of play here on this table, and maybe a few days worth of play with Jorge, or I believe it is George.
It is George, okay.
Beforehand. So maybe he might know he might be privy to some things that we are not.
Well, if he folds here, I can see why he's the people's champion, because that would be a heroic laydown. It's a second time extension there.
Sorry, it's at 1.3.
Can we stand and go look? So
I can see what the craze is about.
I have no idea.
To not just snap it in right here off of 14 bigs, 16 bigs. I mean,
I've never played with George, but when I'm in Matthew's shoes, I'm like kind of stoked to get the jam.
George is another one of those solid local South Florida guys. Grinds a lot of dailies, but he's been in some big situations. If I remember correctly, I think he third or fifth in a 25K.
If he's playing 25K, definitely can't fold to him.
Who knows if it was a Saturday situation or anything of the sort? But I mean, nonetheless, he is a solid player. We've battled for a few years. I think we've already hit on our first hand here more time banks than we had on the entire previous table.
We have,
and I mean, this is a spot to use him, if anything.
I mean, this is spooky.
I call.
Yeah, he does make the call.
Announced.
Felt pretty inevitable, but clearly Matthew's spidey sense was tingling there to even consider laying down the 10s.
We'll see if he can find his Kodak moment here.
George with the queens.
That one
trying
flopped
to
too.
hold up. Jack 7-4-2 hearts. He does have a couple of backdoors to work with. 8 on the diamonds. 8 of diamonds on the
Picked up
turn.
and out.
So any 9, any 10. And he will not find it. So Matthew Coe reduced to just one big blind.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Always.
They believe in the chat. 4 big blinds. Chip and a chair. I know they hate to hear it, but it is a real thing.
Is it 4 big blinds? I thought he only had 150K left. I thought he had like a blind and a half.
Nope.
Oh, he does have 400K.
Yeah.
All right, crazier things have happened.
Feels like a chip lead now.
Yeah, when you think you're down to 1 and you got 4, you've already got your first up blip out of the way.
Is it 1.6?
2 million?
2 million?
Well, now
Well, an unfortunate early cooler for Matthew Coe.
1.7,
We have
1.8.
some star power on this table here between Andrew Ostapchenko, who has been on fire the last few years. I mean, this kid's a beast. Thomas Boyven is a superstar in his own right. We have some talent on this table and a mix of these two. And when we had Marion on this table, I mean, there were a few daily grinders and a few high-stakes superstars. It was very interesting.
Played with Andrew quite a bit in recent years. I remember playing a satellite together in LA a few years ago where I was less familiar with him, and he found a limp in the small blind that trapped me in the big blind and got me to stack off, and it was one that people really don't find. I think he limped like 10s in the small at a stack depth that a lot of players just automatically raise out of habit, but he found the limp in a correct one, and I was like, oh, this guy's really got something, and since then,
the light is
his results have made that abundantly clear. I think he was deep in our World Championship this winter at Win. I might be misremembering which recent event it was, but
just one of those guys
he's been
you see
deep in
everywhere.
enough tournaments recently. It's been easy to mix them up. John here on the cutoff makes it 200,000 with the 10-9 of clubs. Gary in the big blind calls the ace deuce. Interesting flop on 5-4-4. Pretty good board for Gary's ace deuce, and one where if he faces a c-bet from John,
to get my Uber Eats
I
order
wouldn't
now?
mind
It's gonna take 10
continuing with a
minutes.
check raise. These
Yeah, how
low
much?
paired
What's the
boards
price?
in many
For you?
situations are
Yeah.
continued with a check raise, and one where he's got some
No,
outs,
I-
and if he drives out a
I'm
superior
just
ace,
curious
it's a huge
of your
win.
price.
He elects to call. He
to
is
leave
still in front
your
here.
table for 10 minutes.
A wise man once told me big blind loves check raise in a spot like this.
8 of diamonds.
Maybe at the shallow of a depth, it's tough because the
I think I can
preceding
find cheaper.
result is a
Somebody
barrel
who's
on a
not
turn
playing.
and a barrel on the river. We might be a little too shallow for such games, but nonetheless.
I'm gonna find cheaper.
Also, I don't know Gary. I don't know anything about his poker, but I think playing these low-paired flops as a check raise is
like minus 800.
common amongst very studied players, not very common amongst more casual players.
Right, and like I said, and even if that's a spot that he loves,
What's that?
is it really time
made
with
it to the
14
game
people
last
left in a tournament to be blasting it off?
We got there at the end of the first quarter, yeah.
It's an interesting barrel from John.
We did.
This
We
8 of
made it.
diamonds should be a much better card for Gary
Yeah.
than John.
Yeah,
However,
that was a
I
great
think John
game.
still needs to have some double barrel bluffs. And the 10-9 of clubs a pretty reasonable one to take here, because if you're forced to fold out of the hand, you didn't lose very much. But if your opponent has
That is really where I
a
would
pair
fold
and a
the
gut
luckiest
shot,
fee.
you have a bunch of live outs going to the river.
Yeah, but it also puts a ton of
Said
pressure
4
on
bets. I was like, oh my God.
on lower pairs and just hands that want to continue but can't. That's a larger sizing on the turn. It's pretty much saying, hey, this is going to be for all your chips in the river.
Yeah.
So you tell me now what you want to
Saw
do.
the game?
I went, yeah.
Yeah.
I like sprinted out of here.
I'm like, that block
Sick-
punt,
sick
I mean,
needle.
they held him on defense, Bad coaching. Let the guy walk in like that.
Yeah. I mean, Indiana's call to go for it on 4th and 5, which ended up being the game, was a really sick call.
What a play from
What are they
Mendoza.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
He
You know,
took
it's funny,
two
like Notre Dame had the
massive
same
hits
play
on that
against Miami
play.
earlier this year, and it just
And
worked so well. And I
That
guess that's what the coach
image
was
of
saying,
him
like,
stretching
based on the
across the
formation, they
goal
just
line
wanted
is going to
coming out of
be
timeout
in the
is-
national. I mean, it's going to be in the College Football Hall of Fame.
That's an iconic play. It
Block
reminded
punts
me a
don't help.
little of the Elway play in the Super Bowl where he gets hit from two sides and like helicopters in. Mendoza got crushed from both sides after getting beaten up all game.
An absolute, yeah, he was getting rocked the whole game. But
Well, this may be the end of the road for Matthew here, all in for his last 400,000 with 9-8, and he's run into the overpair. Ted with the 10s. Right behind him. Make it 7. That should drive John out with his 5s.
4 folds, 5 folds, 7 folds. 8 folds, 1 fold.
So Matthew drawing quite thin here.
Can the co-crew will him to victory here in the chat? This is a tough ask here. Four BBs, listen, I mean, it's got to go in. Non-negotiable, you're in the big blind next hand.
8 to 6-4, great board for Matthew. Gut shot to the
That's about as much as you could ask for.
9 or an 8 would award him the pot as well. But Ted, a big favorite going into this river. It's a 7. No, he didn't make the straight.
Didn't
Excuse
make the
me, I was
straight.
thinking, ugh, what am I doing?
GG. Damn, guys. Good luck.
Payout.
GG's
Discounting my outs
Matthew
over
Co.
here. Getting too optimistic for Matthew.
We tried, guys. Hopefully you will stick around. There's some sick names here. We're gonna get some crazy action here moving forward. Playing down to a final table today.
Let's keep them.
We're losing players pretty quick too. Came in with 16, now at 13. Some short stacks around, most notably Thomas.
Four folds. 5 folds, 7 folds.
Six-handed over here, seven-handed on the other table. Should be interesting to see how things move. Should be a little extra action as we get short-handed by the chip leaders, applying pressure on these middling stacks.
We talked earlier about not open jamming too wide around the like 15-20 blind range from the button and cutoff, but I do think with 15 blinds on the button, ace-10 is about as good as it gets as a hand to open jam. You know, ace-10, queen-jack suited, jack-10 suited.
13 left. We are in a 9K pay jump. Seems like Ted knows that. He's not going to be scared to move some chips around, try to get that chip lead back. I would assume he gathered it in such a way where he was taking high variance routes, just like this.
Yeah. I think Gary's hand is much, much too good to consider folding here. We're only 15 blinds deep. As we see, the big blind's going to be moving in with some low aces, and Ted the kind of player who finds that. Oh no, Gary, please don't fold.
Depends. I mean, he's looking at Boyven right to his left, and that's a stack that's going to go in soon. He might be considering this pay jump, seeing what's going on the other table. This could. I wouldn't be surprised if I saw these two cards hit the muck.
I wouldn't be surprised, but I'd be very disappointed. I think the only reason to ever min-raise this hand is if you really believe you can induce your opponents to jam too wide, and then you should be like fist pumping it into the middle here. And otherwise, just open jam it yourself. And
there's also I mean, this ladder is not insignificant, sure, but I mean, the 611,000 up top. We want to win this tournament, right? We're gonna have to start winning hands with ace-10. Our ace-10 off, so we can't just we can't raise fold these on the button if we want to win the tournament.
Please, Gary, don't do it. Don't make me say negative things on the stream. Don't do it.
Oof.
I guess I'll see it on the stream, right?
Oh, no, please, Gary. Oh, that's so brutal.
Hold it a big hand.
Oh, that is...
Especially against a player like Ted, who, I mean, due respect, if you just do any bit of research before the tournament, you see that he doesn't have a whole lot of tournament catches, not a lot of tournament experience.
Different people.
Yeah, true.
I'm struggling with this one, Brandon. There's a lot of hands I watch where I'm like, well, I don't think that was quite the best play, but I can see how you would get there. I think that is just so... Oh.
We lost Ko, and then we've lost.
You've lost Tony at this point.
Right.
I might need to take a walk after that one.
If you need to take 5, you let me know. I'll solo this whole thing right now. You let me know what I got to do.
Information to a guy like you.
Sure.
Guys that split time between Belgium and Oklahoma City, I'm not giving him any information.
7 raises 200.
Did Andrew just open 8-5 offsuit on the hijack? I wonder if we're going to get a card correction here.
Andrew did open.
What an animal!
Well, that's a testament to what we were saying earlier about how things change as we get shorthanded and there's a pay jump and we're applying some pressure, and clearly it's not going to work here facing two very sick hands to his left.
Yeah. Thomas with 10s. It's like, wow, that's a lot of action, but I've got 8 blinds with pocket 10s.
Yeah, this goes in.
Let's go here.
Gary's short enough to where his hand isn't. I mean, obviously he did just watch him make a sick fold. If he showed that ace-10, maybe Boyven would reconsider, but these 10s are going in.
Not a big fan of this 8-5 open either. You've got 2 short stacks behind you that are going to find plenty of jams, and your image is going to be opening wide. This is just too much.
Andrew's going to do whatever he wants with a stack like this. Losing 225K here is irrelevant considering he's going to pick up a lot more blinds throughout the rest of this tournament with the stack that he has. Granted, pretty wide.
Thomas here showing us how much pressure ICM can put you under when it comes to calling off your stack all in. Really does not want to call off flipping. May worry that he's up against a range that he's mostly dominated by or flipping, but with just 8 blinds, it seems doubtful that he's going to let the 10s go.
It's especially disastrous here, seeing what we see if Thomas does end up making this fold. You know, Andrew's not getting him action either, and Gary's going to pick up some blinds.
Thomas did fold. That is very surprising.
Yeah, that's bad news.
Hey, you see it anyway, I guess.
Pair?
The separation between him and the next short stack grows further.
That's what I folded against you.
I guess. I mean,
Ace Jack.
You can figure that in a spot like that, your best case is you're flipping.
Like King 9
but
off.
I mean, it's not like 9s, 8s, 7s, 6s. Those are going in too. You could be in really good shape if you're Thomas.
Yeah, I'm better. If that's what you thought I had, then I was better than you. I think.
But I'll tell you one thing.
Ace high, I'll say that.
Yeah, I had ace high also.
Boyven knows a lot more than you and I.
He does.
So
you'll get to see.
Yeah.
No,
I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt on this one.
I mean, the 9 could have came or 8, whatever.
7 raises to 225.
And then I wouldn't have this opportunity, right?
Yeah, you never know.
Let's see, 13 left. I imagine the pay jumps are not significant enough that the solver would support that fold.
I think it's not necessarily that. It's more about trying to come to the right decision. And maybe, and like we said, he's been playing with these guys all day.
Oh, he's an exceptional player.
And yesterday and the day before, and he might. I mean, that.
I'm just saying, you know, just
the fold, the previous hand
we all don't know what the card's
from
gonna
Gary
be, but
with the ace 10, shows that he's a tighter image and a tighter.
For sure.
So Boyven's perception of that might, that range might look a lot different than what it typically would show.
Yeah, and calling off under ICM is just never that tempting a proposition. Ooh, maybe I'm too loose, but I don't know. 8 blinds there feels a little too snug. That said, I like that fold a lot better than the ace-10 fold.
Yeah,
like a lot.
Absolutely, but and I think that is the result of this. We might talk about this later, and the answer might be that is in theory an all-in. But like I said, he's seen him. He's played against him. He has maybe a tell, maybe a read, maybe just
what's
just
the
playing
delay
strong
here?
hands.
20 minutes, half an hour.
Gary already wondering what he was up against with that ace-10. He's not going to like the answer.
No.
He's also going to curse me out for showing the hand as well.
He's worried that we're going to curse him out for showing the hand. I don't mind the show. Although, not a lineup where I'd want to give my opponents the free info.
Certainly not.
On Queen 9 on the button. Makes it 2. George with ace-5 suited in the small blind. These guys about 26 blinds deep. Interesting decision coming here.
Guys, here, stack.
2.8.
Pretty snug fold there from George.
Yeah, he's been known. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, in the time I played against him, he is a tough exit from any tournament. He is a survivor. He is a solid player. He makes moves that you wouldn't normally expect, and you know that type fold is indicative of just that.
Ace 9 deuce. John well out in front here. Second pair.
Four bets 150.
Andrew going for the check raise here. Backdoor straight draw on a board. He expects John to continuation bet probably 100% of the time or close to it.
Sure.
And even with second pair,
you got to be. I mean, you're gonna have to take some heat here.
Yeah, not an appealing spot to John.
I'm definitely not doing cartwheels about this, even if I could. But
makes the good call though.
Andrew says he's ready to see one more. Just he's in position, but if it goes barrel, I don't like his chances to call both streets.
That 7 may tempt Andrew here, picking up the gut shot to the 10. Doesn't have a diamond in his hand, but still finding some equity on the turn here. I think we see a bet, maybe in the 6-7 territory, but no, he will check over to John.
NY Lover 77 asks, is that John Mayer? He's in a big spot right now, so I think I'll ask him after this hand. Checks it back.
Ace on the river.
John's loving this now.
7 check.
Andrew looks very resigned in this hand.
Yeah,
puts his chips back on the stack.
That's not like a check raise spot right there. Definitely not. And again, you can do stuff like that when you have a stack like this. I mean, it gets a little dicey if you go 3, 4, 5 more hands and you give back 10, 20 big blinds. But until you hit that point, you can keep showing aggression in spots like that. You can try to just overpower the table.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised he didn't follow through on the turn. I think with the diamond in his hand, he goes for it.
Yeah, but he also, I mean, he figures maybe I can pick up some equity here. I don't really need to bluff.
Yeah,
maybe
I don't think
his 8's good. Maybe he thinks any pair, 8, 10 jack. And again, John was short relative to that, what that next bet was going to be too.
Actually, Thomas holding 3s on his 8 big blinds.
Yes, you absolutely have seen Thomas before on streams. He is one of the superstars in this game of poker.
1 raises to 675.
As you see him put most of his stack in the middle under the gun here with pocket 3s.
3 folds, 4 folds.
Decision here for Andrew with ace-10 in the small blind. And he feels it's
not much of one.
Yeah, just immediately rips it. So he will play a coin flip to knock out Thomas here.
Might see a bit of a lull here. Thomas is going to use some of those time banks, see if anyone on the other table will be all in. See if he can pick up a free 9,000 before flipping.
Thomas eyes the other table. If ever there was a spot to try and burn some time banks, this is it.
Good news, Tony, in the meantime. Our viewer count has stayed substantial.
Okay.
Even through the loss of Ko, we've battled through it. Yep, absolutely high roller. He plays some of the biggest tournaments in the world.
Oh, nice. Thank you. Yeah, you can drop it there. Thank you so much.
Oh, maybe he was just waiting for his food.
Call.
Call.
Call announced.
Call.
Black tea with lemon.
How much is it? 750?
Andrew needs to improve to knock out top pro Thomas Boyven. And on king 8-3, Boyven retains the lead. He also has the backdoor hearts. Queen of diamonds, bit of help to Andrew. Can now find a jack. 6 on the river is safe for Thomas. Gets the crucial double up here, something nobody remaining in this field wanted to see.
Yeah.
Ashley poses an interesting point here. Should this be allowed? This is tanking. I think that the use of the time banks and the introduction of those and shot clock really sort of reduces that situation, and it's tough in a tournament like this. It's not really a perfect way to go about this, and I think that we have it down to as close to a perfect situation as possible. You know, he has his time banks. It's his choice to not use them throughout the tournament. It's well within his rights and every other player's rights to use them in a spot like this to pick up an extra 30 seconds or so to, see if he can ladder.
I agree. I think we've traded a lot of stalling for EV for a little stalling for EV, and that's as good as it's going to get. And Thomas using his in a totally acceptable situation. And he's comfortable enough to go shoeless here.
Oh, are those socks?
Those are socks. So Thomas.
Maybe I'm doing something wrong.
Bold choice, going shoeless.
Listen, when you have 16 million in earnings, I won't have shoes on either when I'm at that point, buddy.
John out with the ace-7. George on the cutoff. King-jack. Nice hand to get involved with here. Makes it 200.
You know when an opponent is all in and they throw the backpack on, walk away before showdown? You think he starts tying his shoes in the middle of an all-in?
No, he seemed so confident in that all-in. He seemed dead sure he was going to win. He was very...
Feet on the table, relaxed.
Yeah, he was so relaxed. I don't know how he can do it with those shorts, too, though, because it's cold in the Seminole Hard Rock.
It is in the short sleeve. I mean, he's on island time right now. I played with him in a 5K a few months ago, and he is a tough opponent.
Look at the contrast between him and the two guys across the table who are literally bundled up with
they look like the default icons you see on on a website. The hoodie on, the hat, the sunglasses, and he's like...
Thomas is
I just came back from the pool, and I forgot my shoes at the pool, so I just...
Gary's going to fold 8-deuce here. How will our pro play the ace-king in the small blind? Ooh, what a great setup. I'm still curious. How does he approach it here on 16 blinds? Some players limp the ace-kings.
I think we're going to see a small open here, and
1.35.
Oh, never mind. We're going to see another 90% of his stack. Basically, I'm all in, and Ted's putting it in with the ace-10 suited, and this is just an ugly spot. Blind versus blind.
Right.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was expecting that small open. I thought Thomas was on the button here.
Going to take a moment, see if anybody at the other table is all in and at risk. He's going to like what he sees when Ted tables the ace-10 suited, though. He even covers one of his hearts. He does make the call, so Ted will need to improve. Otherwise, Thomas Boyven, after being down to just 8 big blinds, will be back around 35.
Ted will be down about 40% of his stack from the start of the day today if he loses this hand. It'll be interesting to see how he responds.
All right, we go to the flop. Ted looking to improve. And on 8-6-5, let's pick up a backdoor straight and backdoor flush draw. Queen of clubs, no help, so a 10 and only a 10 will eliminate Thomas. And it's a king.
Was it?
Double-double for Thomas.
Ooh, that 10's fold
After
looking
folding
real
those
good
10s.
right now.
And I got to tell you guys, he's likely the most dangerous person in this field so far.
Yeah.
Left. If he picks up some chips, and this is more than enough right here, he's going to be a big problem moving forward.
1.6.
Should be right.
1.6.
Gary is definitely lamenting seeing these two doubles from Thomas. He's looking for that pay jump, but it seems as though he's the short stack now on this table.
You looked so disgusted.
Do you know what the delay is?
Did I?
Yeah.
Facing the shove, I'm sure Ted thought his hand was way ahead.
Yep, especially in the slow call, but I don't think Ted is one to tank for the pay jump or anything of the sort. I would assume he probably has a full stack of time banks in front of him. So he probably thought he was way ahead.
No, I was thrilled.
Yeah.
George with ace queen here.
200.
Moves to 200.
7 folds.
Gary squeezing really hard, trying to turn one of those 8s into another 9.
Kind of Thomas on the button. He's taking a breather with his Jack-5 of spades, and look at this. Taking the 3-bet. What a
told you
interesting play.
he's here now. He's ready to battle.
And perhaps picking the perfect target. We know George is a little more risk averse from what we've seen so far.
But he
will not back down
stuffed
with the
in his
ace queen.
face. Well done, George.
I wasn't sure he would make that move there. It's not an easy decision, first to act, first button, 30 blinds deep.
This is a big spot.
Yeah, you can leave it there. That's fine.
I mean, range versus range there, it's just a mega cooler. If Boyven wakes up with anything better than ace queen off, so I guess we're just trusting in that and rolling with it and knowing that Boyven's willing to, you know, once he picks up chips, he's willing to get into it with in position with some inferior hands.
It's right back to work with the 10-6 of clubs.
Foot on the gas. Ted wakes up with it here, though.
$550.
3 raises to 550. 4 folds, 5 folds, 1 folds.
This is pretty eye-opening, honestly, because Thomas is someone who's had tremendous results, but I haven't really watched a lot of his play. I know that he's very studied. You know, he works with the training company, and I don't think you would see the Jack-5 suited 3-bet or the 10-6 suited open on the cutoff and a lot of study materials, and yet, you know, this guy who has such amazing results felt in game that these were the right plays. So
if I had to just try to poke a hole in the logic, I mean, it must be the rest of the tables, you know, studying up on these player profiles and seeing that, you know, their average buy-in is less than, and this is a big spot for most of these players, at least, excluding Andrew. You know, this is a big spot, so maybe he's just trying to apply pressure, and it seems like he's running into top of range. It would work against, you know, marginal holdings versus, you know, Ted especially with on the button, you know.
4 raises to 225. 5 folds.
John opening our button
It's
with
like 3.3.
threes. Andrew with Jack-9 in the big blind will take a flop. I actually think this open from John's quite close. We've talked about the small pairs shriveling up under ICM and raising into a chip leader here. I don't know that the open with the threes is automatic. It's probably really close.
A little further earlier in position, maybe. You're gonna have to pry those pocket pairs out of my cold dead hands on the button, though.
Yeah, you might be surprised if you were to check the spot. I wouldn't be shocked if it's 4s plus, maybe even 5s plus, raising into the chip leader. 30-ish blinds deep at the final 2 tables. I would venture a guess at 4s, and I could definitely be wrong, but these small pairs really don't like getting in there under ICM pressure. And on Queen 10 deuce with the 5 on the turn, Andrew leading out for 150. John with the threes. Likes to see a river.
John's
Remains
not a
in
believer.
front.
He's not a believer in Andrew's action here so far.
Okay, well, this 4.
We're going to find out.
Put Andrew to the test. Does he want to go for it? He does not here. John will check it back. Be relieved to see that his threes are good.
Maybe Andrew thinks that John's range is, after flop and turn, after checking flop and just calling turn, his hands are comprised of like middling pairs that don't make sets.
Yeah.
And that 4 on the river, if he didn't believe him on the turn, more than likely he's going to stick chips in and call on the river as well.
I do think the 9 of diamonds is a pretty bad card to have in your hand when we're bluffing as well, blocking a lot of the hands that would call turn, fold river.
Yep, and he's been shown to not believe Andrew before, but I think specifically holding threes, I think a big bet gets it done on that river.
Agreed.
But anything, mid to small size bet, it's going to get snapped off.
One raises to 200, 3 folds.
Thomas with king queen here.
Folds,
Opens the minimum.
folds, 7 folds.
Folds around to Gary in the big blind, and with 8-3, I believe we'll see a flop this time. Thomas gets one back.
Three folds. 4 folds. 5
Round to Andrew on the button here with 10-8.
7 raises.
Likes what he sees. Sizing up here to 250. Gary has a junkie 4 deuce. Like to see what Thomas does with ace-6 suited in the big blind, playing 26 blinds deep and facing an unusually large open. Makes the call.
You can see the change in tonality from Thomas's decisions when facing a stack like Andrews and a player like Andrews versus the rest of the table.
Ace, king, king on the flop. Not much here for Andrew, though a decent board to represent. Thomas making 2 pair. Andrew will size up. 450. What do you think of the size up here?
Well, sometimes if we're looking at this just very straightforward, original raiser typically would have range advantage on a board like this, but we have Andrew on the button, still chip leader on the table, raising into 2 very short stacks, or 1 short stack and 1 stack that just doubled into a middle stack. It doesn't always have to be that strong of a hand, so I think if I'm Thomas here, I just show up with call and let him keep, trying to represent these strong hands against my big blind defense range.
Yeah, I think after sizing up pre-flop, I like the size up on the flop even less, because now you've narrowed Thomas's range even more towards stronger holdings.
And you hate to say something as general as seeing where you're at. But this large bet does accomplish something of the sort. When Thomas calls here, you're clearly in a tough spot here from the button. So maybe we see Andrew shut it down.
No, we're about to find out, because Thomas does make the call.
This is not really the person you want to be trying to make these plays against. I think Andrew knows that. It's been a frustrating few hands for him, having to sort of check and give up, but this is a similar case.
He checks his cards and checks behind. Go to a river. It is the Jack of Hearts.
I think Boyven might show up with something very small here, just trying to get a crying call from any pair or river jack of just, especially after seeing the defeated check back.
It certainly looked like a give up, didn't it?
Yeah, you're not really going to get
150?
a river bet. See, 150. Yeah, we're going 10% here. 1.5 big blinds. We just want to get a little something into this pot.
Andrew, like, min-raise him? What just happened? Andrew made it 400K.
Yeah, this
is a very strange hand.
I mean,
and it was so quick.
You definitely can't call, and I guess 4 big blinds is enough to maybe just... You're just not beating him. Yeah.
A confusing hand from Andrew Ostapchenko results in a significant win for Thomas Boyven, who was recently down to 8 blinds, but as we can see now has 40.
Yeah, and Ostapchenko is down from about, I think he had almost 11 million. So he's lost a significant chunk of change too. We have some action over here. Elio?
Double? Yeah, sounded like it.
Trying to think, so was Andrew trying to bluff Thomas off a jack there? And basically say, I have an ace?
Maybe miss spades, just, you know, I mean, there's not much that arrives to that point, and then bets 10% pot that just, you know, there's not a lot of air left.
No.
Once you get to the river.
John folding queen 8 of spades. Gary out on the button with 10-3 of clubs.
And again, that 10% bet on the river, I love it, especially considering that it induced just that, just a raise with air. You know, so not only, you know, sometimes you get called by worse hands for 10% pot, you're going to get people to just sort of, you know, spaz in there sometimes.
9-7-6, beautiful board for Thomas and his 9-7. Not much to work with here for Ted. Checks behind. Queen places an overcard on the turn.
You figure Ted might start stabbing here. It's a small pot, but again, every big blind matters. Although Thomas is sitting with third pair open-ended. I'm sorry, yeah, third pair open-ended. He hasn't shown any interest just yet in the spot, so Ted needs to find out now.
Thomas will see this river. Deuce will give Ted a little bit of showdown value here. He's content to check it back. Loses to Thomas.
I've seen these tinted, I guess they're blue light friendly glasses from, you know, that's the new wave. Are you on that wave yet, Tony, or what?
No, I just got the polarized ones, and I don't even know what that does.
Too early again.
Apparently reduces your strain in your eye exposure to, you know, screens. If you're staring at the phone all day, if you have lights on you, if you're staring at this beautiful backdrop all day.
I might need those then, because I'm definitely staring at my screen too much.
If you're going home and you're sitting with a headache at the end of the night, hit up Amazon. These glasses, they got some cheap ones, you know. Test them out.
I also like the aesthetic.
Yeah.
It matches outfit well.
It's a good look.
Andrew here.
Some shoes wouldn't hurt, but it seems to be working for him.
Andrew here going up with the king jack of clubs. Gary on the cutoff has the 4s. Not a fun situation. I suspect Gary will pass, and he does, but I'm curious to see what Thomas wants to do with his ace-5 of spades on the button. I imagine mostly call. Will make the call.
200? No, call. Or call. Excuse me. 1 calls, 250, 3 folds.
Again, Andrew opting for the larger sizing. John has a very playable 10-9 of diamonds in the big blind. He's in there. Hey, all 3 players suited, going to the flop. Nobody sharing outs. It is Queen 5 deuce, rainbow with a spade. Thomas in the lead.
4 checks. 7, that's 475.
Andrew follows through for 475. In that half pot territory, so not the easiest sizing to continue against. But Thomas, with middle pair and the backdoors, makes the call on the button. John is out in the big blind. Eight of hearts on the turn, provides no help to Andrew.
Curious to see how we proceed here, having bet in middle position on the flop multi-way. Now we're out of position and facing a flop call from Thomas, showing that he's got some interest in this pot. King high is obviously not going to get it done, but is Thomas willing to fold?
7 bets 1 million.
1 million from Andrew.
Goes with
Thomas.
You know, just over half pot, but it's not necessarily that. But it is a huge bet relative to stack size. He's telling Thomas, you know, like I said earlier, this is going all in on the river. If you want to call now with your 5 or whatever you do have.
Thomas lets that one go. Understandable fold there with just the pair of 5s. Andrew.
He needed one. It was good, you know, good for him, good for the momentum to get back on the board. Even though he had a lot of chips, I mean, he was slowly bleeding away. Back up to almost 8 million. $750 in the viewer count. We're climbing up there.
Appreciate all y'all
tuning you very
in for
much.
day 4.
This is awesome. See if we can get to 1,000.
Lucky Hearts Poker Open Championship event was a $3,500 buy-in. Our winner is going to take home over $610,000. 13 players remain here at the Seminole Hard Rock in Hollywood, Florida. One of the best tournament venues on the planet. Yeah. One everybody looks forward to.
Shout out to everyone running the show here. You know, shout out William Mason. He's the man. He's running the show down here. Director of Poker Ops. Shout out Jason Heidenthal. Running the tournament scene down here. I mean, these things, they always smash the guarantee, no matter what. I mean, come down here. It's a beautiful property. Grab a room, hang out by the pool in the morning. If anyone was here yesterday, you know, grab some kuro on the way over here when you're about to play a tournament. A little bit of sushi for you. Maybe a steak at Council Oak.
I have learned this visit. In the future, I will make sure to request a room that does not face the pool because they start blasting music out there at 9 a.m. and that's 6 a.m. Vegas time. And I have been very unhappy in the mornings the last few days.
That's a tough one. Get out there and go party, man. You're here.
That's what I want to know. Like, who is the party music for at 9 a.m. on a Tuesday?
This is the Hard Rock. This is max volume wherever.
Yeah. Andrew going up to 250 with the jacks. George with the jack 10. In very bad shape going to this flop. Ace, 5, 6, all spades. Andrew an overwhelming favorite here. Nothing for George to work with as he faces this min bet and immediately folds.
It's 2 in a row for Andrew. Seems as though Thomas is gone. Maybe there's a Foot Locker nearby picking up a new pair of Jordans. Nope. Chad, who's your favorite to win this tournament? Who do you guys like? I know that Ko's gone. I know it's been somber over here for a little while, but you know, the mourning period is over. We're done grieving. We've moved on.
Gary out with the 5-3. Thomas right behind with 9s. 2 1/4. 6-5 suited in the big blind. See a flop with him. Saw that a 5-4 got folded on the button there. That's a heart in Thomas's hand, so Andrew joining a little more thin than usual.
I don't know about you, Tony, but I'm loving these clashes between Andrew and Thomas. This is elite against elite.
Yeah, I'd been so curious to watch Thomas play following his ascent the last few years because it's pretty recent. Like, Thomas was not a guy even 5-6 years ago that was really on people's radar, but he has done so well over that half decade that now he's one of the top players in the game. And for the most part, we don't have people emerging that rapidly as much anymore. Somebody like Jesse Lonis comes to mind, you know, a handful of others, but I'm in the generation where there was so many people coming up online in their late teens and early 20s, and then they kind of burst into the live scene in the late, you know, 2000s, early 2010s. Now I think it's tougher for young players to come up in the game. It's not quite as lucrative online. It's not quite as lucrative to grind cash as it used to be.
It's tough to make it out.
Yeah, it's tough to make it out.
You have to, in my opinion, I mean, you have to have some other things going on. You can't just be grinding it out on the felt. Maybe there's the coaching. You know, Boyven has his own website, his own app, or it's sponsored by just that. You don't really have a choice in this matter. I mean, it's the days of grinding it up from 1-2 to 2-5 to 5-10 to, you know, banking a tournament. It's a different world these days.
So it takes sustained excellence to reach this point.
I mean, he has that. Yeah. So not to take anything away from him, it seems like there's a different European superstar that shows up every few years, and I think he's the one now.
George with King 9 of spades raises our button. Gary's been very card dead.
That good,
in recent orbits.
Since that decision. You know, if you believe in poker karma, we didn't love that ace-10 fold.
Yeah, the ace-10 really did need to go in.
If you didn't want to double up now, I'm not going to give it to you anyways. You got to earn it.
Now you've given Thomas eating chips. This man is ordering food at the table. You realize he's never leaving now.
You know something interesting about Thomas? I didn't know who he was when we had battled in a previous larger main event. And he was across the table from me. And I swear to you, I'm not joking. He had like a cooking bowl. Like a very large, like, titanium cooking bowl.
Like a wok or something?
Yeah, like the size of a wok. And he was just going to town with a fork eating a salad. And he would just put it to the side, play hand, pick up his bowl that was, like, you know, large. I mean, there were multiple servings in that thing, but it's salad, so, you know, who am I to judge? I said, hey, I don't think I'm going to get in this guy's way. See, it turns out he's one of the best players in the game.
Where did he get the walk from? John is out with Jack 10. Like, did he, like, drive it from home? He's got it in his car, and then he walks it into the tournament room in both hands?
I'm telling you, I wish this was an exaggeration. I wouldn't, you know. It was a large bowl. I was getting kind of hungry, honestly. Maybe that was the plan. I was going to, you know, grab a paper plate myself and say, hey, hook me up with one of those 20 servings you got in there.
If he goes on to win this event, we always do a winner's interview afterwards, and now I'm going to ask him about that. I'm like, hey, congrats on the tournament. That's cool and all, but I read this story about you. You brought a wok to the table full of salad.
I think I'm going to go get him. If he final tables this thing, I'll go get him a massive, like, catering tray of sweet green or something, and I'll bring it over right before the tournament.
Sweet green down here?
Oh, yeah, they do.
Okay,
they have sweet green. I'm keeping them in business, buddy. I know it might not look like it, but I'm, you know, big sweet green fan. Yeah, chat says no shoes burrito bowl. It's the biggest power play I've ever seen. I mean, yeah, these stakes are high for some people. Others, this is just
a casual lunch.
Big vibes. I mean, I'm eating lunch, but I'm also playing poker on the side.
Round to Gary on the button with King 5. And
First one's bad.
ambitious jam here that looks like it's going to get through. Gary, having seen this and the ace-10 fold, strikes me as a little bit of an emotional player. Like, first he raises the ace-10, faces the jam, and he's like, oh no, I don't want to go out. And then he's card dead for a while, and he has the King 5, and it's like, screw it, show the time.
Chad just mentioned something of the sort. Plays with his heart on his sleeve.
Yeah, that
and is
story checks out.
I don't know. I hope that is the Jonathan Jaffe in the chat.
Okay. Shout out John Jaffe. Speaking of crushers.
Another one of the GOATs. I mean, and it's funny, you could ask 100 different respectable poker players who's your Mount Rushmore of like current superstars.
Yeah.
And you might get, 50 different names in that pool of players. It's tough to nail it down. I mean, it's who's hot that year, who was hot last year, who is just like making every final table and crushing, and
Have you ever heard the story about how they decided the best player at the very first World Series of Poker?
No.
Legend goes, and I don't know if this is true, that instead of playing a tournament, they just played cash games for like a week or two.
Oh,
a variety of games,
yeah.
And at the end, they had a vote. These few dozen players all vote for who they think the best player in the world is.
Yeah.
Well, they all voted for themselves, so then they said, okay, guys, you're going to need to vote for who the second best player in the world is, and then we'll award that guy, and Johnny Moss got it.
That is a very funny sort of social experiment amongst poker players, and you can tell not much has changed in the last few decades, I mean, you could give credit to the other players, but listen, when I'm at the table, I think I'm the best player on the planet. I don't know about you. I mean, I'm wrong a lot of the time, but you gotta feel that about yourself at least.
Depends on my tournament.
Yeah, I guess if Boyven's at my table, slamming down a big salad, I am not the best player on my table.
Gary's 7-3.
Let's see how much you got.
John now on the button with the Doyle Brunson.
Haven't heard much from Ted since he sort of took a hit from the stack. I mean, he's been sort of cruising since then.
I think against most opponents, John's hand is a fold. However, if you believe that George will be very tight and passive and cooperative, I can see why you would look to get involved with the 10 deuce. But here, George will deny John that opportunity. Raises up the Queen Jack and drives him out.
Told you, George. I mean, while he does play these smaller tournaments for the most part, he's here to battle. And when he is in this moment, he's been in it before. He has shown that he's great. I mean, he's got 1.27 million in earnings. His biggest score is just above 200,000, so that goes to show you he's playing a lot of tournaments. There's a lot of volume. He's seen a lot of hands. He's seen a lot of player archetypes. He knows how to navigate this field, and it's shown getting down to these final two tables.
Back with Gary first to act. To our blinds, and George will give Andrew a walk. Andrew had the best hand of anyone with the A6, so a well-deserved walk. WPT has a few events on the horizon. We've got the WPT Venetian coming up in February. It's going to be a $5,000 buy-in event, followed by WPT Cyprus. It's a 1100 in early March. I'll be going there for my second time. If you're over in Europe, Cyprus event, a great stop with some tremendous action. Thomas with the ace-8 of hearts here.
That's a smaller main event over there, isn't it? It's 1100?
So yeah, it's not a championship event, but we have had a championship event there. I played that one in August in Cyprus. That was besides like the World Series main event, maybe the best value tournament I played of the year. I saw some really bananas hands there. Andrew here using the King 6 of diamonds as a 3-bet, coming after Thomas. Well, you said you like the matchup, watching these two battle, and some interesting hands between them right now. Does Thomas want to play his ace-8 suited? I think some merit to all three options.
This is a credit to Andrew here. I mean, Thomas is clearly a tough player, and he's just trying to show that he's up there as well. And I mean, finding the 3-bet of the small blind, like being ready to play this pot out of position just in case there's a call, which it looks like there might not be. It looks like there's going to be a 4-bet. But the willingness to and see, it's such a small, I mean, he min-clicked. He wants Andrew to put chips in and play this pot out of position. Bagging up.
Andrew's body language has a "I'm sick of this crap" vibe to it, you know.
But I mean,
what's he gonna do? He's got King 6 suited facing a 4-bet, but he seems so over it.
But I mean, you kind of, I don't know what's going on here. Maybe click it back.
And now when he shakes his head, it feels like the hand's over. You know what I mean?
But it felt like that last hand too when he gave give up turn check, and then Boyven bet 10%, and he just like stomped 400K in there.
I love watching great players take it to the streets.
Yeah, this is the best. This is it's got to be one of the good perks of the job, right? I mean, you're right here. You're calling the show here.
It's hard to get rusty when you watch so many great players on a regular basis.
Makes sense. Oh boy. You think they could make the time bank noise like a little less jarring?
It is so jarring. It's clear that your time is up, but it's a hostile sound.
Yeah. It's like a nudge. Yeah, go. He folds. I mean,
you're so sick of him.
Take my time bank here.
Oh man, Thomas putting on a show for us, finding the click 4-bet ace-8 suited, correctly deducing that Andrew was a little out of line there with the King 6 of diamonds.
Boyven's it's been a good level for him. Stepping over this table, shoes be damned.
Action with John holding the ace-king of spades.
Seat 3 wins, 3 at 200. Seat 5 fold, seat 7. 200.
Carries in the small blind with ace-3. Seems a little frustrated at this moment. I don't think he'll do anything, and he does pass, but he looked like a man who's running out of patience. Thomas calls ace-2 of hearts in the big blind.
No, I was thinking, John seems like a pretty young fella. His first cash was in the year 2022, so just over 3 years ago.
Hey, we still got some young guns in the game. What a flop here, Brandon. King 6, 3, 2 hearts and a spade. Both players really connecting here. And a board where I won't be shocked to see Thomas mix in some check raises, both with the ace-high flush draw, a texture where his opponent's going to continuation bet at a very high frequency, and the backdoor to the wheel.
Yeah, there are a lot of hands that would fold to check raise here, and then also you're not exactly the most upset person in the world when they don't fold.
Yeah. 75 is the bet.
Especially, I mean, he's leaned towards aggression since he gathered these chips, so
500.
Yep, comes with 500. And John's absolutely loving this, obviously.
Double checks his cards. Backup spades. It's just going to call. Might 3-bet sometimes.
In position here, I like call.
Hey, it's 1.5 million going to the turn. Clubs. How will our super pro Thomas Boyven approach this now? I can check raise the flop.
I mean, he could two-street this into a bluff now on turn and river. I mean, maybe a million or a little bit less here, and then all of it on the. Oh, John actually has less. I mean,
yeah,
he
so I think
could
half pots.
Yeah, we can go small. We can go 400,000 or 500,000, and then ask for all of it on the river. Or we can just go with check. It's pretty clear that
John's shoes, I am never checking behind.
It's just pretty clear that John has a strong hand here. King X over pairs. Things that Thomas just really, he needs to hit his heart to win the hand.
I think there are other kings, especially with a heart in your hand, that would make sense to check behind in John's shoes. But with the ace-king of spades, let's build this pot. Let's charge our opponent the time he has flush draws, which is going to be a lot of his check raise range on the flop.
You like check back here with king, queen, king, jack
with the heart in our hand, some percent of the time.
$850.
Yeah, nice sizing from John there, just over half pot, creating some indifference in Thomas's holdings, like an ace deuce of hearts. Giving him a price that puts it right on the border.
Almost out of time banks. It's like 2 left. Yeah, Ashley, this is a long tank, but it's merited in a spot like this.
Thomas going to fold there. Nice bet sizing from John. Put him in such an indifferent position.
It's important to deny equity in a spot like that when you have a shallow stack and heading to a river, things could get a little dicey. There are a lot of cards you don't really want to see, specifically a heart in a spot like that, but there are cards that make 2 pair. A lot of nightmares for John on the river. So let's put in a bet and see. I'm going to deny your equity, and if you want to call and you want to put chips in, be my guest.
Looks like Martins has continued to lengthen his lead on our outer table. On first to act, the ace-3 of hearts. At the 6-handed table, his hand does merit a raise. Seems to agree.
Raise 225. Seat 5.
Can I see your stack?
Yeah, it's like 4 million now.
Yeah. 40 bigs, we're out of the perceived danger zone.
6-7 call.
Stacks have started to merge together on this table. I mean, Gary's
Very
still
serious table, huh?
short, but
serious table.
Everything's sort of condensing.
You've seen more serious than this?
What?
You've seen more serious than this?
3 players in.
CTP Poker, this is live. This is not a rerun. We're running right now. Coming to you live from the Seminole Hard Rock Hollywood Hotel and Casino.
No one wants to communicate.
Yeah, pretty serious. Okay.
Right.
Seat 2 check. Seat 3 check. Seat 7 bet 375.
Bon appetit, by the way. Enjoy your meal. Дякую, дякую. That's in Ukrainian.
Seat 2 full.
Дякую. Thank you.
Дякую.
Дякую, yeah.
375 from Andrew. Now over to John. The low end of the straight draw. Wheels turning for John here. Makes the check raise up to 950. And an immediate fold from Andrew, who's had a rough run of things lately. Lost about 5 or 6 million from his high point.
Yeah, he's up from about 10 hands ago, but he's just not really getting the credit as the big stack on this table. That, I mean, you know, the jig is up. They've seen him barreling with some less than hands.
They heard about that 8-5.
They definitely heard about the 8-5. They heard about a few CVET give-ups. They've seen it. They've seen him just, you know. And Andrew, again, is a extremely dangerous player. But he might need to tighten up for the next few hands just to get some credit back.
George with the 9-8 of spades. Not interested. Over to Gary on the cutoff with Queen 10 of spades, and that should be enough for his 10 blinds to be in the middle here.
Especially see how organized that stack is. He's getting bored over there.
I will go all in.
Gary wants to see all 5.
1,025,000.
Nobody here with the hand
He will
that can
see.
play.
Take again kind of supplement.
Right.
Again, some kind of supplement. Oh yeah. Oh no, sorry.
Somebody lost.
Yeah.
I didn't even notice that.
Well, yeah. Yeah, he went quietly.
Who did we lose over there? It seems like we've lost Elio. By the looks of it, there's no more person in seat 2. GG's, Elio. That was a brutal one with the queens against the kings.
Sorry.
Up against Martins earlier. That was a rough one, but respect to him. He managed not to get stacked on that hand. That was a pretty interesting one, checking back river. After picking up 25% more of his stack last hand, Gary elects to fold the pocket 3s from early position.
Close one, actually. 12 blinds on the hijack. I think I like the fold, actually.
Yeah, I mean...
325.
13, almost 13 bigs. It's not, I mean, it's shallow, but, you know, you just saw Boyven run, what, 7 big blinds up to...
40 plus?
Yeah, I mean, it can happen quick. It takes 2 hands, 2 double ups. You're right in this thing.
Oh, it's on me.
Slater here for stack. Jack 8.
Usually the "oh, it's on me" is, you know, oh, I have aces. But Gary genuinely meant, oh, it's on me?
Sit 8 fold, sit 1 fold, sit 2 fold. Sit 3 fold. Sit 5 fold.
Take a walk, Andrew.
Bad lefty. Tried to flick it with my left hand, almost killed seat 5.
Sit 1 fold. Sit 2 fold.
No action so far in this pot.
Sit 5 fold.
Folds to Andrew in the small blind, who looks down at 2 ducks.
Sit 7.
And he piles it in, and Gary wakes up with pocket 8s. Beautiful. Should be a pretty open and shut case here.
Nothing personal.
Of course not.
1.7.
Let me look before you count. I know what it is. I gotta go.
Says, I gotta go. Makes the call with the 8s. Pleased to find that he's an 80% favorite nearly.
And this is to get back up to 25 big blinds. I mean, this is not just a short stack doubling up. This is substantial for Gary.
You want these two, or you want to leave them here?
She needs the big logo, not the small logo.
Full pre-pack.
Okay.
All right, we go to the flop. Andrew needing a deuce to knock out Gary in 12th place. And 6-3.
You know, Tony, I don't want to jinx anyone, but we haven't seen anything tragic happen just yet on this stream.
6 will not give Andrew any additional outs. He needs a deuce. He will not find it. 10s and 8s are good for Gary here. What is essentially a cooler blind versus blind, 10 big blinds deep there.
Take it down, Gary. You've been patient. Things get even more condensed here at on this second table.
Yeah. I couldn't fold that.
No.
Andrew on a bad run, but still the chip leader of this table. As you said, the stacks starting to concentrate a bit more. Only 30 blinds separates our short stack from chip leader.
Matter. Now you're probably rooting for me.
I still think these stacks. I'm sorry.
Oh no, go ahead.
I still think these stacks favor these guys that have been here before, Boyven and Ostapchenko. I mean, they can apply a lot of pressure to these, you know, not quite short stacks that are short on this table, because there are a lot of ladders, and the money might matter to these people a little more than these guys.
Plus, I enjoy
We're going to see a lot more post-flop play here.
You're not so bad yourself.
Moving forward.
At least you
no
speak and smile
real,
sometimes.
you know, direct short stack.
I haven't started drinking yet. That might be the problem.
Did you wind up going to the game? Yeah,
I did go, yeah.
You did?
My son and I went. It's fun.
Gary in the small blind with queen 7.
It's fun until it wasn't.
I hear you.
Just going to limp in, but Thomas has the ace jack of
I
clubs
just
in the
double. I
big
had
blind.
no-
I think we'll probably make it about 350.
There's another guy. I thought we were friends with this guy too, and now he's raising. I
A
fold.
little small, offering Gary a tempting price, and gives him a free show.
I had 2 live cards.
It's harmless in a spot like that where there's no real decision.
Just wanted to see the flop for cheap, you know.
I wanted to see a flop.
Like Gary, I think he made a very good decision when really, you know, standard stuff with 25 bigs. Adam asks, who's commentating? I think I hear Tony, but I don't know. Do you have an idea who's commentating?
That is correct, yes. I'm here. I'm here with Brandon, and then we'll have Matt as well later on.
Sit 3 fold. Sit 5 fold. Sit 7, raise to 250.
It's 4. Right back to work. So going for that 2.5x quite a bit. Gary with king queen on the button. Interesting choice here.
Very interesting to see how Gary navigates this sort of non-all-in stack.
Seems to be cutting out raising chips. His image should be effective.
This is when things start to get a little dicey for someone like Andrew, who, you know, he's been doing a lot of raise folding, a lot of c-bet folding, a lot of check give-ups on turns and rivers.
I'm running out of it. Can I keep it?
And, you know, when you pick up a hand like ace-4 in the cutoff with the stack he has, it's an open. But you might be, you know, second-guessing the people to your left. They might be 3-betting you a little lighter these days, and not necessarily this spot with the king-queen. It just so happened. But you have to start wondering, you know, is my image a little bit, you know, dicey here?
Why do you think he's sizing up his opens?
That I'd be interested to ask him. I mean, maybe he's just trying to elect to throw off some of the better players on the table and make them think that there's something different going on.
That one I
This might be sort of an exploit situation. He's getting called lighter, in spots, so maybe let me size up a little larger and make people pay if they really think they're making a decision. You know, that slight uptick in pre-flop raise makes the pot bigger on the flop, makes the pot bigger on the turn, and makes the pot huge on the river. So, sort of a compounding effect, I think.
Fold around to Thomas here, finds ace-queen on the button.
Raise to 220.
Ted's going to be quickly out in the small blind, but John in the big blind has the ace-6 of clubs. Now covers Thomas. Makes the call. Dominated going to the flop.
It's like 5. Thank you.
Oh no, ace, ace, 10. Trips for both players. Disaster for John.
Is that a quick check back from Thomas? I don't think so. I think he's still deciding.
The 100K bet.
Good news for John is I don't think we're necessarily ready for a check raise here. I think we just come with call.
Does make the call. He's going to need a 6 or a 10 to avoid disaster here. Or we'll save him. What is your prediction for Thomas's size on the turn?
I still like small bet. I mean, we still want to, well, maybe he uses a slightly larger sizing here. He thinks his opponent might be calling with a 10, and I don't, giving an I don't believe you sort of spot, or, but what if you're against bottom of calling range like king highs, some optimistic queen highs out of the big blind? You sort of want to bet small and drag this guy along. I love 300,000 here. John still, I think, just shows up with call. I mean, he's super under-repped. It looks like he doesn't believe Boyven.
Does call. So we go to a river. 1.4 million in the middle.
SPR still above 2.5. I mean, there's a world where stacks don't get all the way in here. The way this hand was played could save John potentially.
And now I think Thomas is going to size up.
You think overbet here? Is this the first overbet we see on the table? We going like some sick stuff, like 1.7?
I would have guessed around 1.5, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, how does a 10 react out of the big blind to an overbet here? I don't think you're folding.
One bet, 900.
Just 900,000 from Thomas.
Yeah, I mean, whoa.
And a quick call from John. He's frustrated to see that he has been coolered.
I know it's hard to have this perspective, but it could have been worse.
It could have been worse. Yeah, it really could have. I was expecting Thomas to go maybe like 450 on the turn and then like pot or over pot on the river. So
yeah, I
that page up earlier.
Good on Boyven for not getting greedy.
What do we did?
Someone's got to slow him down.
As you see, he's taken over the chip lead on this table. He went from the short stack to the chip lead in less than 45 minutes.
Oh, yeah,
an hour. It's been a good hour for him.
I'm doubling that for everybody.
Long Beach guys.
And all of this came from Gary avoiding that flip.
Yeah.
Well, Thomas
Boyven avoiding that flip with the pocket tens against the ace jack.
Do the right thing.
Oh, it wasn't. Just. No, I know. Just.
7 fold.
back with Gary on the hijack. Very playable queen jack here.
Yeah, we have enough to throw a little open out there. 225.
I can't help but think there's a little bit of a live tell going on from Gary there. There's a sort of deliberation before he opens, which if I'm his opponent and watching him makes me think he's probably closer to the bottom of his range than top. Oftentimes, non-professionals, when they see a clear open, you don't have that deliberation. They're like, oh, sweet, a good hand, I raise.
I think we need to see we'll be able to test that theory moving forward if we see the aces, the kings, the queens, the ace, king suited, and see how he reacts in such a way.
George with queen 10 of diamonds in the big blind gets the flop, and both players connect on jack 7, 4, 2 diamonds.
So often in these tournaments, you're looking for things that might not necessarily be there.
Right.
And you're dealing with incomplete information because it's a small sample size over the course of one tournament. That the way you played against Gary a year ago or 2 years ago might not be the same Gary that he is today.
Now, he gave us a little hint here on the flop. He immediately fired out on this jack-high board where he connected, and now with the jack pairing on the turn, George is going to lead out here, and I'm just not a fan, Brandon. I don't think this is a card we get to lead. The 7 or the 4 would be a viable lead, but the top card pairing is not one for us.
Well, clearly it's not going to work here, but this is where we're starting to turn our flop draw into a bluff when we just, completely dust the turn. We're running into the top of Gary's situation here, so not loving it, but trying to rep the jack, and Gary's sitting with one. It's just not, this is just, you're running into it. But I credit him for going after it.
I'm going to have to push back a little bit here. While I respect his willingness to make bluffs, I will not credit him for going after it here because I think both the turn is a spot where we don't get any leads, and the river, we actually have a pretty poor bluffing candidate as we block a lot of our folds. So I can appreciate that George is opening up his game, trying to choose some spots to fight back, but I think you do need to be selective and still aware of your opponent's range, and that hand does not match up well with the ones that are going to get folds. So.
Well, if we're circling back to Gary's been a little on the tighter side. We discussed the fact that he might be at bottom of range because of something you picked up here, but him raising in general might indicate a stronger range to George. And having the queen and the 10, we block queen jack 10 jack. Sort of the bottom of what Gary's raising range would have been. I don't know. I don't hate it. I don't. Obviously,
buried in squid.
Would love to check.
I think if you had done that with, say, a 5-6 offsuit or something, I would have actually kind of liked the play, especially because you just get some folds from these diamonds.
We don't have enough removal to the Jack X in Gary's raising range.
Really?
Yes. I was like, it wasn't that good.
So I should have called. Well,
what do you mean you're still in?
But also, if we're talking, post flop play out of position, if you flop top pair and you do turn trips, I don't think you're necessarily going to lead out on that turn.
Ace 4?
Yeah, exactly.
The story just doesn't add up.
I could have hit a 4 and then
right, no, of course.
You're,
I had a lot of
at the bar waiting for me.
In the parking lot.
But you know what? If you showed me the hand face up,
you'll see.
I wouldn't have. No, I'm just saying, I wouldn't have folded.
Yeah, of course.
Like, I would take my chances.
Oh, shocking. Yeah.
No, but just saying.
You're very courageous.
Wow, yeah, courageous.
They're talking about the ace 10 versus ace 4 hand. Clearly, everyone discovered what they were each holding. I like that he tells him, if I knew your hand, I wouldn't have folded. Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Squid's fun, but when you go over for like 3 hours, which obviously happens, but it's pretty painful. You're just like, oh, I lose again. Oh, I lose again. Yeah.
John opens 9-7 here. George maybe a little frustrated in this moment. Elects to small 3-bet the king 10, and I think he's going to get away with one here.
Organized,
well, I think we can find light 3-bets with 17 blinds on the button. This sizing feels too heavy and ends up committing a third of our stack.
We're going to get away with it here, but I mean, I wonder, I didn't think there would be, but is there a tilt factor in, what happened in the previous hand?
Although Squid's really fun, like shallow too, because everyone's just firing. Yeah. I mean, with the penalties, let's say it's 7,000 and you have 20, it's like you're pretty incentivized to gamble.
The food is excellent.
Happy customer.
Nice. Compliments to the chef from the shoeless Boyven.
Just like a hot water with lemon.
My only criticism is it could have been in a wok.
I'll have a hot water too, please.
Oh, we have a break in
plane.
After this, there's a break.
Oh, I'll still take it. It's fine.
Ted first to act here. He's got a pair of sixes.
All right. So I guess I got to play a hand then.
Yeah, the Frog, you are correct. They did never pay us for bringing code onto the screen, although we were not responsible for that. We're going to forgive the debt this time. Next time any player requests, they'll need to be prepaid.
action folds around the Thomas in the big blind. He has the Jack-9 of diamonds to see a flop with. Beautiful flop for his Jack-9 of diamonds. King, Queen, 8, 2 diamonds, gut shot, and a flush draw. Ted with the 6s.
Do that 200.
Falls through for 200. We talked about raising the previous flush draw. Now with the Jack-9 of diamonds, I would actually prefer a call from Thomas, and that's what he goes for here. This is a board that favors Ted.
We don't have overs either.
Yeah. 5 of spades. No help here. Ted likes to check behind. I think barreling off with the 6s is not crazy there.
No, because you're getting a lot of calls from like exactly what we're holding: Jack-9, 9, 10, various diamonds, things that can't really continue versus a larger size on the turn here. Even some Queen X, things might give up. There's not a lot of strong holdings for Boyven here out of the big blind on this board texture.
Well, $1 million in the middle. I think Thomas will often bet, maybe not always, and this time he gives up on it. I'm a little surprised he didn't try and steal that one, but I understand why he didn't this time around.
Yep.
Our players are going to be on break, so Matt Savage is going to fill in for me a little bit when we get back, and I will rejoin later in the action as these dozen players chase after the 611,000 up top.
And we are back. Matt Savage here with Brandon Dovdevani. Happy to be back here. 12 players left. These players are guaranteed at least 49,000. 49,000. Even better. We're playing down to the final 6 today. 12 remaining right now. Brandon, how's it going?
It's going great, Matt. Thanks for being here.
Eddie's back.
This is real exciting. This is one of the premier tournaments of the year in the WPT catalog, and I'm psyched to be calling it with you.
Yeah, it's a very good event. They always do a fantastic job. I was on social media talking to a bunch of people about how good the dealers and the staff here are, and always love coming back to the Seminole Hard Rock. I've been coming here since 2010, and boy, have they come a long way.
Things have changed, right?
Oh my gosh, it's so much better than it used to be. Bill Mason, Jason Heidenthal, and their team have really stepped it up here. If you've never been to the Seminole Hard Rock, you must not be a tournament poker player. This is the best place.
I cannot recommend Seminole Hard Rock Hollywood enough to people. Yeah. I'm fortunate enough to have grown up around here. Was in college in Orlando and then moved right back down after for a few years playing some poker down here. Just recently moved up to Tampa about 6 months ago, but I'm down here for every single series. I don't miss one.
Awesome. Really crazy night last night here with the National Championship here in town.
Oh, it's bananas.
And, I went to a hockey game last night, which was amazing. My San Jose Sharks whipped up on the Florida Panthers.
I saw that.
They actually had a goalie fight last night, so everybody in the sports world's talking about that as well. And we're back. Giuseppe here with 9-6. He's going to let it go. And it's really a great final table. Now, I'm just coming in here for the first time to do some of the commentary, but I've been watching the play out there, and it's a fantastic lineup.
Yeah, we are back here with the original first table that we had today. A lot of the same faces. You're going to be seeing more of Marion here today because he was moved to this table about 10 minutes before we break, and we moved feature tables. So he is a relatively new character to the stream here.
So Eddie is raised to 275 here with 8-7 offsuit. Martins with 10-8 suited.
Again, as previously noted, Martins is your champion of the Lucky Hearts Poker Open last year. Looking to go back-to-back here with 12 people left. Quite an amazing feat in such a big field like this.
Yeah. Absolutely. We have a flop of a 9-5-3, 3 spades. Neither player with a spade in their hand.
Monotone flop here, 2 pretty deep stacks. Expecting to see not what we're going to see here. Martins is going to show up with the lead here. 3 low cards and a monotone board. I guess he assumes that Eddie doesn't touch this board too often.
At 225.
First to bet usually wins in a hand like this.
And he does. 225 will take that on the spot.
Well done, Martins. He's shown that he's quite formidable in a spot like this. It's not a fluke that he's running deep in this thing again.
So now back-to-back. That would be amazing. But last year was not a WPT event. So we're happy to be back for the Lucky Hearts here with Seminole Hard Rock. And he's looking to get his name on that Mike Sexton Champions Cup. We'll have a new champion to put on that Mike Sexton Champions Cup. None of these players have yet won a WPT at this point.
The Frog asks, how much was the buy-in? $3,500.
Yes, it was. We are on YouTube. If you have questions, go ahead and feel free to ask on the YouTube channel. Matt Savage and Brendan Dovdevani on this call today. Tony Dunst will be back in just a little bit. Eddie has raised to 275 with King 10 offsuit from the cutoff.
$700.
Martins is giving Eddie the business here early on. He is not backing down, taking all these spots he can in position.
1 folds. 4 folds.
We bet with ace-4. Action back to Eddie.
You know, these two have been playing all day today and, you know, maybe even days prior. Does Eddie really want to play this hand out of position against, you know, such a solid opponent?
Does let it go. Martins wins another pot here.
It's nice to chip up early, pick up some momentum right after the break.
How much did Martins win last year for this event?
515,000.
Wow, very nice.
Suddenly you stick the WPT name on top of one of these tournaments and you get a larger prize pool. Isn't that funny?
That's what I'm hoping for.
A little bit interest less.
Giuseppe, where's he from?
Giuseppe's a local guy.
Oh, okay.
Quite the resume as well. Almost $3 million in earnings. He will be surpassing that actually with one more pay jump.
Marion here now with queens. Under the gun. Race to 300,000. Eddie lets it go. Martin's now with a very playable hand. Let's see what he decides to do.
Yeah, Matt, you weren't here earlier, but Marion is quite the interesting story. The largest tournament he's ever cashed in was a $400 buy-in level.
Wow.
This is quite the spot for him.
Love to see that.
Yep.
Martin's just going to make the call here. Giuseppe here with sixes. He's going to see the flop as well. Anatoly with 4 deuce offsuit. That will find the muck.
3 players.
All right, 3 players of the flop. And the flop is a queen and a king here.
Some fireworks here.
Seeing that 5 to be a 6 for real fireworks, but
you want some
blood.
Some 4th of July you want. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like that hockey fight last night.
Yeah, you enjoyed that, huh? That clip I saw it on ESPN.
Yes. Actually at the game. Martin's now.
That's 300.
It's going to bet 300,000.
Yeah, I mean, when check 2 here multi-way, you have to assume that your hand is best. And clearly that is not the case here. Marion, I wonder if we're going to find out right now or on later streets. It looks like we're going to go to a turn here.
Makes a call. You like that call there?
I do.
Right. Turn card's a 3 of clubs.
Especially checking right back to the in-position player who has shown a propensity for aggression and a larger stack trying to apply pressure. All of these things tend towards another barrel. And, you know, with queens, we're pretty comfortable here. We're not worried about much.
Bigger here.
This looks like around half, a little under half pot. 750? 725? 750, just below half pot here. Sure, that club is slightly scary, but I'm not so sure we're too worried about backdoors here. I would love to see a call out of Marion and just let things continue the way that they've gone. As played, if he calls it, likely will go check on the river, but you don't necessarily know exactly what Martins is holding in a spot like this. Was there a raise announced?
Didn't hear it, but he must have said an amount because he put it in 2 motions. And as we know,
bet 175.
It's okay. Okay, so 1.750.
Yep, looks like it's $1 million on top. This puts Martins in quite a spot here.
My only argument would be that is it was 750 for the bet, so.
Yeah, I think that's what's being discussed here is the validity of that bet.
If he didn't state the amount, he'd make it in 2 motions.
Absolutely, I'm throwing the challenge flag on that one.
Yes. Using a time extension here, freezing the action clock. From Protection Poker, players have 20 seconds act pre-flop, 30 post, and since they're in this pot already on the turn, they're getting 30 seconds. 30-second time extensions. Each player's at a possibility at this point to have 15 time extensions.
You know, it's assumed here that Martins is doing his studying on his opponents with there being 16 people left going into the day-to-day. So he definitely knows a lot of the things we know about Marion, that this is potentially a large spot for him. Is he really going to get too out of line in a situation like this? I think the answer is no, and I think that Martins is going to be able to sniff this out.
And that's why you want to see the call there on the turn. surveying to see how many time extension he still has left. Use another one.
Yeah, seeing that we unblocked the backdoor clubs, I mean, I think it's optimistic to assume that Marion floated with some sort of variation of ace-high clubs and then now is choosing to turn on the switch and, you know, tend towards aggression. I think this is purely weighted towards very strong value here from Marion.
Does let it go.
Well done.
Good fold there.
And honestly, well done by Marion as well. I don't think that was necessarily a misplay. I think that he gets stacks in most of the time against and just coolers, you know, pretty strong hands or strong draws. Very easily for Martins to have, you know, some sort of a Jack-10 or an Ace-Jack or an Ace-10 and pick up clubs on the turn and just barrel again. And he's not folding those sort of nutted draws.
Martins there is not sure about it. He's not sure about his fold.
Well, good news is he'll find out in, what, about 25 minutes?
Exactly.
I don't think he's too worried sitting there with 71 big blinds, 12 people left in this tournament. He's been here before.
Okay.
Yeah, what a fold is right out of the chat. You know, it's easy to say when cards are up and, you know, we're sitting here with headsets on. When you're there and you're in that spot, you really, you know, top pair is top pair. It's hard to have a better hand.
7 raises to 275.
Under the gun, 6-handed.
1 folds. 4 folds.
50 big blind stack. Eddie elects for open with the ace-4 suited.
5 folds.
Marion now with another big hand, ace-queen.
6 raises to 600.
Raised to 600,000.
Marion elects for a slightly smaller sizing out of the big blind. I would like to see something in the world of, you know, the 700, 700, 800. That being said, he is dominating in this spot, so facing appeal from Eddie wouldn't be the worst thing here.
Eddie is going to continue here.
600.
And the flop is 2 clubs, ace-4. Club flush draw here for Eddie.
6 checks.
Straight draw. Marion still in the lead with ace-queen.
Yeah, always an uncomfortable spot, even for the most experienced players, going with 3-bet out of the blinds and getting called in early position. And effectively missing the flop. You know, ace-high is always good. You have a gut shot to the nuts as well, backdoor flush draw. But, you know, we're oftentimes going to elect check here, and we're going to be facing an uncomfortable bet here.
6 calls.
Make the call. Turn card is a club. Now Marion has that backdoor flush draw, but also a straight flush draw with a jack.
I'm thinking of a card here.
Yeah. Marion does check. Now this is how big does he supposed to go here?
I would assume a smaller sizing, sub 1 million. Just to see if Eddie still has interest after this, you know, super wet card hits his turn. And if he does, then we can use the larger sizing on a river.
800.
This puts Marion in a tough spot because there's a world where the ace high is good, and you know we do have that backdoor second nut flush draw.
Have that queen of clubs. And river is deuce of diamonds. I believe that's going to save Marion. Checks.
Yeah, I don't necessarily think Marion's ready to call off his entire stack with ace high here. I have seen crazier things, but I'd be curious to see what Eddie's sizing choice is here. Larger, yep, he's going for a handful of chips. Looks like 2 million.
Yep.
2 million.
Marion's thinking what could have been, and lets it go.
Yeah, and kudos to Marion. I mean, you know, we're looking at ace high here in the river, and you know, we're not ready to hero off with 12 people left. But some people might take a second and just, you know, raise an eyebrow, look over to the left, and say, you know, I don't know if I necessarily believe you holding that queen of clubs in my hand.
Of the background colors here, the red signifying the lucky hearts. Poker open.
We were talking about a killer marketing team they have here.
Yeah, they do.
Everything looks top tier. It looks amazing. There's a high quality of work everywhere over here at the Ballroom in Seminole Hard Rock. This is the place to be for, you know, a couple different times throughout the year.
Absolutely. We'll be back here in April for the next Showdown Poker Open.
Got me one of those green guitar picks over at home.
All in.
All right, Peter's all in here with ace, deuce of clubs. 1.425. Giuseppe behind with king jack, thinking about a hand that he would have played for a smaller amount, but not for the full 1.4 million.
6 folds.
Folds.
Eddie here taking a little time to deliberate.
So stacks just 20.
Yeah.
10-8 offsuit.
And button moves, please.
Picking up blinds like that, that's not insignificant for a short stack like Peter. I mean, you're going to be facing, you know, a couple of blinds throughout the next few hands. You have to stabilize that stack. If you bleed down to, you know, 5, 6, 7 big blinds, the double up means a lot less than if you do so with, you know, 13, 14, 15 big blinds. You're right in the game if you double up to 30. As Peter immediately wakes up with 10s here and folds, that might not have been correct. And definitely wasn't correct because the 10 of diamonds is in Giuseppe's hand here. Guessing that 10 of diamonds slid right over Peter's reader on the way over to Giuseppe.
Go.
5 calls, 275. 6 folds. Seven folds.
Let's go. Martin's with jack 5. Fold. That's the ace 5 of clubs. You guys love these ace 5s.
Oh,
you
yeah.
nerds. What is it about this, the ace 5 here?
It's just, I mean, it seems like it never works. You know, you pile it in and you 3-bet and you all in and you get snapped off by the aces, the kings, the queens, and everyone looks at you like you're a moron on the way out. But it's just, you know, I mean, mathematically speaking, statistically speaking, you know, it's okay to use that hand as a bluff a lot of the time.
Giuseppe gets this one through.
Has like strong enough blocking properties to the top of opponent's ranges most of the time, and it's just sometimes you gotta trust the process. Sometimes you get it in too, and you flop that ace against the kings, and you might look silly, but it is what it is. A lot less. There are less household names on this table than the other one with Thomas Boyven and Andrew Ostapchenko, but I mean the quality of play over here is definitely not a drop off. There's some talent over here. The event is being held in April in the same Seminole Hard Rock Hollywood Ballroom, same spot it always is in. Come down, win some money, eat some great sushi at Kuro, have a steak at Council Oak.
Absolutely. Raise 275 with ace deuce of diamonds. Marion now also with diamonds, queen jack. Does make the call, and Peter gets queens here. Is he going to shove again here?
All in?
Yeah, it's not really another decision here off
And
of
there it goes.
12 big blinds, 13 big blinds.
A decision here with ace deuce. Let it go.
Yeah, I don't necessarily think
He
it is
does.
much of one. Marion's going to let this one go as well. Maybe he thinks he's, you know, best case racing against 7s, 8s. nines, but this is just too weak of a hand to really get involved in after you've made it so far into this tournament.
Call.
He finds the call.
Wow. And he will be dominated.
126, right?
Yes.
I have an ominous feeling about this one, Matt.
Well, Peter Cross. Well, he's been around for a while. Ace and a 7 and an 8. 3 hearts. Peter with the
boy.
hearts. Now.
Oh boy.
900. Oh my goodness.
Goodness.
And 10 on the river.
Whoa.
Marion makes a straight. You said you felt an ominous feeling about that. And there it is.
GG, man.
Oh my goodness.
Peter Cross been eliminated. He takes home 49,000. Not a bad week's work, but
it feels
a lot more.
When you get to the cage after a beat like that,
I said I was already
you don't even want the
trying
money.
to see if I could recover.
You want to just go sit in a dark room. Wow, GG's to Peter. He was one of the most formidable opponents left in this field. And especially on a table like this, a double like that would have put him in a very, very amazing position. Heading over to Marion, like I said, this is a big spot for him, but clearly not too big. He's not afraid to get in there and mix it up. And now he has quite a stack. Not like that in the chat, yeah. Yeah, you said it.
7 folds. He raises to 250, sorry.
It's interesting. A beat like that sort of always, jars the table, shakes things up, wakes everyone up, and makes people realize that like your time in this tournament is definitely finite, no matter what kind of stack you're working with.
Queen 8-6 on this flop. 2 diamonds.
Are we playing this one blind?
I think we are.
Matt Savage, we're doing some hand reading here ourselves.
Yeah, I love it. Giuseppe is making a bet here. See that bet?
Yep, no overlay for us over back here, but we'll work through this with you guys. Giuseppe takes it down.
Say Giuseppe went all in there. Won the pot.
Royal flush versus quads.
Wow, we're running good.
5-handed over here. Looks like 6-handed over on the other table. We have 11 left.
I watch a nice come 10. It's come 10.
Everyone's still good for 49,000. We are on a direct page up. 10th and 9th place pays $60,000. So 11K difference between the next person out
Please put that club or the
and the rest of the field.
Income.
Nice hand.
Thank you.
Back with our hands here, we see Marion open with the ace-10 offsuit. Up to 300,000. It's a slightly larger sizing than table standard so far. We've seen that Marion isn't afraid to deviate from what everyone else is doing.
Ace queen with the queen of clubs?
Yeah, that's what I had.
Makes sense. And you folded super quick on the river.
Yeah.
Probably something like that.
Jack or club.
Giuseppe with king 8. Call.
Giuseppe has pretty much doubled his stack from start of play today. Things must have been going pretty well for him over on that outer table.
Flop is queen jack deuce, 1 diamond, 2 hearts on that flop. Gut shot straight. Check on the flop. A 6 of hearts on the turn. 3 hard board. Would you have liked to see Marion make a bet there?
Yeah, I need a c-bet out of Marion, but we've seen some deviations here. I would also like a turn stab from Giuseppe here. Marion's clearly shown no interest in this pot in position. But it seems as though he's doing the same, and maybe he thinks he can sneak down a showdown with King High. I mean, it's just never going to get it done. But Marion picks up another one. He's starting to heat up. Sometimes you might start feeling a little unstoppable when you win a few hands like that.
Giuseppe looked frustrated with that one. I don't know why. Maybe because he knew he could have won that pot if he would have bet.
Yeah, and also, I mean, we've seen we've seen him get it all in with the queen jack suited, but we've also seen him call 2 barrels and then fold the ace high in that big 3-bet pot. Maybe Giuseppe should be using, you know, a larger sizing on a turn stab instead of just checking and just see, you know.
Eddie here with 6s.
Eddie's been quiet since the return to this table, but he was pretty active early on. He had a large stack going into the day, and he was using it to its best ability a few hours ago.
Eddie raises to 275. Marion. Marion also lets it go. Eddie takes this one.
Yeah, playing defense out of the big blind is always important. You can't really be overfolding or else, you know, you'll just get steamrolled. But a spot like that with queen 7 off out of position against a player like Eddie, after you had just run up a big stack, you might want to just fold and move it on to the next hand. But, you know, 5-handed, those blinds come around pretty quick. You're going to eventually be forced into some uncomfortable spots out of the blinds.
Fairly deep at this table. Big stack 67 bigs, short stack 47 bigs.
A lot of poker left to be played. I think maybe there were a lot of knockouts, you know, either late last night or early on today. We started with 16, 5 gone already. Things are moving pretty fast, so the stacks are condensing.
They are playing 90-minute levels, which they do here when we reach 40 players.
Yeah, such a good structure.
Yeah. This is our standard structure on the World Poker Tour. However, they do use 90-minute levels.
6 calls and 7
stage.
Yeah, players always appreciate that.
3 players.
They don't rush you out of here. And with such a long structure like that, you can afford to, you know, pick your spots a little more than you normally would.
Jack 10 on the flop. Marion. 2 pair.
7 jacks.
10s and jacks with an 8. Eddie here.
4 bets, 150.
Deciding to check. Giuseppe bets 150 with the ace-5. Marion. Eddie lets it go.
Seems Giuseppe's a little more comfortable playing in position and stabbing with lesser hands from a spot of facing checks.
Turn card, King of Hearts. Now he checks again, and the river card's deuce. Marion with a check mark here.
Check, check. 10s.
Check, check. Marion takes this one down.
I would like to see Marion go after a little bit of value there on the river. Even something tiny is, you know, we saw Boyven on the last table go for a 10% pot on the river just to try and get a little bit extra, and it induced a bluff from Andrew Ostapchenko, and he picked up, you know, 4 or 5 extra big blinds on the river, and those add up throughout the rest of the tournament.
Andrew Ostapchenko, a real killer here.
Monster.
Yeah.
That was I could watch that all day, watching him and Boyven battle it out.
Well, we may get that chance to watch them battling it out all day. Anatoly here with King 9. Hasn't had many playable hands. The more you play, you see these hands like King 9, they start to look better.
After a few hours of folding, they look like they start to morph into aces.
Yeah. A raise by Giuseppe 300,000. Anatoly correctly folds here. Eddie now with ace king.
Expect a pretty large sizing here out of the small blind.
Raises to 1 million.
It's around $1 million.
8. I'm sorry, 7 secrets. 8.
How much?
It is 1 million.
Giuseppe asks for a count here. 1 million. Uses one of his time extensions.
Yeah, Giuseppe towards the bottom of his range here with regards to an under the gun open. And the small blind 3-betting versus an under the gun open sort of leans towards a very strong, very condensed range out of the small blind for the most part. There are various bluffs, those ace-5 suiteds we were talking about earlier, but for the most part, it's the goods. And I think Giuseppe should be able to sniff that out, that Eddie's 3-betting over a pretty strong range.
He does let it go. Eddie takes this one.
Chat asks, who is Brandon? I am Brandon Dovdevani. Thank you for asking. Been around for quite a while down here at Seminole Hard Rock and in the South Florida area, just grinding it out. And happy to be on the mic today calling these games. This is a pretty intense tournament. 610K up top, that's nothing to sneeze at. These stacks are super close and they are pretty deep. This does lend itself, this does feel like you know, there are 11 people left and the payouts are huge. This does feel like the stack size on the table of like a day 2 or a day 3 of a tournament like this. Usually you see a lot of short shoving stacks at this point in the tournament.
8 folds. 4 folds.
Anatoly takes this one down.
Those are your final 9 payouts. As stated previously, 10th gets 60,000 and 11th is going to end up with $49,000. I believe that is slightly above the average American salary to end up in 11th place in a poker tournament that lasted about 5 days for you.
Exactly. We are on day number 4 here. Lucky Hearts Poker Open.
7 folds. Eight folds.
Yes, they are fairly deep here, said Trey. Now in the chat there, if you have any questions, please ask. And obviously, I'd like to know where everybody's watching from. This is the Lucky Hearts Poker Open, Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino.
Almost 1,000 viewers, not so bad, huh?
Absolutely. Where are you watching from? Where is the temperature where you're at? It's a beautiful 70 degrees here in Florida today. Not too humid. Played some golf this morning.
Ooh, where at?
In West Palm Beach.
Ooh.
King, Queen, 7 on the flop, Queen on the turn. Kings and Queens for Anatoly.
Usually there's nowhere else I'd rather be than the golf course, but I was pretty psyched to be here in the booth this morning.
Awesome.
That was,
didn't know you were a golfer. I'd like that.
We'll get out there one of these days.
Anatoly takes this pot down. Just a small one.
You're saying where's everyone from? We had Singapore in the chat earlier.
Oh, nice. I was just in Singapore about 6 months ago.
What'd you think?
Awesome. I love Singapore. Second time I've been there. Super hot when I was there, though. But beautiful city. Clean. Very clean.
Got
nice people.
Houston, Texas, Seattle, Washington. Utah, and it's 41 degrees.
Slug, you rooting for the Seahawks? I know it's a dumb question. Utah in the house, only 41.
It's not bad for Utah.
Yeah, Marion is a cool dude. Got a chance to meet him yesterday. We got the UK in the house. Jacksonville, 60 degrees. Thanks, Trey. 45 and sunny for Slugs. Hey, Greg, how you doing? Hong Kong, love it. I'll be going through Hong Kong next week. I'm going to Cambodia for the World Poker Tour.
Sweet.
Excited about that stop. Never been to Cambodia. If you're on that side of the world, yes, please come out to WPT Cambodia.
You going to be on that Cyprus stop?
I will be at Cyprus for the championship event in August, not in the prime.
Gotcha.
Yep.
I'm like, I don't think that's what he said.
But nice try, nice try.
The dealer thought all in, but he said call. Call King 9.
And 6 folds.
Marion is the man, and anyone who's played down here in any of the dailies or in any of these series events, they've run into him, and he's always pleasant.
All right, 7-5 for Martins on the flop of 4, 3, deuce with 1 heart. Martins has to like that flop. Anatoly checks his King 9 of clubs.
It's always nice to be on the wider end of your opening range and pick up a low flop like that, you know, seemingly gives you all the equity in the world. And you can just barrel it off and, you know,
Oh, that's okay.
get there
Maybe
or
I'll
win
lose,
it the
but,
tough way.
Did you call? No? Okay, I'm Alan.
Maybe on the flop.
And more Cruxer is from Sacramento. Hope to see you out at Thunder Valley.
Yeah, you heard the same thing.
I'll be there as well. Coming at late March.
Rich is watching from the 7th floor. Get down here and get into a tournament. Some good stuff going on still.
Let's go, Rich. Martin's here with 8-6 offsuit. Let it go. Folds. Totally now with ace-10.
Five bets, 250.
Does raise. Makes it 250.
6 volts.
Blinds are now 75, 125, in case you missed that. The brown chips are 100Ks. The blue chips are 25Ks. Anatoly will win this one.
Pretty fast pace on this table. No one's taking too much time. Keep things moving here, 5-handed. I think stacked ups like this lend itself to the seemingly stronger, more experienced players on the table, the Martins, the Eddies. Even Giuseppe, they've all been there before. They've done this. They've run deep in the tournaments. You know, there's gonna be a lot of post flop play. You can't really run and hide
Calls 125.
when you're this deep stack. The chipset is beautiful for this main event.
8 makes it 400.
Wait till they get the plaques out on the final table.
Not sure we're using those anymore.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Bummer.
There you go.
I believe we're still 11-handed here. This is not the final table. We are on a playdown day.
Actually, we do play down to 6 today, I believe, not 9.
Yes. 6 is correct. Now can't hang. Al here doing all of the work here for the live updates team here from the Seminole Hard Rock.
I don't think there's anyone that does a better job at that. It's been years, too. Al's great at what he does.
Yeah, he is. It's that hair, though, and the fact that he's from Philadelphia, I don't like. The rest of it I like. Outside of that.
Where are you from, Savage?
I was born and raised in San Jose, California.
Oh, yeah, you're Sharks. Sorry.
I am a Sharks fan. That is correct. King, Jack 8 on the flop here. Ace King in the lead for Eddie. Dominating position.
4 checks.
He checks it. Now Eddie in position. That's 250.
And 4 calls.
Pretty standard brick. Jack C bet fold here. Eddie picks up another one. Whoever can sort of break away from this pack of the 6-8 million and get up to that 10, 11, 12 million is going to be able to apply a lot of pressure when it comes to these pay jumps moving forward, especially as we get shorthanded and the blinds get higher. Over on the other table, I think the stacks are distributed a little further away from each other, so nobody really wants to bust out on this table.
Latvian asks how many players were paid. believe it was 154.
It's just past dinner break on day 2 where they ended up in the money.
Yep. All right, Martin's here with 4s on the button.
8 raises to 275.
Raises. 275, that'll get it done.
Catch that national championship game last night?
I did. I got back to here and caught the second half. It was a good game.
Brutal for Miami fans.
Not if they bet on them. It's great for Indiana fans, unless they bet on them.
Unless they bet on them. Those lines, they matter. Those points.
8 folds.
You have Hard Rock Bet here. It was a absolute madhouse in this casino resort this weekend. Unbelievable how busy it was. I've never seen it this busy here.
They do an awesome job of sort of maintaining sanity when it comes to like these huge crowds here. Whenever there's like a concert or a big event, they do a great job down here. Until he calls from the small blind, you're gonna. This is much like the 50K, 75K level that we started on today. You're gonna see a lot wider of calls out of the small blind because of the fact that the big blind is less than double the small blind. You're incentivized to make a lot more calls out of the small blind.
Totally calls a 200K bet. Maybe planning on doing something on the turn here, but he does check it again. Marion continues to bet here, betting 300,000 at this stage. Let's see, Anatoly has something up his sleeve here as he calls, and the river is a 7, and changes the hand to aces and 7s, 2 pair. And now Anatoly first does check.
6 shoes, 6, 7.
I thought Anatoly had something going on there with the Jack 5. Not quite sure he was just calling it.
It's just optimistic and blind versus blind. When Marion checks, he's obviously completely wide open and weighted towards pretty poor low cards. So maybe in that spot, Anatoly thought that the Jack High could maybe sneak into showdown there.
And you see our secondary table here, 6 players there. Boyven,
get that camera down to see if Boyven's still shoeless over there.
Martin's now with deuces.
It's so interesting how 1,200 people enter this tournament, and the cream always rises to the top. It's always the best players that end up. And there's a few dark horses, but you see big names on these final tables all the time.
Did raise to 275. Anatoly makes a call with ace 10 offsuit. Now Marion with 4s.
Yeah, exactly what the frog said. 944 watching. Smash those likes.
5 seat raises to 900.
As we see a 3-bet here. Get to 1,000 viewers. That would be nice.
Yeah, let's go. Anatoly with a good 3-bet here with ace 10. Martins continues with his deuces here.
He's shown an unwillingness to fold, but I mean, out of position, maybe player dependent. Anatoly's not messing around. Best case, you're flipping against 2 overs. You're going to have to make a set out of position. All of those things to say, put it in the muck. Let's see another hand. The deuces make another appearance, this time in the hands of Anatoly. Cut off.
Deuces are hot. I tell Tony that all the time. You got to play the hot cards.
Absolutely, you do.
6 folds.
Maybe the Queen Jack of Diamonds was hot for Marion back a few hands ago against Peter.
$1 million.
80 raises
Wow.
to 1 million.
Martins is ready to battle against Anatoly. Now we're making it $1 million. Now we're out of position. Sort of an inverse effect. These ducks don't quack too well post flop.
I see folds.
Right back to you.
Alright, button's good. Small blinder going up for your next dealer. Good luck, everybody.
Thank you.
I'm loving what I've been seeing out of Martins the last few hours. He is tough to play against. In position, out of position, pre-flop, post-flop. He's making all the right decisions, it seems.
My lucky neighbor, you know. When he's in, I'm into. Every tournament.
Deuces again for Anatoly. They are hot. You were correct. Under the gun this time.
5 raises, 250. 6 calls. 7 folds. Time.
Under the gun open, directly to his left is Marion, who flicks in the call with the king-queen offsuit. Martins takes a hand off. Giuseppe's out of there, and we're heads up to the flop.
Best move.
Heads up.
See how hot these deuces are.
Told you they're hot. They're at least hot for hole cards, let's say that. Deuces versus king 9, and Marion now with queens and 9s, 2 pair king kicker. Play checks and a check.
I love seeing the check back here from Marion. We're not scared of too many turns. Like that's a good turn. We're only really scared of an ace, and Anatoly being the original raiser checking flop, he's going to stab a lot of turns here. Perceiving that Marion is rather uninterested in this hand checking flop, and he maintains his discipline and just checks the turn.
6 bets, 300.
That's 300,000. That'll get it done.
Frog, my last table play was, I guess you're asking when the last time I played was. I was in the 4-card streets here playing some cash a few nights ago. A little bit of PLO action for me. I've been dipping my feet in that world.
They have some great cash games and a great poker room here.
Yeah, poker room's nice. It's run very well. Dealers are great. People are nice. Food's good. Cash games are off the rails. I'm located up in Tampa these days, so I've been playing up there a bunch.
Nice. A lot of slot machines up there. Crazy.
Last tournament action's been a while. I was in this November series. I was ran pretty deep in this thing in August. We I day 3'd it. 30th place-ish, something in that effect.
8 folds, 4 folds.
Good action up there too.
1.1.
Seat 5 raises to 1.1.
Lots of 3-bets coming around this table. I'm not so sure why Anatoly's choosing this spot to make a stand like this. He's going to find out real quick that it's not going to work, but first time we've seen anyone really get fully out of line over here.
Adding time.
Yeah, stepped in it is right. Sometimes he gets away with this, but not the case here versus the Ace-King suited and players such as Eddie.
2.3.
7 raises to 2.3 million.
Eddie a little more than 2x's it back over to Anatoly. 2.3 million. I think this hand's probably done for. Yep, you see the quick fold.
5 folds.
Might not seem like a lot, but that 1.1 million, that's a significant chunk of change. Eddie starts to break away from the pack. Anatoly a more clearly defined short stack. And that matters moving forward as far as future game, as far as seeing 30 minutes down the road that he had King 4 there. Yeah, do smash that like button. We're up to 971 in the chat here. Get us to 1,000. That would be great. Absolutely. Like and subscribe.
Like, subscribe, book a vacation down here.
5 stars only.
Yep.
All right, Eddie here with 10-9. Small pocket pairs have been lingering out here. We haven't seen anybody
no sets yet
make a set here, but
one might say they're due.
Yeah.
7 folds. Makes it 275.
Giuseppe decides to get rid of the suited king in position there.
4 folds and 5 folds, 6 folds.
Take it down, Martins. Threes don't even need to see a flop here, and they win. Tell your friends, tell your grandmother to hop in the chat. 14 to go till 1,000. Keep it going. Come on, guys.
Makes it 275. 4 folds.
The vibe has changed significantly on this table from the start of the day. Everyone was chatty, happy, joking around. They had their coffees, and they were having a good time. Things have sort of intensified.
Getting a little more serious, that's for sure.
And totally picking up a slightly more upgraded pocket pair here from the deuces.
5 makes it
Pocket kings. I believe his sizing choice was 1.1 million deuces in position here last time. Interesting that he goes with a smaller size versus the same opponent.
Just lets it go. Anatoly takes this one down with kings. Are you happy to get it right there, Brandon, or do you want to see a flop?
I mean, if I have kings, I want all the chips in.
Right?
I want. And you say that, and it's a double-edged sword, you know. If you got aces, you got it. Quick update from Martins here. He's been pretty active. Raising quarter of his hands, 35%. I mean, we are 5-handed, so there's going to be a lot more activity for players.
Ranges are wide open.
Much wider ranges, especially with a larger stack. Especially when you're trying to break away from the pack and you know that players are willing to fold. You know, picking up 1, 2, 3, 4 single raise pots, a 3-bet pot, a bunch of hands pre, it adds up.
Maybe change for you too. For the future.
7
One more?
Is the WPT planning any more poker cruises? I sure am. I'm trying to get those poker cruises going again. That was an absolute blast. If you weren't on that, you really missed out. Here's the flop, ace, ace, and 4. Martin's with 9-5. Eddie with queen 6. Eddie now.
7, that's 125.
That's 125. That'll get it done. $9.91. Let's go. Tell a friend. Yeah, those cruises were amazing. We had such a blast. Literally, it was the first time I've ever been on a cruise. I've been on a few where people were getting off of the ship and saying, "Man, I want to go back on the ship again." And some people actually stayed and went on the next week. They loved it so much.
Where were the destinations on that cruise?
You know, the destinations were, mellow. They were, we're in the Caribbean.
Mm-hmm.
We went to Bimini, which is the island that's owned by Virgin.
Sweet.
Yeah, and remember.
Make any money out
I
there?
can't remember the stops. I did. I won a tournament. I played one tournament and won it. Omaha 8 tournament.
Pretty good success rate.
Yeah.
100%.
1 for 1.
Any golf?
We had a golf tournament. Yes, we did.
Did you win that too?
I did not. We had a golf and poker tournament, which was also awesome.
Sounds like it's right up my alley.
Yes. It was awesome. I agree, Andy. Grand Cayman, that's where we golfed at, yes. I scheduled a golf tournament there.
And totally with the open here. I know we're under the gun on the screen, but we are still 5-handed, so, that ace-7 off is fine. And
Seppi with queens here.
Martins chooses aggressive action out of the small blind, which has been working for him, but I mean, he's going to get the finger wagged over here now by Giuseppe. Pocket queens. 2 million.
Third. 5-4 after the 4-bet by Giuseppe.
Takes down 1.1 million uncontested.
Nice pot here for Giuseppe. What's Giuseppe's resume show?
Giuseppe is a pretty big beast when it comes to tournaments. Almost 3 million in earnings. After this next pay jump, he will be over 3 million. His largest cash is 845,000. So he's been there before. He had second in the high roller this week.
Giuseppe.
Yep. And you know who won it? Thomas Boyven on the other side, on the other table.
Oh, wow.
You know who got third in it? The man to his left, Anatoly.
Holy cow.
Yep. So
there you go.
Everyone here, they're no stranger to the big moment.
We're having a great series here. Great festival.
Good start to the year, right?
Yeah.
6 makes it 300. Seven folds.
Some big hands here. We're picking up shorthanded. Marion opens. Martins chooses call. Tricky with the pocket tens on the button. There we go. Anatoly with the strong hand. Big blind.
Five calls.
We're going to see a flop here 3 ways with 2 of our opponents pretty under-repped here. Just calling out of the button and this big blind with 2 very strong hands.
Oh, look at this flop.
My goodness.
Oh, my God. Something for everyone. This is going to be a big pot. Marion with the nut flush draw. Martins with bottom set. And Anatoly with top 2.
Somebody get the payout line ready. Someone notify.
Let's go. We need to clip this hand.
Oh, yeah. Check over to Martins. And he comes in with a pretty small sizing. 375,000. About third pot. Anatoly calls with top 2. Such a wet board and such a troublesome texture. I might want to see some aggression out of him. Obviously, you know, we're in bad shape against bottom set here, but there are so many nightmare turn cards for Anatoly.
Ace on the turn now.
Sort of an action killer, to be honest with you.
Nobody with queen here.
Anatoly will check and flow. Marin will do the same with a top pair, nut flush draw. And Martins might elect to check it back as well, being so deep in a spot. 2 callers.
Five checks.
I know you wanted to see the king of spades.
I did.
6 checks.
That would have been the best.
There's still time.
Check here. Ah, check around. You were right. It was an action killer. Liver card is a queen. Oh my goodness. Are you kidding me?
They're gonna get a good laugh out of this showdown.
Oh my god. I was telling everybody to clip this hand.
1 million.
Put it in the bin now.
1 million.
5 bets, 1 million.
Good bet. Good call, guys.
Good call.
Good bet, by the way. Maybe you never know.
You were hoping for that run out, huh? Oh wow.
Shit, you see what I'm saying?
Look at that flop. Top 2, bottom set, nut flush draw.
Yeah, we take back our chips.
He said $1 million, you said call.
Oh, yeah, no, I ain't.
Yeah, that's
right.
Penalties for all 3 of them.
Everyone's on one round.
I went to the ace, now queen.
Yeah. I mean, if those cards come low or something.
I mean, but look, he got top 2 of them.
That's about as brutal as it
I'm
gets.
sitting there saying put a spade. I don't want the ace for nothing in the world.
It's a long ways the money could have gone there.
Our secondary table looking over to hear all the commotion.
Yeah, top
Probably
2, bottom
expecting to
set,
see a
and nut
bust
flush
out or
draw.
2, and they're chopping it up 3 ways.
Yeah.
Turned out not to be a cooler.
Wow. Y'all too good for me, boy. Y'all play that shit like, fuck no, I ain't getting in no trouble. Everybody had something that didn't want wet ass boy.
Run it.
Shit.
Sick, huh?
I'm saying just put the spade, man. That's what I'm saying. Just put a spade one time.
Marion in 3rd place with his nut flush draw, and was clamoring for a spade.
He pays you if a king hit.
Do you think so?
He had a set.
Queen of spades, so there's a straight on the board.
No, I'm saying he say put a king.
No, but I was saying that'd be.
Oh, that's what I want.
Yeah, that'd be sick. Just get the queen of spades.
Like, man, just I'll take it. Nobody got hurt.
7 folds. 8 folds. 4 aces, 250. 5 folds.
Sorry.
All right.
6 calls.
So that was a whole lot of nothing. Not going to say that line that everyone loves a chop pot, because not everyone loves a chop pot, especially us back here. 7-6 ace 5. The flop jack 10-4.
4 checks.
Check on the flop. Turn card gives Giuseppe a gut shot straight draw. Check.
4 checks.
Check. I'd like to see some betting in these spots, would you not?
Giuseppe has shown both of these guys have shown an unwillingness to sort of fight for these pots against each other.
I feel like these pots could be won with a bet here.
Yeah, there have been a lot of check, get to showdown and just move it on to the next hand, but I don't think they realize how much value they're leaving on the table picking up chips in a spot like this. Maybe they're a little timid after the dust settled after that pretty sick 3-way chop last hand.
Just the fact that these guys are checking so quickly is pretty apparent to me that they're not going to call that.
Yeah. Hopefully these guys start to pick up on that and just doing so. I would assume all 5 of these gentlemen have people at home shooting them a text saying, hey, why don't you breathe at one of these pots and you might pick it up.
Not they should be. Martin's folds.
Five
Totally.
raises, 250.
Raises to 250.
6 folds.
Folds. See a flop.
7 falls, heads up.
Never see the deuce 3 clubs coming.
Deuce and a 3, followed by king. Checks 2 pair.
I'd like to see a c-bet here from Anatoly. Everyone's been pretty passive on this table and continues in doing so, and for the best this hand.
Now a 4.
4 of hearts.
He has a flush draw and a straight draw. Eddie here still best with 2 pair.
Eddie should put out a pretty sizable bet here. Comes in with a half pot.
350.
350 is the bet.
Do you know when they combine?
We're going to combine it 9.
9-handed?
Yeah.
Great. So one more for a pay jump and then one more for a final table.
And there's a heart on the river. So Anatoly has made his flush draw.
7 checks.
Eddie checks.
Yeah, Anatoly gets there in what just seems to be an unfortunate run out for Eddie. Checking back flop and peeling on the turn with ace high and the jack high flush draw and a gut shot. I mean, I'd like to see him go for a little bit of value here. I know jack high flush isn't exactly the nuts, but as played, you got to think he's got the best hand. 1 million he goes for.
1 million.
$1.1K viewers, by the way.
Let's go.
Seem to have overlooked that.
Time added.
Time bank for Eddie here. I wonder what's going through his mind. It's tough to flop 2 pair and then just have one of the worst runouts you could see. Not a lot of bluffs here from Anatoly, maybe. I don't know, it's tough to find here. I think you just got to let this one go. As unfortunate as it is, it's a...
These time extensions.
Call.
Makes a call.
7 calls. Flush with jack.
Yeah, and it's hard to fault him here in a spot like this with 2 pair, but I mean, there's just not much that misses on this river.
And he gives up those chips.
Whoa. Because of the jack of hearts.
Thank you.
Anatoly. Very nice, says thank you for the call. Anatoly now with king 5 and cut off. Giuseppe under the gun with king 9 of diamonds.
4 calls.
Makes a call, 125.
5 folds, 6 folds. 7 call.
Eddie makes a call with 7-3 now. Martin's back.
500. 8 makes it 500.
500,000. $500,000 with King 10. Sensing weakness and the fold. Giuseppe.
7 folds.
Fold. Martins takes this one down.
Folds, 6 folds,
Eddie with ace king.
seven raises 275. $1 million.
Oh,
makes it 1 million.
Raised to $1 million by Martins.
4
Stepping in it here.
$2.2.
2.2.
2.2 million.
3 bet from Eddie. Martin lets it go.
And he seems to be waking up with these strong hands. Lots of ace kings.
Marion now with ace 10 of diamonds.
6 raises 300. Seven folds. Folds.
It's a 300,000. Spin around. Totally here with 10-7 offsuit. Lets it go. Marion takes this one.
Marion has shown some pretty strong hands when he was the aggressor pre-flop. Quick look of our outer table. Still, is there 5 remaining now? 2, 3, 4, 5. Ooh, we are down to 10. Let me see if I can piece together who's missing out there.
7 folds.
Gary? Did we lose Gary?
8 folds. 4 raises 450. 450. 5 folds.
10 left. Everyone's good for 60,000. Next elimination, we will condense to a final table of 9.
Mr. Boyven again. Have a lot of chips again.
Yeah, a lot of chips.
That's crazy.
Every
He
tournament
was like
this
this.
year.
Yes, every year. It's champion.
Instagram. I haven't even used
C1.
Oh.
He was low. Went down to like maybe 250, 300 there. He pumped it up.
Eddie Blumenthal, our chip leader at this table.
He just won or he's out?
Ace 4 of hearts.
No, C9, see the 8 plus. Scary.
Oh, gotcha.
No, he has chips. We're saying he has chips.
Yeah. Bro, I should ask, where did you buy your food again?
275.
Martins raises to 275. Giuseppe folds.
5 folds.
Anatoly. That's
6
a go.
folds.
Eddie now with king 9 of clubs. In the big blind. So he's reaching for calling chips, and he is.
I think.
7 calls, heads
Makes
up.
a call.
Do we have a 3-minute break now?
Of course. With new table, they better give us a quick break.
Flop is 10-8.
No, it's not.
3-1 club.
Yeah, he just busted.
1 heart.
Oh, my hand.
Players with backdoor flush draws. These are the hands I like to see play
The
out.
final
See
table.
It's a final
Oh,
table.
again
Final
3. Hey,
table
bro.
of 9.
Trifecta again.
Yeah. Same shit, eh? What's the chance, eh?
Yeah. What the chance to this?
I don't know. It's not.
91 to 1.
More than
91 to 1.
1,200 persons.
Eddie lets it go.
Eddie lets it go with some interesting prospects for some good turns.
Right after the very next hand.
I'm hearing
Looks
some
like they'll be doing
rumblings.
a redraw here for the final table
Oh,
of
are
9.
we? Okay.
Sounds like we had another elimination.
All right, looks like we're going to do a redraw. That's what us tournament directors do right now. Racks are being passed out, and we'll go down to the final table at the Seminole Hard Rock Lucky Hearts Poker Open from Hollywood, Florida. We'll be right back.
All right. Welcome back to the Seminole Hard Rock Hollywood Lucky Hearts Poker Open. This is the $3,500 main event. And right now we are heading down to a final table of 9. As you can see on your screen here, everyone's good for $60,000. Not a bad payday. Incremental jumps all the way up to $611,700 for your winner here. That will be decided tomorrow after we get down to a final table of 6. These are your recent knockouts for the day today. We started out with, we lost one of the best players in the field, Loni, followed by the last woman standing, Juliet. Matthew Coe was a fan favorite here in the chat. We lost Elio on the outer tables after that. Peter took one of the worst beats I've ever seen with 12 people left in a tournament. We then lost Gary and John on the outer tables. That's how we got down to our final table of 9 here. Some superstars over here with Andrew Ostapchenko, Thomas Boyven, a couple of local favorites.
Big problem, bro. Big problem. So unlucky. Every time.
World class.
Should be interesting. After commentating all day today, I'm not really sure how this is going to shake out. There are some really impressive personalities. Some solid players left in the field. See here that we've dropped down below 1,000 in the chat. I know we were on break, but what's going on, guys? Let's get this number back up.
All right, cheers.
Help me out in the chat. Let's get this thing going. Let's get some reach. My name is Brandon Dovdevani. I'm here with Matt Savage, who will be back momentarily. Tony Dunst was with us earlier. He'll be back later. This has been my my debut in the booth today and yesterday. Hopefully tomorrow. It's been awesome. Thank you, guys.
40 minutes.
The Frog is a big fan of Giuseppe. Giuseppe's a great player. I mean, he might be underestimated with the slightly older image, but I mean, this guy's got $3 million in earnings. He's a beast. He's not showing any bit of weakness whatsoever today.
3 folds. 4 folds. 5 folds. 6 folds.
As we take a look at the chip counts over here, George is pretty short. Andrew's short. He must have taken some hits over on that outer table. He was up to almost 11 million at one point a few hours ago.
4 or 5 stack, but 4 3.
Giuseppe finds the cutoff open with Queen 9 offsuit here in the final table. And Thomas Boyven with all the chips. Woke up with pocket queens. That is, and just calls. That might be bad news for Giuseppe. Thomas was down to 700,000 a few hours ago on the feature table.
1 checks.
Queen 9, now a straight draw for Giuseppe.
7 bets. 250.
Giuseppe, that's 250. Thomas makes a call.
Yeah, Boyven playing this quite interestingly, showing a lot of passive play here.
Oh, and now Giuseppe has turned a straight draw. However, Thomas has a queen of clubs.
Oh, he's turned the straight.
Giuseppe turned the straight, yeah. I mean, Thomas has it up and down.
Oh, yeah.
Straight flush draw.
Could you have plucked a better turn out of the deck?
And a draw to the royal here. Does Thomas. It's going to be tough to get Thomas off this hand, don't you think?
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely not folding. He has under-repped this hand extremely well. Obviously, it's brutal that turn was what it was, but pocket queens here going nowhere with the queen of clubs.
And it does come an ace on the river.
A lot of anticlimactic rivers here.
Very brutal.
Wow. I want to bet against seeing those two hands.
I also would.
Oh, you blocked.
Moderately surprised.
What would have happened there if Giuseppe had made a big bet on the river?
Trappy.
I think we're still going to end up chopping it up. Thomas would be able to sniff that out. He's
Okay.
We've discussed before, he's one of the best players on the planet these days.
And he's got that blocker as well.
Yeah.
I think he'd take a beat, though.
Yeah, absolutely. Would definitely take a second. But I think we're happy getting a showdown there.
Ostapchenko is one of the shorter stacks. Jorge Gomez, the short stack with 19 bigs. And everybody else with over 50 big blinds. Very, very deep final 9. We're playing down to the final 6 today, and we'll come back tomorrow. Noon the start time tomorrow, I believe. 1 o'clock.
Three folds.
Back up over 1K viewers. Thank you, chat. 1,000 of you here to see Martins find the ace-queen offsuit and open to 275K. Early position. 9-handed, these ranges will shrivel up a little bit more than what you've been used to seeing today. 5- and 6-handed. However, the ace-queen offsuit fits perfectly in Martin's +1 opening range. Andrew finds the call out of the cutoff with pocket 9s. Heading to a flop of Queen 10-3 all hearts. Interesting to see how Andrew proceeds here, having lost a very significant amount of his stack. He's choosing a much more passive route, clearly leaning towards stack preservation at this point in the tournament. How much longer is play for today? Until we get down to 6 people. They've locked us in this room until there are 6 people left in the tournament.
5:18 local time here.
Four bets, 400. 8 folds.
Wins this one. Just too much out there for Andrew to fade, being one of the short stacks.
A GTO approved move by Boyven here with the glass water bottle. We're not drinking plastic these days.
Four folds. Five makes it 250. 6 folds. 7 folds.
Chad raises with ace deuce of diamonds to 250.
Ted came into today your chip leader. 116 big blinds, 8.5 million. He's down a bit since then. The blinds have gone up. Things have changed a little bit, but he's still here.
3 calls, 50 back. What's up?
Calls with ace 10. Flop is queen 7-5.
3 checks.
Marion checks.
As previously stated, 2 bricks here for both hands. It usually lends itself towards the pre-flop aggressor, especially in position, especially since Marion has shown a lot of unwillingness to battle in these spots.
Ted does bet. Marion lets it go. Big spot for Marion, for sure.
Yeah, far and away his biggest final table, far and away his biggest tournament. Cash.
Love to see it.
Good for him.
$20 easy.
Yeah, more than
Huh?
that. I think more.
No. What was the question? I'm not
How
rich.
much would he pay for one?
No, he plays quick. He don't need him.
But he has one.
So 3 of these players finished 1, 2, 3 in the high roller this week.
Yep. Boyven, Giuseppe, and Anatoly.
I do know.
Absolutely.
1, 2, and 3.
5 folds.
I have plenty of sell though. If you want, we can talk.
6-9 of spades.
Yeah, all right, let's do it.
Well, not you. He needs
Four's
it.
gone.
Why you read it? Okay, can you just sell me?
I'll wholesale to you and you can retail.
275.
Thomas raises with king 5 to 275.
Yeah, a little wide in the cutoff, but I think he's starting to recognize that he can do pretty much whatever he wants with a stack like this.
Tully and Marion fold. Now to Martins, who has king 4.
Especially with 3 middling stacks, larger middling stacks on the button and in the blinds.
4 folds.
Joining us again, WPT commentator and WPT World Champion, Tony Dunst. Tony, how you doing?
I'm doing well. Happy to be back. I see that Thomas has been fast at work.
You left here, I think he had 700K. And he now has 13.475 million.
He went down to sub 10 big blinds again and is our chip leader?
He went double-double and then never really looked back.
What a sicko.
Told you he was dangerous.
We've just reached the final table of 9. We're playing down to 6 today. We'll come back tomorrow.
Was that WPT World Champion I heard in your intro there, Tony? Did I miss that?
Yeah, I did about 13 years ago now.
Ooh, which event?
WPT Caribbean in St. Martin. It was one of the few outdoor final tables we've ever had.
Oh, that's electric. You get a suntan and to pick up a few $100,000.
Dude, and there was planes landing in the background at this airport that they have there. We started at 10 a.m., which was really unusual.
Yeah.
Because, the lighting was good at that hour, and man, I ran so hot that day.
A highlight in your career?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Top 5 poker memory for sure.
I remember seeing that, was it the PCA final table with Ike and his hair flowing outside with the wind blowing?
That is my literal favorite hand of poker ever. Him heads up first out where they bluff and rebluff the river against each other. It's just an amazing hand. And an interesting one forming here if Ted chooses to get a little out of line with his gut shot and backdoor flush draw facing the continuation bet from Thomas and his middle pair sharing the gut shot.
Familiar with that logo on his hat, Tony?
No, what is it?
Oh, that is
Come on, that's the best.
It's an old basketball team? Old hockey
logo
team?
In
550.
Maybe in sports.
Oh, yeah.
The Hartford Whalers.
Hartford Whalers.
The Hartford Whalers?
Yeah.
Hartford, Connecticut?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's an obscure pull. And Ted, using the 10-3 of clubs here, I really like his hand selection to mix in the check raise bluff. He's got the backdoor to the clubs, chances to pick up some equity. Of course, he can turn the straight. Thomas, though, with middle pair and that gut shot, not backing down. And this ace of diamonds on the turn, not an encouraging card for Ted. Much better for Thomas's range. We'll see if he slows down.
Ted has shown a commitment to the bit anytime he gets his chips involved into a pot. I don't think he's going to back down here. It looks like he does. 0 for 1 here on this final table.
I think on most turns you would have been right, but the ace, especially when it doesn't bring his flush draw, very problematic card. Thomas can make 2 pair. He can make top pair with a gut shot. Check, check, king on the river. Again, not a great looking card for Ted. More 2 pair combinations possible for Thomas. I see Andrew has continued to go in the wrong direction. Perhaps lost some more battles up against Thomas. We'll see if Ted wants to go down swinging here. He's going to use the time bank.
He has plenty of them. At this stage, players have earned at least 15.
1.3.
0.3 million. This will be a very difficult decision for Thomas with 4th pair.
Yeah, if you're Ted here and you get to this point on the river and you're sitting with 10 high, some chips got to go in the pot. We got to fight for this one.
Nice bluff there from our big blind. Ted not backing down. Pretty easy to get in your shell at this, you know, streamed final table bubble situation. I could see a lot of players not finding the check raise on the flop and then giving up on the river. Ted, though, came to play today firmly in 4th place with 7.5 million. Really, 4 players kind of bunched around that 7 to 8 million territory trying to chase down Thomas, who, going back to that fold with the 10s, may have butterfly affected his way into another final table. It's the man to beat here in Seminole Hard Rock this week, having taken down the 25K.
We have quite a few storylines here. We have Marion in a huge spot, as discussed previously. We have the 2 studs, Boyven and Ostapchenko. Boyven, Giuseppe, and Anatoly ending up 1, 2, and 3 podium finishes in the 25K high roller. And then you have Martin sitting there looking to go back-to-back.
Action with Marion here on the cutoff. Makes it 350. Martin's right behind with King-Queen. Can get to the flop either way. He elects for a call.
Don't take off the mics.
Hold on.
George, though, on the short stack with ace-jack and the big blind.
How much is it?
It's ready to play for all of it. Marion will consider this.
2 million. 2.275. 2,275,000.
Marion here, let's go the ace-10-0. He's shown previously he hasn't been scared to get it in with some marginal hands.
Thank you.
Also lets it go.
You have anything good?
Wins this one. We going with George or Jorge?
I think George, but I'll go get some verification. But we've been going George all day, and I believe it is George.
I guessed Jorge, too, in your defense. All right, we'll be back in 15 minutes. See if we can't play down to this final table of 6.
9 minutes. Only 9 minutes.
Only
Tony.
9 minutes, I
We'll
lied.
be right back to the action real quick. Players are guaranteed at least... We're down to the final. All right, we are back. We are down to the final 9 players. Playing down to the final 6. Tony, we've got a final table tomorrow. And looks like they've added a new chip into play. That would be those gray and peach chips?
Creamy looking.
Creamy looking. Those will be 500Ks. Brown chips are 100Ks. The blue are 25K.
Now Martin's here with the mystery hand.
Here we go.
Ace Jack, as it turns out. Up to 1.2 million. Nice hand selection here with the 3-bet.
Boyven with the early position open. Queen, 6 of spades. As previously stated, he gets to do a lot of the raising with the stack that he has, but he's still going to face some resistance out of these solid players.
Yeah, Thomas with the chip lead. Feeling the animal spirits. Seeing how high he can run it. It's really fun to see players who are comfortable playing that loose, that aggressive, get a big stack deep in the tournament. It sort of opens your eyes to what's possible if you're somebody who leans towards the tighter side of poker.
It sort of comes with experience. You know, you hate to say it because when your ego tells you could do the same thing, you got to be there. You got to go through this experience. He's played numerous Tritons, numerous high rollers, all the biggest events. Yeah.
Certainly not going to pass up on the ace-9 first to act here.
No, sir.
So, return to 300K.
How old do you think Thomas is?
Oh, early to mid-30s. Yeah.
Have you battled with him in the past, Tony?
We've played a little bit, but not very much. I haven't really got to watch a lot of his play. I haven't played against him very much. We were talking earlier about how his ascent has been more recent, but really impressive because it's a tougher game to come up in now than it used to be. And he's going to the flop here, looking for the 3-outer ace up against Eddie's 9s. Eddie.
6-5-3 on the flop. Eddie with those 9s.
Good-looking board for his hand. Bad-looking board for Thomas's hand. Eddie won't defend quite as wide with the lower parts of his range in the big blind. He'll still have a lot of the suited connectors here that can connect in a meaningful way and put a lot of chips in. So we'll see if Thomas keeps the heat on.
275.
275 is the bet. And Eddie won't mind that price.
And where's Thomas from?
Belgium. Yep. #1 on the all-time money list over there. And growing after today.
Absolutely king of clubs on the turn.
Yeah, Eddie's pretty under-repped here, just flatting pre-flop. Defending this big blind. With the pocket 9s, his range is a lot wider than that. He's up near the top of it. Check, bet, call. Turn checks through. 4-liner gets there on the river, but I'm not so sure how relevant that is to Thomas's range here under the gun.
Does check behind. On the river that puts the 4 straight and 3 flush up. Thomas, a guy who can find the gas and brake.
So we are pretty deep as we reach this final table. Any guesses as to when we're going to get down to that 6-player number?
Oh, this is Matt's specialty.
So, last time we played much, much longer the day before. I don't think you were here for that, Tony. I think I was by myself.
That sounds right.
And that one went until 10 o'clock at night. And we came back the next day, and we played for 3 hours to get done. It was pretty amazing.
Okay.
And so, I don't know if we're going to see the same thing here today, because I think there's a little more aggression on this table than there was last year. So we'll have to see. You know, Thomas, with that big chip stack, he's not going to be playing passive, that's for sure.
What if I set the line at 9:15 p.m. Eastern time?
What time is it right now?
5:43.
So would I, yeah.
All right, under is booked.
5 folds, 6 folds.
Martin Leads off with the raise to 375. Giuseppe folding the cutoff with the king 10 of hearts. A little bit surprised. Giuseppe likes to find reasons to get to the flop. The king 10 of hearts seems appealing.
I think it's early in this final table, and we're all certainly trying to get a feel for our opponents here. The dynamic changes, the people you've played with over the last few days. Things change when you get to this final table.
Thomas calls with the 7-6 diamonds and improves on 9-7 deuce 2 clubs. And with Martins being one of the co-second stacks up against our chip leader Thomas, I won't be surprised if he takes a more passive approach to their encounters.
Of all the players you want to battle up against on a final table like this, chip stacks aside, you don't want to mess with Boyven. When he's got, a far and away chip lead, you definitely don't want to mess with him.
Martins here wants to follow through with the c-bet, and he sizes up. It's 525, I believe, into 975. So a little over half pot here.
Yeah, there's still some merit to check raising, to betting, c-betting this flop. Even though Boyven's not one to mess with, you don't want to seem like you're playing passive every time you're playing against him. And, sometimes you're just going to get a fold.
Thomas does call. 7 on the turn. Pivotal card that has Martins drawing dead.
I think now you might want to see some shutting of the door by Martins here. I don't think he's going to be wanting to put any more chips into this pot.
Thomas leads. 500K, quarter pot.
You like that bet, Tony?
I love that bet. I think that the 7, especially the 7 of hearts, might be the single best card in the deck for Thomas's range. He's the one that has the 7s here. He'll have some, mix of gut shots with backdoor flush draws. He'll have combo draws of various kinds that want to bet here and then apply a lot of pressure on the river. Get Martins to fold exactly these type of hands when they maybe only have a 10 high. We talked before about a hand where someone led on a board. I think it was the jack pairing, the high card board that George led. And I wasn't as much a fan of that play because typically when the highest card pairs and it's a Broadway card, it's much better for the raiser. Whereas when these middling cards, especially in that 5 through 9 territory, pair on the turn, that's all big blind, man. So they get to be the one to put the money in.
Game streams, I suppose.
Ted with 10s here.
I should do something before.
5 raises to 300.
Up to 3.
6 folds.
Giuseppe seems intrigued. That's because he has Queen Jack. And is this a small raise?
7 folds. 7 calls, 8 folds, 9 folds.
It's got to be brutal
Just
to say
to
this.
call.
Yeah. I feel bad for you.
One fold, 2 folds.
Brian, are you surprised at all that Giuseppe folded the King 10 suited earlier but calls the Queen Jack offsuit now?
Might be a matter of opponent and position. Due respect to Ted, he's one of the lesser experienced players at this point in the tournament, and I don't think Giuseppe is a professional poker player, but he does have $3 million in earnings, so he sort of knows how to navigate these fields.
Well, stays out of harm's way on ace-6-3. Folds to the bet at 200,000. So Ted
Glastonbury
trying to pick off Eddie in second place.
Good hat.
Everyone chasing Thomas.
So you played there too?
What's that?
You played it when you were
Yeah, when I was young.
not the first room.
First room, before they had that slots issue.
Yep.
Second room was a lot nicer, but.
I've been up there, so did my family.
Oh, cool.
These 9 chasing 611,000 up top.
Actually, this went back in November.
Did you?
It's very cold. It's my 20-year high school reunion, so I had to. I won't be going back, though. No more in the winter.
Matt just showed me the Packers released Trayvon Diggs. Unfortunately, he's just not the player he used to be. You know, he was so amazing for your Cowboys.
He's got some off-the-field issues, I believe.
Does he? Okay.
Was that a 2-week rental heading into the playoffs?
It really was. It was about a 2-week rental. And I think he was still better than what we had.
My team picked up your GM and head coach this last week.
Oh, you're a Dolphins
your
man.
defensive coordinator.
Yeah, our defensive coordinator. I think that's going to be good, but maybe not. Like, his record at Boston College was not very good, and then when we didn't have Micah Parsons, our defense was not very good, and yet he always seemed really competent, and the players loved him, and you know the defense improved year over year, and he kind of got the most out of his players, so we'll see.
I'll tell you what, it's a good thing that this current operation that we're on in commentary here means a lot to me, because I have a microphone in front of me, 1,100 people in this chat, and they would hear a lot of bad things about my Miami Dolphins right now.
They've been a hard organization to watch, and for a long time now, so I get it.
Been on this earth for 28 years, and we haven't had a playoff win in 26 of them.
Was the last one Dan Marino?
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yep.
Marion here with the ace-7 of clubs in the small blind. We got a small raise to just 325. That's going to be a tempting price for Martins with his king deuce. And he'll take the flop. I think with this type of situation, I'd rather see Marion limp or raise a larger size. This small sizing just leads to Martins getting to the flop a lot and making his life hard.
8-4-3 on the flop.
Possibilities here for Marion. Some possibilities here for Martins with the 3 straight.
Typically want to use larger sizing in a blind versus blind spot like this, like you said, Tony, but you know this might lend itself to Marion having a little bit lesser experience in a big spot like this. He has shown that he's going to deviate from the industry standard in spots like this, and it's worked out for him so far.
Bet 300K and gets a call from Marion. Turn to Jack of Hearts.
Neither player thrilled to see that card, but Martins may feel, hey, I don't have very much hand here. I almost never win getting to the river. Perhaps I need to bet one more time, but he shuts it down, and that works out well for him because the king of spades lands on the river. And now Marion's going to fire out a bet here that I think Martins will comfortably call. It's 525 for around third pot. Martins, you see there, quickly reaches for his chips. And I think the bluff from Marion is a little ambitious here. His hand has some showdown value. He's only really going to get called by better, but the bet sizing's not going to generate many folds either, so would have liked to see Marion check that one.
It's a case of a few compounding spots where he could have used a larger sizing pre. He could have let out against that larger sizing pre and got the hand done with right then and there. And all of those kind of led to, you know, too little too late on the river, trying to get after it and win that pot.
George, first to act, finds the ace-king.
What more could you want off 21 bigs?
6 raises to 300. 7 and 8 full.
George raises it to 300,000. We are playing 75-150 here. Eddie.
Yes, yes, time.
Folds King Jack.
Thank you. I don't see. Can you a little bit lower? Yeah. Oh, thank you. Mm-hmm.
Thomas considered 5-3 suited on the hijack there. He's not a posturer.
George is a little too short to be messing around from under the gun. He's usually going to have a pretty...
That makes a call, 9-7 here. Flop is a 9 and a 5 and a 3. Flops. Top pair, checks it.
175.
175 from George.
Ted's, of course, not going anywhere. I don't see a lot of merit to check raising here up against the under the gun player with just 20 bigs. There's a real risk of running into an overpair here, especially against George, who's been on the more snug side.
I am going with Jorge here, yeah.
We're going to Jorge. Back to Jorge.
Fold.
Okay.
Fold.
Jay's always a Jorge. And deuce on the turn.
Tony opened with Jorge. That's on me then, if that's the case.
Have you asked?
No. Nope.
The deuce, a better card for the big blind's range than under the guns. So Ted elects to lead here. George just calls, looking for the 4, ace or king, going to the river, but it's a 5. See if Ted reaches for more value here. And this is a run out where Jorge could tell himself that Ted's bluffing.
One's in the chat for George, two's in the chats for Jorge.
Ted
See where
checks,
you guys
like
land.
that check.
I think Ted's hand likely performs best leading small on the river. It's a tough spot for Jorge to raise him. You could do it, but you risk running into trips or running into a maze straight. Whereas Ted will have some bluffs there that want to put ace high in a very awkward spot. So I think there's more value to be had with the 9. And I don't think Jorge is going to randomly turn an ace high hand into a bluff for you once you check. Plus, if Jorge does have the overpair, he might bet something like half pot, 2/3, and you're in a bind with your 9. Whereas when you lead, you get to price your showdown and get some extra money the times that Jorge has those marginal hands and elects to call you.
We're an overwhelming in the chat for 2s for Jorge.
Okay.
So fair enough. I'll put my hand up. I'll take accountability. That's on me.
People have spoken.
People have spoken.
We are out there watching the chat on YouTube, so if you're in the chat, tell us who you're rooting for and why.
1,200. You think we can get to 1,500, guys? Is that a big ask?
All right. Totally raises to 500,000 with that hand. All you guys love. Ace 5 of hearts.
Oh, we love the ace 5 suited. That's the go-to-war hand.
Giuseppe, queen 9 of clubs.
Ace 5 suited's the go-to-war hand, but you send your loved ones a letter first, because, you're going to have to put it in, and you're often 30, 35%. Giuseppe, though, limp calling the queen 9 of clubs under the gun. We've seen that he likes to limp these kind of hands, get to the flop with them, and this time it goes well for him. 9-7-4.
1 heart.
Rainbow with a heart and club.
And straight draws for Anatoly.
Anatoly with a quick stare down before he makes his decision. That's something we haven't seen much of today. A lot of quick decisions, a lot of looking down your own chips, your own hand. Wow.
Raise.
The snap raise?
I was thinking as Anatoly reached, I like checking a lot in his spot because we have a hand that has a bunch of equity going to the turn, but if Giuseppe continues, especially with a raise, it gets really, really murky.
Giuseppe with a wry smile after he drags out the pot.
Anatoly went to war and came back empty.
Could have been worse.
Could have been worse.
Some love from Drasticitty for the commentary team. I'm rooting for the commentators. They're doing a great job. I think that's the two of you carrying the boat there. Thanks a lot.
Appreciate you, chat. Thomas has the ace-6 of diamonds. Right back to 3 1/4. Nobody interested until Giuseppe finds the jack-8 of spades in the big blind.
Giuseppe,
see a flop with our
somebody
chip leader.
folded And I saw a low card. I don't know what color, I don't know what card. I saw a low card.
And Thomas.
Somebody folded a low card.
A little bit of honest sportsmanship.
Yeah, some sportsmanship here.
Well done.
That's important information.
Kudos to you.
I mean,
Yeah.
I'm going to go out to the women and say that one of the 7 was probably folded a low card.
No shoes, but all the class.
Yeah.
Nice job.
It might be a shocker that somebody folded a low card. But I saw one
card below a 7.
for sure.
On Queen 8-3, 2 hearts and a club, Giuseppe elects to lead out here into Thomas. Small bet, 200,000. Not a board that Thomas has connected with in a meaningful way. It's such a small bet, he may still continue, and he does. Five of spades on the turn. No help. It's not a card that will discourage Giuseppe too much. Checks it over to Thomas. Checks it right back. King of diamonds on the river. Giuseppe checks. Now we arrive at a point where Thomas may try and bluff.
A lot of missed hearts, a lot of 9-10, Jack-10.
8. You're good.
Thomas content to check back with his ace high. And
Yeah.
Giuseppe claims that pot.
You use that
The
really
third
well.
pair.
Well played.
Donnie Peters in the chat says he's definitely not rooting for somebody in the commentary booth. What did you do to Donnie Peters?
Nothing, so it must not be me.
Well, I don't know him personally unless I've wronged him in some...
So it has to be Tony, then,
maybe I cut him off on the road or something, but...
No, I haven't seen Donnie Peters in a while. No beef there.
Evidently
Peters,
not.
what's your beef with Tony Dunst?
Yeah, Donnie, feel free to air it out in the chat. Let's get the, we'll take care of it.
Plus, he used to work for us.
That's right.
Yeah.
Security guard is not letting anybody near us.
Yes, we are loving all the comments. Please let us know who you're rooting for. Cheer hard. Playing for $611,000, which includes that seat to the WPT World Championship at Wynn Las Vegas.
Surprising fold from Eddie with the ace-5 of diamonds there. Not interested in enlisting. Thomas, king-queen, makes it 300.
Having Thomas on his direct left makes things pretty difficult to navigate through in a final table like this, especially with so many short stacks. George and Andrew are pretty short. We're gonna have to wait for them to either double up or bust out before we can start opening up our range as a second, third, or fourth stack.
750.
5 aces is 750, 6 folds, 7
Giuseppe's locked and loaded, says B-Boy.
Like this hand selection for the light 3-bet from Ted. Ace-10. Often one of the go-tos. Especially with Thomas opening so wide.
What would be another go-to hand?
Ace-10, ace-jack, some king-queen, and then some of the low-suited aces. As far as the bluffing ones are concerned, depending on our opponent, the position, sometimes the low-suited kings. Thomas does make the call. I wondered whether Ted's sizing was missing some meat on the bone because he offered Thomas an appealing price, and playing a 3-bet pot is not ideal. Like, you want to be 3-bet bluffing people and, you know, keeping them off balance and making sure you're not just 3-betting nutted hands, but you also don't actually want Thomas to call you.
I actually thought that might induce a 4-bet that he didn't want accidentally from Thomas. Such a small sizing.
Thomas does elect to see the flop instead, and on 9-5-4, oh, he makes a tricky lead here for 400,000, aware that this board connects better with his calling range than the 3-betting range of 10, but finding a spot so few players do.
I think we might be in the streets here. We are off the beaten path in this hand.
Honestly, I think this is some theory streets. I think that if you stuck this hand in a solver and widened Thomas's range enough, it probably would lead a bunch of these like middling connected-ish boards, and especially if you think Ted's kind of out of line.
And you're just on the assumption that every non-pocket pair is going to be done with this hand, or we think about future streets in a spot like this.
Well, now he's in it because he did make the call on the 8 of hearts on the turn.
I mean, that's a better card for him than Ted. Like the 7-6s and 9-8s of the world just continue to improve. You got the King of Hearts in your hand. If he bet that flop, I kind of think Thomas is going to follow through here because he's telling the story that he's the one that hit this board and Ted is lacking nutted hands.
And for me, I just say, I don't have anything. I'm just going to check now. He called me on the flop, but he does go for it one more time. 650.
Yeah, I don't think you're leading flop there and getting a call and you're not following through on a turn like this.
I'm starting to see why Thomas is winning all the poker tournaments. This is a really nice play.
Something for you all to learn out there. Make sure you're watching, listening to Tony and Brandon here, as I am the amateur. But seeing some good poker play right now. He uses another time extension. Again, they have 30 seconds every one of those time extensions that they use. And look at this. He's
this is such a wild
big
hand.
chips.
Not a large bet out of Thomas.
No, he's just checking to see how many he has left.
I mean, maybe he'll make me look wrong, but I don't really believe Ted right now. I think he's going to end up folding.
You think Ted is posturing for a fold?
A little bit. I mean, I think he's like at least considering, but I just didn't believe once he kind of dropped his poker face, I never believed he was continuing in the hand. But wow, what an impressive play from Thomas. Just so few players find leads in 3-bet pots, especially in the highest stakes moments, and then follow through on a card where they don't really have anything, and yet they read their opponent's range well enough to know that they don't have the best hands possible, and if I fire this third barrel, you're in a world of pain.
I mean, he's even putting like 10s and jacks in a spot of discomfort.
Yes, absolutely.
Marion has some fans in the chat again. You're rooting for him. Why? Thomas.
Fold.
One folds.
Looking forward to seeing that one on break.
3, 4, 5 fold.
Now Ted gave it a real think there, but I certainly don't fault the fold. I like the 3-bet to begin with. I like the peel on the flop facing such a small bet, but once you're in that turn, I don't know how you get to the river.
Yeah, I mean, well, the assumption is you're going to face a third barrel, right?
Very frequently.
Why does Thomas have one shoe on? We got to the bottom of that?
I thought he had no shoes on.
I thought he had no shoes on. One shoe on would be a new development.
Okay.
Andrew in the chat says, I'm pulling for Andrew. And he adds, he has a cool name.
Yeah. Andrew Ostapchenko was once the chip leader, or maybe second in chips in this tournament, up around 11 million at the final 2 tables. Now finds himself the short stack on 1.8, good for 12 blinds. Has not been his day here on day 4.
Yeah, he ran into a lot of top of range against his opponents during the time that they were on this feature table.
Seppi on the cutoff.
7 bases of 375.
Raises to 375, does Giuseppe. Ace 7 off.
And it may be go time for our short stack. No, Andrew makes the fold. Gives Giuseppe credit for pretty strong raising range there. Eddie out in the small blind, but Thomas in the big blind with Queen Jack of Diamonds. Very happy to see a flop here. Thought Andrew might take that one. Seems very close. King 8-3, 2 clubs.
We have discussed a few times today that Giuseppe has been very direct with his pre-flop sizing.
And he sized up earlier with the good stuff as he did here.
Well, larger size with the good stuff, limping with some stuff that just wants to see some flops. And here you see something in between with, you know, a hand that is in between, you know, the 5-4 of clubs that he limped earlier and the ace-king that he raised, what, 5x earlier?
Yeah, it was 5x. And right now, maybe rechecking his hand for a club. Especially that ace in his hand. Was it a spade or a club? It was the spade.
Something Peter did not do earlier when he checked back the nut flush.
That's right. I wondered what early on, what was he doing? He just made a mistake. Does Thomas want to take a stab at this check down pot? Yeah. He bets 300,000. And Giuseppe, who perhaps missed a bet on the flop, now finds himself in a tricky situation having checked it down.
It looked like he was going to send it right into the muck, and then he reconsidered.
And Thomas just continues to steamroll this table, picking up every pot out there.
Yeah, I mean, there's just the case to be made of you're just not going to get picked off too often. And when you do it, it had already been 6 hands that you got away with this aggression that you're picking up chips regardless.
All right, Tony. You're Myron. You're coming to this table. You don't have much experience. You see players like this at your table. What are you doing to prepare yourself? Are you going to the Hendon Mob the night before to see where they're at? Are you looking at what they're wearing? Are you looking at what Thomas has these patches on? Are you checking out that? Are you looking to see who's done well here before? What are you looking for?
I am a big proponent personally of, sure, we're going to check out our table, but day of, if I made it this far and, presumably in a spot that he didn't really expect, as we have an all-in here, I'll continue right after this hand.
1.9.
George, Jorge, George, all in with the pocket queens here.
He did use the 1.9.
Good luck to you, sir.
One folds.
Confirm that's 1.9, please.
Hold on. Martin's with 9s here.
In many cases, I think we'd see a quick call, but this is Martin's under the gun 1 up against Jorge, who's been pretty solid, so he thinks about it, but does elect to make the call. It's around 13-ish blinds. So I understand why Martins felt that this was a clear call. In bad shape, though, against the queens. As we go to a flop, and it's 8-5 deuce all spades. The queen of spades relevant here.
You remember that bad feeling I had earlier?
Straight draw.
Oh, no. 7 on the river. No help.
Like, seriously.
A really nice patient double for Jorge.
Jorge with a double up.
I'm like, yeah, I don't know.
That middling diamond.
So back to my point, I think you dance with the girl you brought to prom. You don't change your game up too much the day of before a big day 4, day 5. If there was time to study, some of these events have like a 6-week delay in between the final table and actual finish of it. Then maybe I'd put in some work to change my strategy. But what got me here is what's gonna get me to the finish line, as far as I'm concerned. If I'm Myron.
What if you didn't go to the prom?
Yeah, I got.
Did you go to your prom, Tony?
I got suspended for what I did at prom.
Oh, are you allowed to discuss this?
I'll leave it at that. No, it's not that great of a story, but I got suspended.
Isn't prom like the week before the end of the
Yeah, it was the best possible time to get suspended. It was amazing. I played poker and golf all day. It was the only time I ever got suspended in high school.
Wow.
I was not a problem child.
Tony Dunst.
Yeah.
WPT hear me?
Good times now.
I think that they should, if I busted you, for example, I take your time banks. It's the most important.
I think
it's like a part of bounce.
Action with Martins here.
Here it is again, ace-5, suited. Ted raises to 300,000. Giuseppe calls. King Jack. Folds. We'll go to the flop. King Jack versus ace-5. Flop open ender with King Jack. Queen 10, 8 on the flop. 2 clubs. Giuseppe with the Jack of clubs. 1 heart.
Good looking board for Giuseppe, and he'll win that immediately at the bet.
I know Ted's got an overcard and a backdoor flush draw, but that board's just a little too connected and a little too much going on to continue there out of position.
Yes, Drastic Kitty, there is a Hollywood in Florida. That's where we're at. We're at the Seminole Hard Rock in Hollywood, Florida, for the Lucky Hearts Poker Open WPT Championship event. Day 4. Thomas Boyven, the chip leader. 94 bigs.
Stretching his legs.
believe he does have one shoe on. Interesting observation from the chat.
7 and 8 fold. 9 calls.
Does fold around to our chip leader on the cutoff. The ace two of spades.
One raises to 325.
We'll make it 3 1/4.
3 folds.
Martin's in the big blind passes on 9-7. The rich get richer. Matt, and he takes on the divisional round coming out, or not the divisional, excuse me, the championship round.
Yeah, I don't want Seattle when they're so boring. Hate Seattle.
Yeah, good defense is good defense.
Hate Seattle.
Disagree.
Actually, I just hate Seattle.
It's
Hate
fun.
Seattle fans.
That Rams game last time they played was spectacular, so it should be a repeat.
Matt Affleck
Yes, it
and Tyler
was.
Patterson are so annoying when Seahawks are good.
6 folds.
I would have liked to see the Bears win that game. That was a phenomenal 4th down conversion.
Go Matt Stafford.
Yeah.
One raises to
The MVP of the league.
Generally likable quarterback.
I wouldn't mind the Stafford-May matchup to really determine who's
For
the
the
MVP
MVP.
this year.
Yeah.
Let's just play for it, you know?
Yeah.
Like, I don't give the award to one of them and just say no, but actually, y'all play for it.
And last year something similar happened with Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson. They were both, head to head for the MVP race.
1 million.
Anatoly on the cutoff. He wants to play for this pot. Makes it $1 million with the Queen Jack. It's correct that Thomas is raising very wide here, and he catches him with his hand in the cookie jar.
Speaking of Donnie Peters, he does have a podcast where he talks NFL football. And Mo Nuara, who is one of our live updates team here,
Yeah.
and him and I are just arguing all week about Stafford versus May. He thinks May is easily the MVP.
Yeah, I've watched their podcast. They do a good job, and it's very tough to say between the two this year. I don't think there's an easy one. or a
Wait,
clear
they have
one.
an actual, like a YouTube? It's actually.
Yeah, I've watched them talk. I think it was preseason bets, maybe overs, under, something like that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they were talking NFL. I think
can't
David
think
Baker
of
was on it with them.
4 uglier guys to watch on YouTube. I can't think of 4 uglier guys, honestly.
9 raises to 325.
Eddie.
Donnie, I know you're watching. That one's for
That's
you.
it. 325.
It is a good podcast. I listen to every one of them. Ryan.
Ted here with tens.
Yes, Greg Petticord will be out at Thunder Valley later this year. Excited about that one. If you're a WPT champion, we have a Champions Club dinner. Probably going to a winery on a tour. If you haven't ever been out to Thunder Valley, come out and see Ben Irwin and his team. It's
a good time out there.
Fantastic time. Yes, it is. All right. We're going to have some action here. A race to 325 with jacks. Ted makes the call with tens.
Like this call from Ted. Not a hand I'd be looking to bloat the pot at these stack sizes up against each other. Even in the small blind, which is a position we usually want to 3-bet strong hands like tens. Vulnerable hands as well. King 9-4, 2 diamonds.
Oh, yeah. I guess check. It's okay, don't worry about it.
Quickly. Do like the amount of time these guys are taking to act on their hands.
It's been smooth all day.
99
Nice.
plus.
Jacks versus tens with that king 9-4 and 9 on the turn.
Little stab from Ted here for 200,000. Eddie will be comfortable with that, and we'll see a river. It's Queen of Spades.
Check.
Yeah. Check. A hand that could have got more trouble there, but
I was like, eh.
jacks will take it down. Yes, the Hartford Whaler hat is amazing.
I thought it was a super good card for a second there.
Many people feel like that's the best logo in the game. Now, I went to a game last night here in South Florida.
Okay.
The hockey game, and they had a goalie fight. I don't know if you saw that.
A goalie fight?
Yes.
The 2 goalies from opposing teams got in a fight.
Yes, it was amazing.
That must be like a once every 5 seasons thing.
Very good that you said that, because the last time it happened was in 2020.
Yeah, that's absurd. Why would the goalies fight?
You got to watch it. Check it out. San Jose Sharks, by the way.
Who I once, as you know, bet on.
Who I bet on,
Yeah.
yes. And they won 3-1. 4-1. Empty netter. It was a great, great night.
Glad you got your victory yesterday, Matt. It's 1 out of 82, fortunately, for the Panthers.
Yes. Yeah, and the Panthers goalie did get his butt kicked by the Sharks goalie.
Come on, Bobrovsky.
Yeah.
We're up 5 minutes away from that arena. We should go get tickets for $6 a piece in the box office. Quite different these days over there with 2 Stanley Cups in a row.
All right. Thomas with the raise with the King 10, 325.
Giuseppe, some players might have folded low cards.
Giuseppe calls the 9-6 of diamonds. Thomas right that he has some low cards here.
And picks off a 9 right there. Giuseppe. Middle pair, King 10 straight draw for Thomas. Giuseppe checks.
One bet's 250.
Thomas does not like to check.
5.
Aggression
7 raises to 500.
is off, and now
min raise.
A min raise to 500,000 by Giuseppe. Thoughts?
Thomas can continue here.
On calls.
I'd say it's a peculiar play, but it might work out here, and there is some value in Giuseppe being the one guy who doesn't back down against Thomas, and who Thomas is forced to play at least a little more constrained against.
I mean, we're still almost just telegraphing the entire strength of our hand, though.
With the
We're
bet
Giuseppe
sizing?
here, yeah.
500K on the turn.
You know, my hand's good, but it's not great. Same bet on the turn. My hand's still good.
I like this graphic on the left. Shows
Yeah.
you where you don't get lost in the hand. I like it.
Not to get too scientific, but you won't find the solvers check raising the 9-6 of diamonds on this one. This is getting pretty ambitious, but it may work out for him here as Thomas
I bet
calls.
you Giuseppe's not a solver.
Not a solver guy. Doesn't strike me as one.
He might come here. He might. Yeah, I mean,
He's more of an artist. He checks on this river, and for Thomas to win, he probably has to bluff. I mean, he's got to hope that Giuseppe has like Jack 10, and you got one of the 10s in your hand, so
Yeah,
it feels like we're bluffing in Thomas's shoes.
But I mean, if you're Thomas and you're picking up on the fact that he has a 9 or something of
Or
the
a queen.
sort, you know, how much are you really gonna have to ask of Giuseppe to lay it down? So yeah, we're gonna knuckle it back and we're just gonna lose his hand.
Nine's good.
Giuseppe.
You know,
Nice pot there.
all theory aside, we were talking about this yesterday during the cash game stream. You know, it's really, you know, in relative to tournaments and on final table specifically in stream, it's a race to see who can get comfortable first in a spot like this. The lights are on, you're on stream, cards are up. You got 3 hooligans like us commentating on every single move they make. Things change.
Also, it's always easy to know the answers when you're omnipotent.
Oh, yeah,
You're like,
it's great.
"Oh, come on, you got to bluff this guy. You're not going to win.
This is
You
great.
know?
I've been doing this from my couch for quite a while. This is awesome back here.
Yeah. I totally get the check behind from Thomas there because, as you said, Giuseppe is mostly let out when he has some showdown value. He's been kind of clear about his aggression. And so if you think, hey, this guy mostly has paired hands and he's not going to fold to me, why bluff him then?
The only hand that might do something similar is something like Jack 10 with a backdoor flush draw.
Yeah.
And like you said, the 10 was blocked by Thomas's own hand. And he's smart enough to realize that, you know, this is not the spot where you want to be bluffing. And if you were to bluff, it would need to be an overbet, and that's, you're giving up a lot of leverage if you get called there. A lot of love for Giuseppe in the chat, a.k.a. Seppi, according to the chat.
Yeah, let's just go to Seppi.
I mean, honestly, what a couple of legends. They got heads up in the 25K just days ago.
Yeah.
And right now they're first and second.
And third is lingering over there with Anatoly. He hasn't been too active on this final table, but he's still there too. Imagine we get another podium finish for the 3 of them.
That's wild. That is,
It's a big parlay.
What a week to have.
Yeah.
All right, well, Martins versus Giuseppe. Giuseppe, man of the hour. Martins, man of last year. We'll see who it is this year as we go to the flop.
2 spades, 6 deuce, and a 4. A spade flush draw.
Does Giuseppe...
7 checks.
Giuseppe eyeing his chips, and Martins was certainly watching him, but I don't know that it will stop him from betting here with just 10 high and the spades.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know if you feel the same way, but something like that usually would lend itself to like on a very spicy turn, what have you.
7 bets, 250.
250 is the bet. And only putting quarter pot in here, I expect Martins to try and build this pot. An unfortunate situation for Giuseppe developing. I am badly misreading Martin's approach to the hand. He calls here. 4 spades on the river.
That's the rough part about calling, but he might still get some value here.
Might just shut it down here, no?
Appreciate the level of disguise Martins plays with, but I gotta tell you, up against Giuseppe, who's not the biggest folder, don't know I would pass on the opportunity to raise the turn or bet the river there. I think some real missed value in this hand from Martins, who's played phenomenal so far, but we've talked about how Giuseppe tends to lead out a bit more when he's connected.
Small bet.
He did, in fact, on this turn, so just a lot more to be had, especially on clean rivers if you raise the turn.
Yeah, back to that flop, the look towards his stack and then the slight tank and check. It almost screams weakness to me. I don't know about you, Tony, where it's like, please don't bet because I was thinking about betting.
Right. That was how I interpreted it as well.
But again, like you said, we're fortunately omnipotent back here. Cards up.
But just above all, when we get to the turn and he's betting small, I'm like, okay, great. If this guy actually has anything, if he has a higher spade, even a middling spade, if he has a queen, if I make this 1 to 1.5 million, he's going to call me a ton.
Yep.
And on the brick rivers, I get to decide my price, and this is my chance to become like co-chip leader of the final table. And instead, a pretty small pot ends up checking down there. That could be pivotal.
Well said.
Thomas raises it to 3 1/4. Ace Jack. No takers.
There was a king 6 of hearts in there that folded very quickly.
Yeah, it's tough to fight back when Thomas is opening under the gun. You know he's much looser than usual, and sometimes we do want to take those suited kings and turn them into a 3-bet bluff pre-flop, but hard to blame people who don't find those spots when the guy's opening under the gun. Like, I'm honestly not sure what positions we would be finding those with outside of, maybe a bit on the button, but man, he's opening under the gun.
Andrew getting through the blinds here. Now finally sub 10 big blinds. A little bit of a danger zone here. See if he tries to make a move here in late position.
That would backfire against Ted and his kings.
6 fold, 7 fold.
Felt it coming a little bit. Andrew just calling off of 10 bigs, huh? Not what I expected. I thought that, you know, if he was going to do anything, usually those low-suited aces are decent rejams. At 10 big blinds, you still have some fold equity, and you do shove them in against players you think are opening too wide in these positions sometimes.
Especially with this huge stack in the big blind that's shown a willingness to happily put chips in. And now we're going multi-way here, which is, you know, obviously ideal in this situation against kings.
Now, with the 2 hearts, what do you think that Andrew should do?
I think if both opponents check to him, you can kind of mix betting and checking here. I will say with basically a pot-sized bet left,
We might want to get this in, and
Yeah.
we could sometimes get 2 folds, which we clearly won't this time. But
Folds, 5 calls.
He just decides to jam. Certainly a viable option.
That's what I was thinking.
feels like a lot of outs here.
King of Hearts would be no good, but any other one will save him. The Deuce of Diamonds
Straight
also
draw.
interesting. Picks up outs to a 5. And a 6 of Spades will brick them all on the river. Ted and his pocket kings. Hold on here to bring our final table down to 8.
GG's, Andrew. That's 60K for you as a nice consolation prize.
Not happy with that.
He is not happy.
No, at this level, you know, it's first place or bust.
Especially when
even
he had a
if
big
it's
stack
not-
earlier. Yeah, that's what you were saying.
He had 11 million,
11 million.
what, 3-ish hours ago?
He had 11 million and Boyven had under 1 million. Goes to show you how fast things can change in a tournament like this.
And also why you should value even having like 7, 8 blinds deep in this tournament, still take it serious, still stay dialed in, still make disciplined folds. I was surprised Thomas folded those 10s earlier.
We're going to look back at that.
A long way.
I mean, he got put in prison. He put us in prison for like.
Yeah.
Watch what's going on over there.
I know.
Now the short stack
Yes,
is
bottle
Marianne.
of water, please.
Marianne with 25 bigs.
I think you heard Ted say there that, yeah, he referring to Andrew, was putting us in prison over there for a while. And yeah, Andrew will do that with a big stack. You live by it, you die by it. I don't necessarily think there were too many mistakes in there. I think sometimes you just get the cold side of the deck for a little while.
Ted here has ace-jack, Jorge right behind, also with ace-jack, and Giuseppe has king-queen, so we'll see if any of these guys want to make the 3-bet pre-flop. Is Giuseppe the kind of guy who wants to overcall king-queen here? He's got some chips to gamble with now.
Now has a lot of chips. I've been wrong with him a lot of times, but I think we're going to see some aggression here.
I think this is a great spot to 3-bet. We'll see if Giuseppe wants to. He elects to just call, but Jorge likely to be capped there when he calls the hijack.
Ace-jack versus king, queen.
Are you asking if they have Parks and Teen?
Water on a black tea with lemon, please.
You asking if they have Parks
So
and
3
Teen?
ways going to the flop. It is Jack 6-4, 2 players holding ace-jack here. Ted the one with the diamond. Even Giuseppe with the queen of diamonds, 2 overcards and a 3 straight.
I have everything inside.
Know how likely he is to give up on the flop.
Can I have... Thanks. Can I have,
Ted continues here for third pot.
If Jorge fast plays his hand, that will knock Giuseppe out of the pot.
If he just calls that, I wouldn't. I mean, also, I think Giuseppe could find the fold here. I mean, 2 overs and backdoors galore, but multi-way, what's that good for?
He certainly doesn't look interested. He's not watching any of this. He's kind of staring off into the world.
Lemo, please.
Ah, okay, he's trying to get a drink.
Yeah.
I was like, wow, he is not interested in this hand at all.
Locking back in here.
Yeah, but now he's like, oh, I gotta fold this thing? No.
The graphic says 31%. That seems high.
Maybe there's some dead cards in there, but even so, that seems high.
6 outer twice.
Yeah, king and a queen. Yeah.
Plus the runner-runner possibilities. Ballpark, that does feel about right, yeah. Like, a good way to think about it is every out's worth 2% going to the next card. So 6 outs is 12 outs. He gets it twice. Okay, we're in the like 23, 24% territory, plus the backdoors. You know, they give him 31, some card removal. Not the craziest thing.
Plus the added equity for that shirt.
Yeah, 2.2.
Ted does make the call. 3 of diamonds on the turn.
Will we have one winner on this?
Check, like
Very
an
quick
instant check.
Yeah.
Wow.
King of Hearts, Giuseppe gets there in the end, but not still here to see it.
Check. Curious about that.
Very quick check, and
with an SPR less than 1 for Jorge.
Again, I worry about the live tell angle from Jorge. When you snap check there, it really tells me like, hey, I kind of think you're capped here. Like, unless you just have the ace high flush and you're tricking me.
Yeah.
Some people try and hit you with the Jedi mind trick, but most people, when they snap check back there, they're like, I'm capped, let's just get the showdown.
I don't have a set.
Yeah.
And then Ted is saying, you know, I have the best possible
Give him all the
jack
grace.
here. Obviously, king on the turn changes things slightly, but I might want to lead for value and try and put, you know, Jorge in a blender there after he decided that he didn't want to show any sort of aggression on the turn.
Take a job on
Yeah, Giuseppe 3-bets there free. I think he just wins the hand. I think he was offered a pretty spicy spot to go after them, but that's not really his approach. I think if Thomas were in his shoes, we would see a 3-bet up to 1.2 or something. Maybe more.
Yeah, too much.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's some meat left on, and honestly, everyone's taking a pretty timid approach to this final table, besides Thomas and besides Giuseppe for the most part.
Yeah.
ICM.
Yep. There's a few players that haven't even put a chip in the pot.
Yeah.
4 makes it 325.
Martin's going up. The ace-4 of clubs to 3 1/4 here. And Giuseppe has the ace-king of spades here.
$750. 7 makes it 950.
750.
750.
Excuse me, 750.
750, yes.
8, 9 folds, 1 folds. 2 folds. 3 folds.
I like the sizing from Giuseppe. It might induce some funky action here from Martins here with a worse ace suited.
Martin's been pretty risk avoidant so far at this final table, and Giuseppe's a guy whose aggression has usually been linked to value.
Yep.
I would be
4-betting?
I would not be 4-betting. I would be folding very quickly. Martins likes to be purposeful about things. Like, he's not a guy who ever immediately does anything.
And I like that.
Yeah. Especially as you get deeper in a tournament, you know.
I don't
just
like
give
that.
yourself a moment. Because he's not a staller by any means.
No, but you can see everything is, like you said, it's thoughtful, it's with intention. He's been sliding a little bit on this final table. I think he peaked at almost 9 million before the tables condensed, and you know, you'll have to lean on his experience from closing this thing out last year to try and get through it.
Also, Matt, you know why else you should be very purposeful at a final table?
Why is that?
So you remember to enjoy the moment, because when it comes to these big WPTs, you might make one of these final tables once every couple of years or something like that. Like, some guys go on a streak, but realistically it's once every couple of years, and you're only going to be there for a few hours. So stopping to enjoy the moment for just a second there, you know, think about the fact you might win 600K today, that these are the days you put all those long hours of, you know, study and practice and play into.
Well, you can't win it today, because tomorrow we're coming back for the final table.
Yeah, you're right, actually.
2 o'clock start time. The live stream starting at 2:30. Tony Dunson. I'll be on the call tomorrow.
Tony, I don't know if you agree here. There's not much of a better feeling than a high-stakes final table in a spot like this. Like, does anything really compare in your life, in your professional life and work? I mean, this is
not in the broadcast side of things, because it's never high stakes. Like, a broadcast is a broadcast. May some are bigger than others, but like, it's never a day where there's never a day in the booth where I win 7 figures. That's not a thing.
The reason I framed the question like that, I don't know if you have, you know, kids or a wife. I didn't want you to say, you know, this is a better feeling than, you know, the birth of my child or, you know, a wedding.
I don't. And gambling is great.
Then this
so
is number one.
It's tough to beat a final table.
The only thing I can compare it to is the only thing that costs $0 I can compare it to is the one hole-in-one I have in my life.
You have a hole-in-one?
I have one
That's
hole-in-one,
fantastic.
and I made $0 from it. Actually, lost money because I had to pay for drinks.
I had 4.
Oh, sorry. So that's nothing to you.
What was your furthest distance hole-in-one, Matt?
168.
68.
2 makes it 1 million.
Oh, there's a big bet. 1 million from Anatoly.
5 folds.
Thomas with 675 to call.
Always fun to watch two guys play the same hand. Anatoly's at a stack depth where it makes it tough for Thomas to like light 4-bet and find a fold, and he's been pretty solid and disciplined, so Thomas needs to respect the fact that Anatoly is mostly going to be 3-betting value there, and that's why it's important he finds those king-jack 3-bets as well. So nice hand there from the mid-lane stack, Anatoly.
Dynamic is also changing for Thomas. There being no clearly defined short stack really anymore. No one's in the danger zone. And Giuseppe is building a stack himself, so there's a close second. So if he loses one of these big pots where he sort of gets out of line, Giuseppe could take the chip lead.
Fold. 9 fold.
Back to Thomas, this time with king 9. 300 the number.
3 fold. 4 fold.
Lawrence and Ted will both be out of there.
5 fold.
And Jorge does not strike me as someone interested in calling 6-5.
6 fold.
I do think we want to go to the flop with some of our like lowish middle offsuit hands some of the time. Even under ICM pressure, we want to have some board coverage there with like the 6-5 and 7-6s of the world.
Sure, only because of the fact that when you do end up 3-betting your monster hands, you know, Thomas can get away very easily. And the issue that comes from defending a big blind in a spot like that for Jorge is you know what's coming on flop turn river from Thomas. You know you're getting barreled into, and you're gonna have to make some. You're either gonna have to make some really nutted hands, or you're gonna have to be able to withstand the heat with a pair of 6s and a pair of 5s.
Thomas finds the better looking queen 9 of hearts this time around.
2 fold. 3 fold.
Myron's been just folding. Already secured your biggest cash. Are you just trying to ladder here?
The ladders are definitely a priority, but he also hasn't really run into any spots.
Yeah.
He's been pretty card dead. I'd be interested to see what he does with some marginal holdings.
Ted will take a flop with ace-jack on the button. He's been the third player a little more willing to mix it up, get to the flop, let pots get big. And on 4-3-3, Thomas picks up a backdoor flush draw and not much else. Ted knows he's raising pretty wide here, so he probably doesn't mind this flop, as even if Thomas is opening wide, there's not a lot of 4s and 3s in there. Check on the flop. Deuce rolls off on the turn.
I don't quite think Thomas can check against again with no aggression being shown by Ted. Another case of it might be too late now. Ace high might feel like the stone cold nuts here for Ted.
Yeah, one of those spots where Thomas will need to occasionally take one of his junkier hands and turn it into a bluff, but most of the time you bluff here, it feels pretty hopeless. Trips on the board, check down to the river, your opponent knows you're opening wide. He'll fire 300,000 here, hoping...
Flush.
No, ace king high. Ah, misread my hand.
And I think Thomas said he misread his hand because he said king high?
He said ace king high.
Oh, ace king high.
He was being
okay.
facetious.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Maybe he and Ted have a rapport after the last few hours of play.
Back to the MVP conversation. Hearing Donnie and them talk about Stafford being overrated and being lucky.
Jesus, no, Stafford's a legend. He's one of the best quarterbacks we've ever had.
Onwara thinks he's lucky.
This season has been stellar in and of itself.
That Caleb played much better than him the other day.
Oh, I mean, neither quarterback played so amazing, except for that throw on 4th and...
Yeah, like, it wasn't as flashy, but Stafford has a throw in that game that's just as good. He wasn't looking at Devontae Adams. He was looking up the middle of the field, throws it fully across his body on an absolute dart to the spot. Only Adams could catch it in like a crucial 3rd or 4th down situation.
I think that was an overtime.
Was it an overtime as well? Yeah, like Stafford is amazing. I'm not one of these guys who's like, this great quarterback's so much better than this other great quarterback. Like I watch them play and I think these guys are unbelievable what we do. What they do. There's
Stafford's
15 really good quarterbacks in the NFL.
Stafford's top 2. Dak's number 1, but Stafford's top 2 for sure.
Martin's right there. Picks one up with the king 8 suited. 3-bet.
That's the other funny thing is every fan of a team with one of those really good 15 quarterbacks is dead sure their quarterback's the best.
Well, Dak is the best.
You're like, Dak's the best. And Rams fans like, oh, Stafford's the best. Patriots, May's the best. I'm a Packers fan. Jordan Love's the best. Nobody played better than him in the playoffs. Incredibly efficient. Historic stuff. You know? Bears fans, they're telling themselves, Caleb, oh my God, he's only in his 2nd year. He's got all these crazy comeback wins. He's the next Mahomes. But if you're a Chiefs fan who didn't even make the playoffs, well, you're like, we're the best. I mean, obviously, we got the best quarterback. He's won 3 Super Bowls. Josh Allen, obviously the best.
As a Dolphins fan, I will tell you, I think Josh Allen is the best.
Josh Allen is the best.
Get out of here.
I thought Tua was the best for a little while.
Meanwhile, there are Bengals fans that are like, have you seen Joe Burrow? He's the best quarterback of all time. Lamar Jackson won the MVP just last year. He's had some insane historic seasons. Surely he's the best quarterback in the league.
Martins raises with the 7s.
As Martins opens with these 7s. Matt, Tony, we did it. I'm going. We're at 1,500. I'm going for gold.
We did it. Wow.
I'm going for gold. I want 2K.
Everyone heard that Thomas Boyven was putting on a show out here.
They're here for the one shoe wonder.
Yeah. And that Giuseppe was the only man attempting to stop him. Thomas does make the call with Queen 8 and outflops Martins and his 7s here on King Queen 6.
I can't help but feel if we still had Matthew Coe, we'd be at 10K at this point.
I know that guy.
The chat was on
stream
fire. I need a support system like that.
4 bets, 275.
Martins makes it 275. Hoping to get an immediate fold or catch Thomas with the 6. It takes the turn and then checks it down. Instead, he's got middle pair.
Thank you.
So, Martin's way behind.
Always a bit awkward when Cocktail shows up in the middle of the hand in a big spot like this.
Cool,
yeah.
Right?
You ever in the middle of a big bluff and you get tapped on the shoulder?
Everyone's watching how much you tip.
Here's your cappuccino.
The good waitresses know.
Yeah.
Come in and when not to come in. But the producer should be helping. Whoever's out there on the floor should be telling them when to come in and when not to come in.
Jack of Diamonds arrives on the turn. Martin so far has not been interested in running any crazy heroic bluffs. If anything, wants to keep pots smaller. Some players would take a pair like this and say, hey, I've got no showdown equity. Let's barrel it off. And that might be what Martins wants to do. He certainly has the right image to get away with a play like that. And even with this turn barrel of 1 million, Thomas is in a bind.
It might work here in a situation where you haven't seen that second barrel from Martins.
Nice timing on the double barrel from Martins. Chasing the back-to-back in this Lucky Hearts Poker Open.
Matt, I'm going to... Oh,
wasn't a WPT event last year, but still trying to go back-to-back in the Lucky Hearts. The payouts have been asked for. We're down to the final 8 players. We're playing down to 6 today, so 76,000 is guaranteed for all these players. First place in this event is 611,700, which includes that seat to the WPT World Championship, and 395 for second. A lot to play for here. In addition to getting your name on the Mike Sexton Champions Cup,
Go straight into a free tee.
We'll have a new winner here. None of these players currently reside on that cup.
I think maybe you can answer a question for me I've had for a while here, Matt. What happens on that cup when they run out of space?
Just add another level, just like the Stanley Cup. We'll add another level.
They get heavy.
It's already
is. Martins. It's another pocket pair, but a much better one in this hand. Makes it 3 1/4. Jorge has the same hand
1 million.
Makes it $1 million. It's funny because I do think the money will go all in pre-flop, but Martins will be a little sick doing it. Oh man, this guy has been super solid. Hasn't 3-bet anything. Shown the goods anytime he's put a lot of aggression.
Middle position.
Yeah, like this is not a great spot.
Yeah.
You're basically like hoping he has jacks and ace king.
Please have jacks.
It's, you know, I haven't watched Jorge that much, but it's not clear that he would 3-bet call off jacks here. There's a real chance that he just calls you pre-flop. So now you're sitting there as Martin's like, ugh. Now, if this guy doesn't find 3-bet bluffs, I'm basically ripping it into aces, kings, and ace-king. That's not great. But he's still going to go for it.
That's for all of it.
And Jorge does make the call, and they're both going to be relieved.
Now, here in this situation, I make the rules and the procedures. I think it should be one of two things.
Yeah.
In this situation, you should have to chop it before the flop, or run it out until somebody wins.
You wanted blood earlier, Matt.
Wow.
Let's do it now.
No, nothing.
I had queen too.
Give someone a flush draw.
You want to run it out infinite times until somebody wins?
Just keep running it.
I'm good.
Or chop it.
Yeah, fine. That's fine. No, I wouldn't. I don't want to be greedy.
No,
Greedy doesn't get
tournament
you
poker is about like facing one potentially violent risk of death, your tournament life death. It's just, you know, you've got to face it. I don't like this idea of, no, we're just going to chop up the money. That's cash game stuff.
Okay.
And I don't like the same thing. I don't like the idea of manipulating how many boards you run out. Not only would that add to runtime, and then it would make people more risk averse.
Yeah.
No, tournament poker, the beauty is like we're going to run it out just once, and that's it. You both have to live with it.
Imagine we're 20 cards into the stub, and there's 4 clubs and there's 4 diamonds out there.
I'm just not smart enough to fold there. I'm too dumb to not.
You're getting too fancy.
Now, Matt, I have an ally in the chat. They've been very good to me today and very supportive. The Frog. I'm going to need you to go easy on them when I tell you. They said that Dak is not even a top 10 quarterback.
Yeah, that's lame. Frog, you had my attention earlier, but now you've lost it. Dak Prescott is top 2, probably top 1.
Oof. On the Cowboys.
4 makes it 325, 5 fold.
But I do know the feeling.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to give you a hard time.
You know, I'm like, he's got kings. I'm like,
loving life.
Once he shows, we're saying it's ace
Martins.
kings. I'm like, shit.
Going for 3 in a row with the Jack 10 of diamonds. Down to Thomas on the button with ace 4.
I'm happy. Yeah. I don't think he's going to turn over kings or ace king. Yeah.
1.2?
Makes it 1.2 million. Just relentless as our chip leader, making a big 3-bet with ace 4 offsuit here.
3 fold. 2 fold, 3 folds.
If you're Martins here and you're opening the Jack 10 suited under the gun and you're looking across and you see Thomas is on the button in the same hand, you have to expect you're going to get played back at quite an often amount of the time. This is at a pretty high frequency.
Excellent sizing from Thomas here. Sizing up and forcing a lot of indifference from the Jack 10, Queen Jack suiteds of the world that Martins will have there, not allowing him to get to the flop. When Thomas has a hand that plays so poorly post-flop, just applying maximum pressure.
I know folding the Jack 10 suited isn't so fun all the time under the gun, but if you know that, you know, the biggest stack and the most aggressive player is sitting there on the button, and he's shown that he's been willing to, you know, put pressure on you in spots like this, I think you might need to just toss the Jack 10 suited in the bin.
Given his results the last 5 years, I figured we were going to see some excellent play from Thomas, but he has not missed one spot today. Like, he's been tremendous.
High praise coming from Tony.
He folds those 10s, and as soon as he, as soon as he rocketed up there, I said, "Don't give him any chips."
Yeah.
What are the odds we could get a?
He has not missed a spot since from 30 big blinds and up.
I'm just.
His ace is here, but nobody with the hand to contest him.
Can we do more of those trades?
#1 Belgian poker player, yeah?
Yep. First all time. And I believe that's only in live tournament earnings. And he
Thought
has.
it might have been Davidi Katai. But not.
He has an infinite amount of online results as well.
I believe that. Thanks, Frog. Thanks for coming in today. We'll see you tomorrow, hopefully.
Oh, Frog, we're losing you? Gotta go. See you all tomorrow. You're the man or you're the woman, whatever you are. Thank you. You've been awesome today. Thanks for keeping it live in the chat.
Folds all the way around to Marion on the button. Martin's in the small blind with Queen 9. A situation where I think Martins will mostly want to play as a limp, but as usual, I'm just wrong about what he's going to do. It strikes me as a spot where we mostly want to play our hands as limps, both strong and middling, and Queen 9 in particular, a hand that we would mostly be limping and occasionally raising, but he elects to raise it. And Ted, with the Doyle, lets that go.
I think a little bit worse. 7 9s or 8 9s.
Yeah. I definitely do not have a read on Martin's play today.
Yeah.
I think we're gonna see some. We're gonna hear from some of these folding stacks here in a while. I mean, you can't keep going around these blinds. Gonna have to win a few hands here at some point.
Thomas will not be passing on 9-8 suited.
300, or excuse me, 1 makes it 300. 2 folds, 3 fold.
Yeah, the card's just not complying really for Anatoly and Marion. Can't do much with the Queen 5 offsuit.
4 fold, 5 fold.
800.
6 makes it 800.
Jorge 3-betting out of the big blind, pretty surprising. Not someone I expected to do a lot of 3-betting out of the big blind.
Probably an unwillingness to play post-flop out of position, big spot like this against a player like Thomas. And I mean, Ace-Jack offsuit is no slouch versus Thomas's opening range, which we have pretty clearly defined as a lot of 2-card combinations. Quite a lot of the deck here.
I like the fold from Thomas. If I'm in his shoes, I'm giving Jorge an enormous amount of credit.
Yeah, until proven otherwise.
Yeah.
I've only seen Ace-Jack showdown in a spot where he missed out on, quite a few bets, if I'm saying. He took a tighter route. And then the queens against the other queens.
Right.
Until you see someone get out of line, they're solid, they're solid until proven otherwise.
Almost everyone except the best players under 3 bets from the big blind. I think that is especially true of players that lean tight. That's one position they don't get very creative out of. So
absolutely,
if you're Thomas, it's really hard to know that actually Jorge is occasionally going to choose Ace-Jack and come after you.
Yeah, and you're pretty much, I know Thomas is down almost 2 million from peak, but you're getting pretty much anything you want in these spots, so we can pass on some of the closer ones and some of the scarier ones.
Looks like Ted there opened our button to 300. Jorge has Ace-9 of diamonds in the small blind. Goes with the 3-bet.
775.
Ted getting a little out of line there with the 7-5 offsuit. Feels like, hey, I got the most chips in this hand. I think Jorge's going to play pretty snug. Let's get adventurous.
You know what? I think Jorge George is going to tell us himself what his name is.
If he makes the final table, he certainly will.
When he wins this thing.
Okay.
Call my shot.
We like to wager.
Start the poly market.
Give me some odds. What are we talking, Savage?
I'm talking Jorge versus George.
Oh, name? Yes. I'm going to need like 10 to 1, I think it is.
10 to 1.
What kind of odds did you need on him winning the tournament?
Let's see. Second shortest stack. 8 players left. Yeah. Looking like 15, 20 to 1.
2 fold. 3 fold. 4 fold.
300. The raise from Thomas with ace 4. Ted makes the call on the cutoff with queen jack of spades.
Ted has navigated this final table and this final day pretty well. I mean, I know he took a few hits early on, but not backing down from any of Thomas's opens. Obviously, the cards are complying as well, but
Ten, 7, 6, 2 spades. Not a great looking board for Thomas.
One check.
Checks it over to Ted. He's got a whole world of outs here.
$450.
450 is the bet. Half pot on this coordinated board, and Thomas doesn't waste time.
Jaffe back in the chat. Not so sure what language he is speaking, but I believe he's cheering on Thomas. You able to decipher?
Maybe I'm missing it. Where am I looking?
This bottom message.
French, perhaps? He is Belgian, and they mostly speak French in Belgium, right? Martin's with the Queen 9 of clubs.
Raise 375.
Makes it 375. Ted not tempted by the King 7 of hearts. Wanted to just set me on the button with the Ace 7 of spades, and he'll take a flop. Eddie and Thomas take a breather.
Heads up.
Ten, 4, 3, all spades. Giuseppe has flopped the nuts.
4 check.
Martins not invest.
Fortunately for Martins and unfortunately for Giuseppe, nothing here for Martins to really be interested in. Although I do like Giuseppe starting with bet there because, you know, if Martins has anything and it's a mega cooler, he could get his whole stack.
Lucky box, Giuseppe. Lucky box.
What was it? It was a good hand.
A7.
Of hearts.
Space.
of a certain suit. Yeah.
I'll do it.
Yeah.
Confirmation that it is French.
And this.
3 fold. 4 fold. 5 fold.
Back to Giuseppe, this time with tens.
7 makes it 450. 9 fold.
450, sizing up with the stronger holdings like we talked about earlier. See if Thomas is clued in.
Yep. I think he'll be able to pick up on that.
Let's just see a flop out of the big blind with his
Out of the small
ace,
blind.
excuse me, small blind with his ace 4 of clubs.
Yeah, and totally not much there with the Jack 6 suited in the big blind multi-way.
7-5 deuce. 1 club, 2 diamonds. Thomas picking up the gut shot.
Back to
the
a flush
overcard.
draw.
Things to work with here, but Giuseppe loving this board. Thomas gonna lead. 400,000.
2 million.
Oh, quick. 2 million from Giuseppe.
Wow.
Never in doubt.
Good bluff.
Giuseppe might be taking the chip lead here after this hand.
Perfect bluff.
Yep.
Something tells me that Giuseppe's not after ladder.
No, no, he's not.
He wants to win this.
Yes. He's been here before. He's not worried.
Which I like. I'd like to know when Giuseppe's first cash was.
Use this cool little thing in my hand to make that happen for you.
First recorded cash. We don't know.
Jorge with pocket 7s.
Kings.
He's going to open Muckham, and yeah, that turns out very well for him.
Like the open muck.
Let me see. Jorge has over 30 blinds on the low jack. It's actually pretty close. It's surprisingly close there with the 7s. Put it this way, I don't mind the fold. Marion, who we haven't heard from in a while, will take a flop. Giuseppe feels like the wrong guy, especially sizing up a little bit here, to take a slightly loose flop with the 5-4-0. If he had more chips or he was up against a player who wasn't so value heavy with his opening, I would like it better.
This hand's going to win soon.
Yeah, this one won't matter too much. Ace, queen, queen. Quick check fold for Marion, who has not had many cards to work with. And I think a little bit of impatience there taking the flop. And look, by no means some crazy call out of the big blind. But as we talked about, Giuseppe, when he opens, usually has pretty strong hands. And he makes you pay for it.
Maybe a hint of impatience.
Yeah.
Mr. Matt Savage. What year do you think his first cash was, Giuseppe?
I actually don't think it's that long ago. I don't really know him that well, but I'm going to say 2016.
1992.
2011.
2011.
You know what his first event he ever cashed in was? World Series of Poker main event.
No.
10K.
That's a good one.
Immediately into a 50K after that.
Keep the mics on.
Keep them.
Sink or swim for Giuseppe. He's swimming just fine here.
Totally will open our button with 10-9. To Martins in the big blind with the dominating queen 9. Take a flop with that on Tolly.
Nine right there with a 10 and an 8. Anatoly with 2 pair. Martins with a pair and a straight draw.
Flop where Anatoly should size up some of the time. Very wet board here. He likes to check back.
There it is. Straight's been made. There are 3 clubs on the board. Either player with a club in their hand.
Yeah, this is bad news for Anatoly, but it's not too much of a nightmare. The jack there completes a lot of things. The clubs complete a lot of things, you know.
Harmless 4 of hearts on the river. How much does Martins want to bet here?
Somewhere in the world of 500,000. Looks to be a little grabbing a few more chips than that.
bet 650.
650. The queen high straight. Anatoly with 2 pair. Let's see if he gets stubborn here.
Two calls.
Anatoly does make the call here.
Straight.
Martin's making the straight on the turn. Gets a healthy bet out of Anatoly on this river.
650, yeah?
650.
So Martins continues to surge up our leaderboard. These players will be on a break, and we'll be back in about 10 minutes.
Playing down to 6. Almost there.
All right, we are back here at Seminole Hard Rock Hollywood for the 3,500 Lucky Hearts Poker Open main event. 8 left in this thing. Everybody's good for 76,000. We're battling for 611,000 up top. 8 left. We're playing down to 6 tonight. Everybody's pretty deep stacked, so sit down, buckle up. This might be we might be here a while.
And nobody that likely to bust out in the near future could take a cooler. And while we've had 3 players willing to mix it up and gamble a little more, it's also our deepest stacked players, and none of the short stacks are taking unnecessary risks.
Yeah, it seems the shorter stacks that are in here are the ones that are less willing to bust and more wanting to ladder. So they're choosing, it's been a cold deck for them recently. They've been pretty card dead, but I think they're pretty unwilling to get into some dicey spots here, and they might have to flip for it at some point, as these blinds go up.
Our players settle back in. I believe it is Giuseppe there on the right who holds the chip lead for the moment.
Giuseppe took the chip lead from Thomas Boyven. We have Ted McNamara. I think he's up there as well. And Eddie Blumenthal. Been pretty quiet on this final table, but I think he's still hovering around 9-10 million.
Yeah, we've barely seen him get involved in recent orbits, but didn't have any close spots either.
Yeah, he was active earlier in the day. I don't think much of the strategy has changed for him. I think he's just been pretty card dead.
Yeah, we're good.
Couple of storylines here. We have the top 3 podium finishers from the 25K high roller early in this week still in the tournament.
You guys have the stacks?
Thomas, Giuseppe, and Anatoly finished first, second, and third respectively. We have last year's previous winner in Martins Adenia.
It'll be online.
We don't have our phones though.
Looking to go back to back.
Yeah, they should give us that.
We have Myron Harper as well. 42,000 in career earnings, largest cash $7,000 in a $400 tournament. This is a big spot. He's already well past his career high, and looking to get a few ladders and maybe bump that number up a bit.
Yeah, no worries.
Alright, so 7 folds, I'm sorry, 6 folds, 7 folds. 8
Yeah?
folds.
You
Okay.
promise?
1 folds.
Might only be in time.
Folds around to Martins in the small blind with King Deuce. This time he'll limp in.
Blinds up to 100,000, 200,000, 200,000, big blind ante.
Ted checks behind with Jack 4 and flops top pair on Jack 10-7. Following a check from Martins. Ted bets 300K. And Martins is not interested.
I'm gonna bomb the river though, at least make me feel better about myself.
Okay.
Jorge's tripped up quite a bit since we first started this final table. I think he came in as the short stack, or one
Make me feel a little
of
better
2
about
short
myself.
stacks.
That was one of my concerns. I was like,
Is that right? When did he win all those chips?
That's I'm surprised as well, and we've been staring at this screen all day, you and I. Myron in the danger zone here, sitting on about 12 big blinds, 12.5 bigs. Gonna need to make something happen soon if these cards will comply.
Action with Eddie. The 10-8 of spades.
In commentary here, I'm sure we're not supposed to have any biases, but everyone likes a good underdog story, right?
Who's the underdog here?
40K in earnings, I would think it might be the underdog, yeah.
It's the short stack as well. He's been quite card dead. Down to Martins on the button with Queen 3. Raising into Ted and Jorge. It's interesting. So I think Martins is aware that you should not be opening Queen 3 into 2 players who cover you at a final table. But when he does this, it tells me that he thinks Jorge will play cooperatively enough that he'll actually perform pretty well raising this kind of hand.
And I think he's fine getting... I don't think he's going to face a ton of aggressive resistance, so he's happy playing, you know, a single raise pot in position in a spot like this.
And on King, King 9, it is a quick check, bet, and fold.
Against rather inexperienced tournament player like Ted and Jorge, who is quite the experience, but usually at a smaller stake. Boris Johnson says Myron deserves a good hand soon. If only that is how things worked in the poker world, Boris.
Thomas making it 200K. Excuse me, 400K. Forgot that our blinds went up.
Receiving some surprising intel here. My mother, who plays poker here at the Seminole Hard Rock Hollywood, shot me a text just now and said, "It's George," by the way.
So we've gone from Jorge to George to Jorge, and now back to George.
Shocking development here. Thanks, Mom.
It seems like reliable intel, though.
Yeah, I don't think she would steer me wrong.
Okay, so George it is. We were just talking about how well he is chipped up at this final table. Just staying solid, playing his game, picking his spots, surprising us with that 3-bet with the ace-jack up against Thomas. And here Anatoly 3-bets the ace-queen up against Thomas, and I think 20-ish blinds deep, Anatoly is willing to commit his stack here. Thomas will fold, though.
Boyven slipping a little bit. Peaked around 13 million.
The stack is slipping, but quality of play, not at all. Does have a shoe on, though. Could be bad luck. Thomas won't play here. Neither will Anatoly or Marion. Martin's with ace-7 on the hijack. Goes up to 4. Ted is behind with 9-8 of clubs. He's been pretty willing to call these playable suited hands so far at this final table when in position.
These two have sort of assumed the role of the, you know, co-sheriffs of the table, what have you, when Thomas folds the hand. You know, they sort of assume the role of the aggressor.
5 raises to 1,050,000. 6 folds, 7 folds.
Ted, the 3-bet, just over $1 million.
Giuseppe folds the king-jack off. Mission accomplished by Ted there.
Martins is going to eye Ted for a moment, but I doubt he ever wants to put more money in with ace-7 offsuit.
This is a not-so-fun hand to continue with. Another thorough, intentional fold from Martins. He really doesn't break from this sort of, you know, game plan. I'd be interested to watch back the tape from last year and see if he had the same sort of strategy in the final days.
Martins has been around and done well for many years, so I imagine pretty similar approach. Maybe he got the chip lead earlier on and got to play from in front.
Right.
Now he's like contesting that with Thomas, and of course he has Giuseppe a few seats behind him who is going to get to flops and is going to play sticky, so he can't just steamroll the table. Marion, with his last 12 blinds, has ace-8.
So not fun when you get a hand like that. That's, you know, feels like it's good enough compared to the hands you've received since the start of this final table, and it's just, you know,
7 folds, 8 folds.
wish it was aces or kings, right?
I think he's a little early, actually. to be entering here. I know he's been so card dead, just kind of needs to take any pot he can get, but...
It's the mental game of, you know, +1 blinds are coming around, 12 bigs. Everyone it seems like people are pulling chips out of their pockets. Everyone is chipping up. And he's sitting there left in the dust. He's got to make a move soon.
Well, he did go 3x pre-flop, but that didn't discourage Thomas from calling King Deuce of Hearts in the big blind. And on Queen 7-6, Marion will have to follow through if he wants to win this pot. That's what Marion will do. And an immediate fold from Thomas.
Take it down, Marion. You earned it.
It's been hard to come by for him.
For 7, 4, 6, 4, 7, 5 behind.
Action with Martins. Passes on King 7. Everyone out.
Yes, Wes, this is a live final table. Eddie with the ace-10 on the button. I think another reason Eddie, we haven't heard much from him, is having the chip leader on his left for most of this final table.
Anatoly with the playable Queen 9 in the big blind. See the flop with Eddie. It's King 8-6, 2 diamonds and a spade. Eddie with a hand that should mostly bet, but could sometimes check. With the backup there.
Small bet's okay here. You know, you're going to get a lot of just, you know, give up folds. And if you face any sort of contention, obviously your hand is no good.
It is a small bet of 250.
West Spine was $3,500, and I believe there are 1,213 entries. Something to that effect. Anatoly finds the check raise here. Maybe he's seeing something that we are not.
Anatoly holding the very relevant 9 of diamonds. His Queen of Clubs blocks King Queen for Eddie. And Eddie with a hand that feels like a tough continue at a final table. Maybe earlier in the tournament, say, okay, I'm going to make this guy earn the pot. Sometimes I run a runner, good enough hand to show down. Sometimes I turn an ace. But here at the final table, I understand why he leans a more conservative approach and folds.
Anatoly, you know, the cards aren't getting it done for him, so he's going to take the reins himself and sort of make it happen. You know, not every flop is going to be favorable, right? You got to go ahead and earn it every once in a while. Mind you, we are on a 20K pay jump. 22K pay jump, actually. Every elimination from here on out, there will be a pretty significant difference in money paid out. The newly rediscovered George with the min open here. King Jack offsuit.
2 players behind him find hands. Thomas with ace-10 on the button. Will call. Anatoly with king-queen in the small blind.
Again, tough spot to 3-bet here if you're Thomas, because George has shown nothing but the goods. He's pretty much with King Jack off, he's pretty much at the stone bottom of what he's been opening from that position.
for the same reason it may be tough for Anatoly to 3-bet. He does pass.
Yeah.
Marion quickly out with 8-3 of diamonds. Heads up between these two. Nine, 6 deuce. 2 hearts and a spade. Both players with a heart.
6 checks.
George leads off with a check. Thomas with a couple of very relevant cards here in the ace of hearts and 10 of spades.
How do you want to proceed here, Thomas?
I would mix, and he elects to check. Jack of clubs lands on the turn. Against Jorge, I think I would lean a little bit towards betting, because I don't think he's going to like ever check raise me with many overcards.
I think if Jorge had one of his stronger holdings here, the aces, kings, queens, I think he bets.
Yeah. Also, I just think the times I turn a heart, I feel so good about my chances of bluffing off Jorge. Just going big bet all in on river and trusting that if he doesn't have exactly like king, queen, or king, jack of hearts, he's absolutely cooked.
Yep. Completely agree.
Ted looked down at ace-5 here.
5 folds. 6 folds. 7 folds. 8 folds. 1 folds.
Thank you.
2 folds.
Marion says thank you as he looks at the ace-5 of diamonds.
3 goes all in.
And moves it all in, but Martin's in the big blind with 8-6, can't play.
All right, Marion came back from break, picking up a few chips here. As you guys can see, we're still pretty deep stacked here on the final table here at the Lucky Hearts Poker Open. Great structure. Might be here a little while, getting down to 6. Yeah, Drastic Kitty, you're not wrong. It looks like the shoes are back on for Boyven. Might lend to the fact that he has taken a downturn since the shoes came back on, but, you know, what do I know?
Seven raises to 450.
Seppi making a 450 with queen jack. And he's going to fold ace-3 of diamonds. Thomas with 5s, though. Up against Giuseppe. Likes what he sees.
Thomas goes with call. He sort of has lost the stack to just be taking an aggressive action anytime he can pre-flop. Ed wakes up with the goods here in the big blind.
These are our 3 chip leaders. What does Ted want to do here? Most players would squeeze, but again, you're at this final table up against the other 2 big stacks. Not everyone fires it in there, but Ted, he is one of them. He makes it 2 million.
Yep.
Quick time extension from Giuseppe.
A prepay from Giuseppe.
Hmm.
You know, he's got a bit of a decision on his hands. I mean, he acts pretty quick. You would think this is going right into the muck, but the prepay of the time bank might dictate otherwise.
Giuseppe very visibly thinking here. Feels like he'll end up folding, but he's really concerned about it. He lets it go. Thomas quickly folds behind. Ted wins that pot.
It was a good one. I'll show the camera. I'll even show you.
Now he's getting closer to becoming our chip leader.
Reasonable.
Tables the hand.
That's it.
Reasonable. All right. All right. Your friends again. All right.
folds. 8 folds. 1 folds.
Eddie recently moved down here from Wisconsin.
So Did he? What
might
part?
Have, I'm not so sure, but he might share a similar football affiliation.
Sure he does. It's pretty much a religion up there.
Cheeseheads.
4 bases to 400.
Martins makes it 400. We're a spoiled fan base. Most of us can't remember what bad quarterback play looks like.
Unbelievable. You guys hit the
Crazy.
nail on the head 3 times in a row. 3 generations in a row. Although Love seems to have been unproven so far.
Oh, I don't think that's the case anymore.
To be looped in with Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers?
Yeah, I think, you know, obviously the level, the like sustained excellence isn't there, but I'm pretty convinced Love is a top 6-ish quarterback in the league now. His numbers were tremendous this year. Excellent in the playoff game, and he was best in the 4th quarter, which is what you really want to see from your quarterback. So I feel really good about where they're at with him going forward. We'll see about the defense after the injury to Micah Parsons.
Should be back next year.
I think early in the season, you always just worry with a guy like that, will he have the same explosiveness?
Speaking of explosiveness, Anatoly wakes up with the big slick here.
6 folds.
No action.
Nature.
But yeah, at this point, I think, obviously, in terms of his career, he's not. But Jordan Love's a better quarterback than Brett Favre. I don't think that's particularly close. So if you look at like efficiency and EPA and just how much he avoids interceptions and turnovers compared to how many Favre gave up, I actually don't think it's very close. And Favre was a great quarterback.
You might upset some from the older generation.
Yeah, and look, again, you know, Love's done it for 3 years. The first year he played, the first 8 games were so bad I thought they were going to be drafting a quarterback, but the next 8 were MVP caliber work, and then he demolished the Cowboys in the playoffs. Second year he was hurt, still relatively efficient, and then this year he was, by a lot of metrics, around the 3rd best quarterback in the league. I don't know if that's true, but as far as the quality he put up this year, so yeah, I think they're pretty set. And again, Favre, as great as he was a very sloppy player.
Here's Marion waking up with it finally.
Making the big sizing.
500K. Might see a flop here with the Queen 10 suited.
5.
Even though he knows that Marion's not really messing around and he hasn't had much to work with. Queen 10 suited just too good to pass up in the big blind.
And this hand is over. King 5-5 on the flop. Eddie has 2 undercards. Savvy check from Marion, though.
Second time he's checked back with a pretty nutted hand.
The insta-check as well.
Yeah.
But Eddie will not take the bait.
Does he have one more in him?
3 bets, 300.
It's at 300.
Eddie thinking, is this just, you know, random turn stab and maybe he can make a move for the pot? But I feel like most of those sort of happen on the flop if you miss everything.
Yeah.
You know?
Totally has the ace-queen. And I'll say this for Favre, his longevity and durability will never be matched. That is a record that will never even come close to being broken in the NFL.
There's something to be said about being available week in and week out and knowing what you're going to get.
No matter what, yeah.
Coming from a Dolphins fan, trust me, it is very important.
There are 8s for Martins, which elicits a call.
6 folds.
Eddie and Thomas both out of there with junky hands. So heads up between these two pros. Queen, Jack, Deuce.
Anatoly out flopping Martins here, but
starts with a check. Martin checks behind. 5 of hearts on the turn, no help for either player.
Anatoly has to start betting here, right, on the turn. We want to try to get 2 streets.
Time, yeah. And after the check back from Martins, I won't be surprised if he sizes up a bit.
$650.
Yeah, I like this half pot sizing from Anatoly.
Gets it done.
The action has slowed down a little in recent orbits. Before, when we had Thomas and Giuseppe as our co-leaders, and they were both finding plenty of playable hands, it was a lot of action. Right now, table going a little bit card dead, or just somebody has one monstrous hand and everyone else has nothing.
Nobody wants to bust out. Everyone has more than 20 big blinds.
Seems heavy.
So can you remember watching much Dan Marino? You were pretty young when he was retiring.
Only highlights. The first Dolphins quarterback I remember is the great Jay Fiedler.
Sure. I remember Jay Fiedler.
But we were there. We had season tickets growing up
Nice.
in the heat before they put the dome over the stadium. Or not even a dome, the half dome over the stadium. We were upper deck 40-yard line. I was there for every single game. Every game during that 1-15 season.
Some rough years there for the Dolphins.
I think they should give you discounted tickets nowadays if you were there then.
Yeah, good luck explaining that to an NFL owner.
I saw the Greg Camarillo touchdown in overtime to beat the Ravens to avoid going 0-16.
I don't remember that one.
Why would you?
Yeah, why would I be watching some terrible football team?
I'd be genuinely... I would be a little concerned if you did remember that one.
I remember that incredible play against the Patriots.
Oh, yeah. Miracle in Miami.
That was about 3 to 5 years ago, right in there?
A few more. It was about 7 years ago.
I guess that was. Yeah,
6
that was
years
still
ago.
Brady era, wasn't it?
It was Brady era. It was Tannehill, a quarterback for the Dolphins, who, in my opinion, got an unfair shake with our organization. But
I agree. He showed that in Tennessee.
Yep.
Give him a good coach and a good organization, the man took it to the AFC Championship game.
Nearly won it.
Yeah. I think lost to Brady, right?
Mahomes,
okay. It was the Mahomes one.
Up 2 possessions in that championship game. I only remember because I was a big Tannehill supporter to the point where, arguing with friends, it made me sort of have to like the Titans when he went there.
He was pretty good at the Titans.
Yeah, I had to like him just to prove that he was solid, and he got the job done. I mean, granted, he had Derrick Henry and A.J. Brown and a great coach, but...
He was also surprisingly athletic and mobile out there.
Well, he was a wide receiver in college.
Yeah. He was really, really good in the pocket.
Texas
A&M.
A&M.
Him out.
Yep. Back to the action here. Let's see if we can get something going here. 1,300 in the chat. We're up a little bit from break, so we're hoping to work back to that 1,500 number.
Folds all the way to Anatoly in the small blind.
So
He's got the king 9 of diamonds.
I mean, it's brutal.
And he's going to shove on Marion. And with about 18 blinds there. It's interesting. I totally get why you would just shove there. I think there's nothing really wrong with that play. But I will say that, like, King 9 and King 10 suited are some of the very best hands that we end up shoving and only getting called by better, and then just making a bunch of worse fold. I might like shoving something like, say, 9-8 suited more than King 9 suited.
I like getting a little bit of a raise in there. You know,
a lot of playability post flop. I think if Marion
Small
jams,
blind.
you can fold super comfortably.
Yeah, and I mean, due respect to Marion, like I said, he's pretty clearly the least experienced player at this table. Ted as well, tournament-wise, but I want to play pots against that guy.
6 raises to 200.
400.
Oh, 400.
400 from George.
Back in the game with the ace-10 suited.
So sorry.
God, it hurts my
Is he
soul.
okay?
I mean, I know we have to fold the 8-7 of clubs, but hate to see him go.
Got a lot going on. How many people are talking?
Stop yelling at her. She's doing great.
Everyone out of that one. George takes it down, back over 8
I
million.
couldn't imagine someone else being there. I'm like, stop.
I've got a troll in my ear.
That's brutal.
I think Savage might have missed the mark with that 9-15 under.
Looking like it right now. Nobody on the precipice of busting.
Probably shows you haven't made many final tables, but I've never heard someone have to say, 1 bets this, 2 bet. I'm like, oh my god.
Yeah,
It's normal.
Is it? Got it. So it's me. Okay.
it's like 1 or 2 years, you know.
Oh, got it. Yeah. I made a lot of final tables.
AI is gonna take over.
Yeah.
You know,
Act like,
the game's kind of passed me by.
give it 2 years and we are.
act like you've been there before, Ted. So he was weary of the dealer announcing every single action as it passes by. 10's here for Marion. Facing an open from Thomas. It's like we're going to get a raise and likely a fold back the other way if nothing else happens.
Yeah, I believe you're right. I think with Marion stack under 20 bigs, we can just move the 10s in. We don't
Sixes for
really want Thomas getting to the flop here with stuff like King Queen suited ever.
Yeah, you don't. I mean, playing with fire a bit and chipping up here has merit, but same result in this hand.
I'd have played it different if you
If you had a few more blinds, though, well, quite a few more blinds,
Have at
honestly.
it,
And even
yeah.
still, like, 10s are a little bit of a weird 3-bet calling hand. They tend to be, like, all in or just a call pre-flop.
Yeah, especially at a depth like this. Like we're not talking 60 big blinds deep. We're talking 20, 30 big blinds. Like let's get it in here and hope we're coolering 9s. Sometimes we're flipping. Sometimes we just get the fold and we just get to pick up some chips. As previously stated, and even more so to the point now at the final table, every single big blind is important. You need to scratch and claw for every single bit of value that you can get.
Seppi, one of his patented limps under the gun, sneaks in with the deuces. Eddie right behind with Jack 9 of clubs. I think earlier in the tournament I'm all for this raise, but under the gun 1 on 35 blinds with Jack 9 suited. Giuseppe's likely to see a flop with you. Still got everybody to act behind you. I'm not as in love with my Jack 9 of clubs here in Eddie's position.
+1 ISOing over a limp. Yeah, I don't love it either myself, but it gets through right now and it gets the job done. Eddie picks up some chips. One of the funnier comments in the chat today just appeared. Stuart Mandelbaum says, "Where is Savage? I know it's too dark to be golfing, and the Cowboys aren't playing since it's playoff time."
Good question. Where is Savage? Maybe out on the floor right now.
Yep, working.
Taking a walk. Spending time with the wife.
He'll be back around. Completely owned me. I was so excited about my hole-in-one. So I got 4.
Yeah, big time the shit out of you.
Yeah.
Ah, yeah. Cool story.
So,
I got 4.
All right, rookie. I got 4.
Yeah. Classic Savage. Marion with the King Queen. Makes it 500K. Martin's right behind with Queen Jack suited. In an interesting position here and facing the larger sizing. Wouldn't mind him just folding it. Easy for me to say looking at Marion's King Queen, but Marion's been real snug. He He sizes up. There's still a few players behind you. Martins wants to make the call, though.
Like you said, we're obviously looking at a dominated situation here.
Yeah.
King, queen versus queen, jack, but Martins gets some magic flop here. And it looks like he's going to get a c-bet here from Marion as well.
Maybe a big one, too. Is that 800K?
900K.
Oof.
I mean, flopped our top pair. You know, how do we proceed? Facing a hefty size.
I've seen calls. I'm sorry, 4 calls.
So we'll make the call. 6 of diamonds on the turn. Doesn't really change anything about this board. Marion going for it.
I have a sneaking suspicion that Martins could give him credit for a very strong hand here.
I understand why you would. He's getting over 3-1 to see the river.
Yeah, I just don't know. I mean, if I'm Marion and if I'm trying to pull off a hand like this, I'm trying to represent strong. Maybe I go either super small here and large all in on river, or I just, you know, pile it in on the turn. But
this is a gross spot for Martins.
Yeah.
Marion's image, it's so hard to know that he would take a hand like king queen and barrel here after sizing up on the flop. It's a real three-door situation.
Yeah,
he's going to rip it. Martins makes the right choice.
Let's Marion off the hook here. For
Marion looks sick, but he's reaching for chips.
Oh, I don't know. This is. I think we're just posturing here.
I mean, I never would have thought he would have called the queen-jack suited versus queens earlier.
That was bonkers, but this is a different level. We're at the final table. We made it here, you know?
Quite sure what you would believe Martins could have that your king-queen beats, so...
You ever get to a... Oh.
I was going to say, as you said, probably just some posturing before a fold, but he's selling it. All right, lets it go.
Usually a tank like that is, I don't know if you've had the similar experience, but you ever get to a spot in a hand on like a big turn or a big river and you're like, how did we even get here?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, I face that often, and that's what that felt like, you know, it takes one to know one, where you're tanking and you're just like, why did I end up in this situation?
Marion built that pot, bombing the flop, barrels the turn. Martin's our new chip leader, just south of 11 million.
A lot of big stacks here, a lot of poker left to play. This could get real interesting here moving down the stretch.
Nice job from Martins to commit the stack there. Take down a significant pot that puts him in the lead. Now with ace 10, he'll be right back to work.
See if we can build on that chip lead. The hijack open, I would assume, was 400,000 out there. George mucks the 10-9 suited on the button. Giuseppe decides he wants to see 3 cards with the king-7 offsuit of the small blind. Unconventional, but nonetheless. Dream flop.
Wow.
7 checks.
No lead from Giuseppe this time. Martin's with the gut shot and the overcard.
I've seen a few check raises with, you know, his relatively strong hands, but with a monster flop like this, I think he might just string along a call.
7.
And I am 0 for life with this Giuseppe character. Man, I hope I never end up on the same table as him.
Got that right. That was a tough one. 7C raises to 7.
Very small check raise, but if you're Martins, hard not to think your hand is in really rough shape. I'm surprised he's continuing, especially without a heart in his hand.
I mean, without the heart in his hand is, you know, it could be up against the Jack 10, the Jack 9, the Ace-X of hearts.
1.2.
I mean, the story changes now with the second barrel, but
yeah, now Martins is convinced.
Uppy.
Not so bad. Martin's saying, you know, it's a small check raise. Show me twice. Show me on the turn that you actually mean it.
So Giuseppe, with that victory, knocks Martins off the top of the podium.
Ted back to work in the hijack with the Queen 9 suited. Uncontested. These players are picking up 500,000 chips when it folds to them after their opens. I mean, that's... As we go along, I know that's only 2.5 big blinds, but these things add up as the blinds go up.
You eat your food? Bro, be careful. Yeah.
Now, plenty of chips spread around this table. Marion, the only short stack, only stack south of 7 million. Martins with ace jack.
Deliberate as always, 400,000. Last time Ted found himself in this spot from slightly later position, he 3-bet the 9-8 suited. Disagrees earlier, and for good reason. George wakes up with Cowboys. Not the Dallas kind either. These ones are strong.
1.1.
6 raises to 1.1.
In these positions, Martin's unlikely to continue here against George. As we know, he never acts quick. I think he knows his decision here. Yeah.
Those big odds on George winning are looking better hand by hand. Chipping up.
The Ted with the king 4 of hearts.
1.3.
Five raises to 400. 6 folds, 7 folds.
It's been quiet lately. Re-enters this pot. Told he has deuces in the small. Marion on the short stack and the big blind with Queen Jack. And I totally want to make the call here. Speculate a little bit.
I'm alright calling 2 blind, you know, a blind and a half here with a pair and just, you know, seeing if we can do something crazy. Let's make our set and let's make a hand. Let's go win this thing. And until he chooses otherwise, he thinks there'll be better spots.
Marion makes the call and makes top pair. Ted has bottom pair here. And it looks like he might just shove on him. Yeah, he just ripped it in.
Yep.
Marion shrugs and says, okay, let's make the call. I can understand at this stack depth why Ted figures, look, I've got a pair. It's pretty vulnerable. Let's just put it in here, and hopefully he doesn't have a better pair than me. This time, Marion does have the top pair, so we go to a turns. The 8 of diamonds, good-looking card for Marion. Needs to fade a king or a 4, and it's an 8, so he will get the double here.
Nice double, Marion. Way to get back on the horse after losing that significant pot with the king-queen.
Yeah, the underdog story continues.
Please. Here you see the chip stacks of all of the remaining 8 in this main event. Things are changing. I mean, we started with Boyven with an overwhelming chip lead and a couple of short stacks. Now, you know, Marion's still short, but he did just double.
Would have been more of a sweat. I made a pair, and I'm like, oh.
Everyone hovering around that 60, 50, 40 big blind stack.
Just enough if I blank. I'll fall to the
Yeah.
Just enough if I blank.
That.
That's what I was saying.
Good hand, buddy.
But once I see the jack, I said, if you got ace, jack, king, jack, I'm dead.
Sure.
Action folds around to the button. We have Anatoly with the queen, jack, offsuit. Opens here and is likely to take it down. And does just that.
You feeling something? First time fold on big blind.
We have a Go Whalers in the chat. Shout out Ted. Shout out Matt Savage, knowing
maybe next
what
time.
that logo is. $1,400 of you in the chat. We're almost back to our peak of 1,500. Let's see if we can surpass that. 8 people left in this thing. 611K up top. This is a crazy, crazy battle, and there's some of the best players in the world still in this thing. Seppi's been quiet here, electing fold with some of his lower quality hands, some of the hands that he was maybe willing to limp earlier on. Thomas with the open here from middle position. And Ted decides to tag along and see 3 cards here with the 7-4 suited.
Not much there on 995.
Typically we'd be looking at a check fold here, but you know, we have discussed that the big blind might like a check raise here, especially as deep as they are. Thomas may be recognizing that and elects to check back his ace high.
See if the queen on the turn inspires Thomas to put money in, but it seems like the hand that probably chucks down the most here.
250?
250 goes with the small bet. That'll knock Ted out of the pot.
I think to your point of the small bet there, right, Boyven, I don't think much changes as far as result of the hand, small bet, big bet. So, you know, just in case you are getting check raised by a monster or trapped hand, you might as well Put a little feeler bet out there. Quarter pot. If Ted has any piece of that board, you know, you're losing anyways.
Let's look at our current leaderboard. Giuseppe, just under 12 million. It's about as high as anyone's got in this tournament. He's got the ace-6 of diamonds. Limson, seen him do that a lot under the gun. Thomas has ace-queen.
Expect an ISO here.
Mirroring out with the ace-8 of clubs. Martins is on the button, right?
Yep, with the queen jack O.
Yeah. It's going to squeeze here up to 1.4. Not squeeze, excuse me, 3-bet.
I suppose that the queen and the jack have enough properties that align, you know, with Thomas's range here, but I would lean towards just putting this in the muck here against a player like Thomas, who, you know, was steamrolling early, but he's been quiet as of late.
Not an easy decision for Thomas either. You know, he did ISO with Limper. Martin
3.1
makes the 3-bet, but Thomas susses him out. 4 bets here to 3.1 million.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, Thomas has been has most of his curious, you know, not so sure about it opens and 3-bets ISOs have come from late position.
Can he do? Giuseppe
He's +2 there.
The flop, you know?
I don't know.
And what happened?
The guy
He can't.
2, 6, 14, 20, 31.
He is our boy. Don't touch him.
No,
yeah,
I respect, no?
We are trio, you know.
No, it's okay,
What
but
you don't know is who finished first, second, and third.
Yes, yeah. This is the one question, you know. This is the one. We know who will be the box, you know. But the question, who is first this time?
Everything is possible.
Pretty insane. I don't know how many players were in the 25K. I'm sure, you know, more like 50 to 100 than any crazy number. But over 1,000 entries in this tournament, and the same 3 players making the final table that went 1, 2, 3 in that 25K.
Pretty crazy, right?
Yeah. It's not as if they came back and played a 200-person main event or something and final tabled. There was 1,100 entries in this thing.
28 entries in that high roller.
Okay. So yeah, you know, pretty small field. What did first pay, like 300?
310,000.
Yeah.
Look at you. Prize pool guru.
You should see Savage at that stuff. Although I will say, when somebody asked me to set a line on this championship on the table on like day 1 or something, I was like, what will it pay for first? 620, and it was like 9K off. So I feel pretty good about that one. 611 up top for our eventual winner. We'll see. Thomas, Giuseppe, and Anatoly can go 1, 2, 3 again. Now that would be ridiculous. That would be people freaking out and running conspiracies on the internet.
Do you think that would be crazier than this guy going back to back?
That would. So many storylines at this one. Giuseppe here with middle pair. Not spooked at all here, and he's ahead of Ted with his bottom pair. Excuse me, bottom pair on the flop, second pair on the turn. Giuseppe bets 700K from the big blind.
He led flop and is now leading the turn. Gets it done. Well done, Giuseppe.
Was it nice, or you just
I can sort of see
It's
how
nice.
he's run deep in all these tournaments. I mean, he's a tough customer. It's not like, you know, most decisions are different than the previous one.
He fights for pots well.
Yeah.
No, it's okay. Don't worry.
Keep it.
Yeah, sure. Can I just? No fucking way.
2 folds, 3 folds, 4 folds, 5 folds, 6 folds.
1.2.
7 makes it 1.2.
Thomas with the open. Giuseppe finds the 3-bet with pocket kings out of the small blind.
Thank you, man.
Should get it done.
One more.
Ah,
One more.
yeah.
Open my king for.
I had Jack of Hearts, another one. Yeah, now I have.
Tell me that.
Yeah. Thank you, bro. Edward, it's a perfect timing.
You kill me.
To change,
you open the king.
to change kings
Come on,
against
man,
6.
it's bad.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
Oh, man.
Oh, my.
Good rapport between these three.
Almost like they've played a tournament pretty recently together and run pretty deep.
Won all the money. Martins. Make it 450.
4 raises to 450. 5 folds, 6 folds.
A little snug fold there from George with the ace-10. But Giuseppe on the button will not be folding king-queen.
Shows up with the call. I'm done predicting what Giuseppe's going to do. I thought we were getting a 3-bet there.
Thomas perhaps considering it. Knows that Martin's opening a little wide. Knows that Giuseppe's calling a little wide. I am surprised that Thomas is overcalled here. This is not something you see very much under the ICM pressure of a final table overcalling the pretty weak offsuit aces without a potential wheel out of the big blind. So I'm surprised that Thomas did it. 10-6 deuce, all diamonds. Giuseppe has the queen of diamonds in his hand for the best diamond. And he very quickly, sort of confidently fires out that 450.
Could get the job done here.
Should get the job done. He's going to have close to 15 million or more in his hand.
Boyven folds.
No.
Martin's out of there too.
Nice bluff this moment after
Bluffing, no, it's not bluffing.
No? Oh, yeah.
No, not bluffing.
Bluffing with equity.
Forget it, bluffing. It's too much.
Professional bluff.
This hour is not bluffing. And the morning is okay.
The morning?
The morning.
In the morning is okay, different, but this
I'll
hour.
put it in my notes for tonight.
I think in China can be morning now, no?
China, you know.
6-7 here. You? 9-3. Oh. Good job.
Marion back to a little bit of card deadness after that double up. Giuseppe has shown that he likes these connectors suited and unsuited.
And Giuseppe has gambling chips right now. That's what he's doing here with the 9-8 on the cutoff. Thomas has ace-queen in the small blind, and he's going to charge Giuseppe to see the flop. Makes it 800.
That larger sizing is a product of out of position, small blind. You know, he's going to make Giuseppe pay for it if he wants to see a flop here.
Feels a little rich for 9-8 offsuit.
You would think.
Giuseppe will at least spend a time extension on it.
800.
Know how much Thomas plays. No raised.
Gives it up. Giuseppe kind of building some space between him and the rest of the pack.
Marion has ace-3 in the big blind. Anatoly has queens in the small blind. This could be expensive for Marion. With just 16 blinds, he has a hand that will end up all in pre-flop quite a bit. Anatoly opts to raise. He makes it 650. If I'm Marion, I'm probably going with this one.
Looks like he doesn't love it right out of the gate.
Especially if I feel like my opponents are trying to push me around. I see myself folding many aces, blind versus blind, around 15, 18 blinds. And usually it's just going to be an all-in. And we know that spells disaster for Marion.
Especially being the shortest stack here. It's very clear that Anatoly would be doing this with worse hands. Maybe a different size, but worse hands nonetheless.
It's going to call. So Marion avoids being all in and behind here.
What are we consuming now? I need to know.
7, 4, 3, 2 spades and a diamond.
Macadamia nuts. Oh, look at that.
Want some?
I'm okay.
It only has about
I'm gonna stick my head into
3x
it. So
pot.
if you want some, it's now.
No, go ahead. Yeah. You want to use your hands? I get it.
I don't
might be good enough.
I just want a list of all the substances you're consuming today.
Marion quickly flicks it in after that bet of 350K, and now he's all in and behind. Now he gave himself a chance to escape if he missed the flop, but after hitting bottom pair, totally understand why he chooses to commit himself here. So he is all in and behind, risking an elimination in 8th place unless he can find a running straight, an ace or 3.
Maybe some magic left in this run for him.
And the diamonds on the turn.
No help.
And a 5 hits the river to eliminate Marion on his Cinderella run here at the Seminole Hard Rock Lucky Hearts Poker Open.
Failed to do it.
GG's, Marion. What a run, man. Good for you.
Don't put it against me, though. One request. I'll take you golfing.
Can I take it because I busted him?
I think he'll be back.
Please, one time, no?
Anatoly up to 10 million now, second in chips. First we've seen him among the leaders in some time. They went 1-2-3 in the 25K, and they're 1-2-3 in our 3,500 championship right now. That's Giuseppe Anatoly and Thomas. George Gomez not far behind with 8.5 million. Same with Ted McNamara.
Down to 7 here. A lot of tough customers. There's no soft spots in this tournament. If we're talking least experienced here, I think it's Ted.
It's surprising because he seems very comfortable out there.
Yeah, you know, just because there's not a lot of tournament experience there doesn't mean that the money, you know, it might not be a factor. I'm not one to speculate, but
425. One fold. Two fold.
Our action. Thomas folds ace deuce of hearts on the cutoff. Nobody finds anything in the blinds.
you know, 4 days in, this is where it starts to get real grueling, if it wasn't already. When there's not really a clearly defined, you know, emergency danger short stack, and everyone's sort of just jockeying for position.
I don't know what
You're trying to make sure they're not the odd one
I should
out.
have used the other ones. Tried to get a discount. Didn't work.
Six fold. Seven fold. Eight fold. One makes it 425. Two fold. Four fold.
Thomas with the middle position open. 425k. Ted tags along with the 10-6 suited out of the big blind. Thomas flops best, but it's still not amazing. Bottom pair.
One bet's 275. Five fold.
Takes it down. I mean, these stacks are tight. It felt like it was, you know, a few hands ago we saw Ted in the chip lead.
Yeah, they're so tight right now that somebody wins one pot and it changes everything about the leaderboard.
Yeah.
Martin's was like chip leader or co-chip leader an orbit ago. He's the short stack now, technically.
Seven calls. Eight folds. One fold.
Giuseppe limping the ace-jack off under the gun.
Four folds. Five calls. Six checks. Three players.
Ted tagging along with the jack-4 off out of the small blind.
What's the name of this nuts?
Five checks. Six checks.
Not much for anyone here.
Seven bets. 200. Five folds. Six folds.
Easy win, bet and take it for Giuseppe there.
It's very low carbs. Very high fat. 80% fat.
Yeah, Adam, seems that way. 9:15. We're, what, 50 minutes away?
Right.
Might be ready to cash the over.
I do.
Yeah, we're looking really good.
One person to go, though. It could happen any hand.
You just don't want to eat fat and carbs.
Yeah, exactly.
Eddie will fold. King 7 there. Start us off. Anatoly. Ace King suited.
400.
Two makes it 400. Four folds. Five folds. Six folds.
Setting the big blind. That's the 4-3 of diamonds. Nice looking hand. He'll take the flop with. Eight, 7, 5. Picks up a gut shot, a backdoor flush draw. Not really his style, but I think this would be a great spot for him to lead. Very favorable board. He's got the backdoor backup. And Tolly will check behind.
Giuseppe has shown he doesn't mind leading here with his like middling pairs or like just things that have, you know, a better amount of equity than, you know, 2 undercards, a backdoor flush draw, and a gut shot. Although he picks up some equity here and he decides now it's time to, you know, start showing some strength.
You win. Respect to you.
Oh. Not so good on that board, though.
Nice bluff.
You sleeping or not sleeping? No.
The whole lineage was insulted.
You watch online.
Don't touch family. Don't touch. No tap against family.
Some table talk shared between the 3 high rollers on the table.
Thomas folds deuces there.
2 fold.
It's on the hijack with an ace. Too weak.
4 fold, 5 fold.
George on the button out with 10-4. Giuseppe with king-queen in the small blind will raise it up here. And Eddie has a junky 10-4. No interest there.
Eddie, I mean, this is a testament. He hasn't had too many chances to do much, but you know, one would be growing pretty impatient. You made it to this final table with, you know, 9-10 million, and you've been cruising all day, and you just haven't picked up many hands whatsoever.
He has been by far the most card dead player at this table.
Yep. And he's still got some stack left, so really, I mean, one hand and everything changes.
Pulls around to George on the cutoff here with 6s. Makes it 500.
Raises to 500.
Giuseppe has queen 7 of diamonds on the button. I think some players would mix in 3 bets here with the chip lead, but Giuseppe strikes me as more likely to call. And he does.
All right, so you'll get the call on Giuseppe most of the time here because you seem to be nailing it.
8 fold, 1 fold.
I was thinking 3-bet again.
Strategically, I like that. It's just not really his style. It's flipping here up against George in the 6s.
Yep.
So we go to the flop, and it is queen 9-5. Giuseppe continues to run very smooth at this final table. Top pair with a couple of backdoors. Likes to fast play his good hands, and that's what he'll do here. And the good fold from George.
Cocktail.
Sorry to get you in trouble.
Giuseppe furthers his lead, approaching 17 million.
And then you can see that it's landed because it's like that. Like it's, you know what I mean? It's like.
Is it the clubs or spade? Spade? Is it potted? Is it spade?
Yes. Huh?
What's the brand of this card?
You look like you were about to re-raise.
Can I check, please? What's the brand of this card?
Bad for you, really bad. Super.
Do you know?
Well,
Even worse.
I think here play poker. Is it true? Oh,
Argentina.
How? The popular.
Un tecito con limón y miel. Okay.
It's for all decks. For all decks of the world who did this company.
Okay.
Guys from Russia, ordered in China these decks.
Me, I'm okay for now, thanks. Yeah.
This is a well-timed cocktail run, right, during the dealer change. Nothing going on, nobody to interrupt.
That's where Matt Savage is, out on the floor making sure the cocktail service goes smoothly.
Well done, Savage. No, there was a comment in here. Actually, World Poker Tour directly commented and said, Sharks are playing.
Wow.
So, makes sense.
Makes sense.
It's on video.
I think we'll have Matt back soon
ago,
enough.
12 years ago.
Martin's with the Queen Jack.
Yes, it's a big problem. But I try to see, but
Get us started. Under the gun.
I don't think.
4 makes it 425.
Double check maybe.
There's a deficiency in the card, or was just bent?
So all clubs
425.
like little bit,
Spades.
or spades like little bit this, and all clubs like little bit this.
How is I not advised of this?
And
Seppi
it's
has
product
Jack
you
10
can
on the
buy it
cutoff.
on
and
AliExpress, you know.
Got it.
Tell
it's
he
this specific.
knows he's
And
running
you can
hot. He's starting to
open-
loosen
just
up,
activity.
looking for
You can
excuses
open
to
new
get to the
deck
flop. We saw him limp the
from
9-8
AliExpress and
offsuit.
save-
Calls the cutoff with Jack 10 here.
It reacts with the humidity.
But he isn't our chip leader. He's going to be able to get away with a lot of
They're
this.
more
Maybe he's starting to feel himself a little bit here, especially, I mean,
Wow.
Martin's is one of the shorter stacks. He's thinking maybe he can win this on later streets.
I've not really seen him. Yeah.
Silly is Queen 4. He'll get out of the way.
But
Heads up.
That's pretty insane.
yeah.
So what the remedy is when you're packaging them, just randomize all the cards.
King,
but make sure
King
you
9. Both players
Like each
just
deck
gut
is
shot.
limited.
Martin
No,
says
which
the
ones are
backdoor to
good.
go
I think
along with
Remedy
it.
is just get rid of all these decks forever and buy new ones, but that's expensive. Because some brands it doesn't happen. It's really a specific.
Oh, just this brand?
Maybe. At least there was a brand that I know.
This is a one brand who
A 20% pot here from Martin's.
Two kind of brands. One of these from Australia, I think. It's like official.
I like it. I think, I mean, relative to a lot of the hands Giuseppe's calling with, if he, if he had a king, it could be a king queen, a king jack.
Of course, everybody buy.
He's running hot.
From China because it's 4 or 5 times
Queen of
cheaper.
clubs on
But
the
with
turn
all
gives
that
Martin's 2's
plus
pair.
About
Giuseppe the straight.
bad of a turn as you could find from Martin's here.
Martin's trying to get a little extra value here in Price's River.
Only RFID?
RFID, what's it?
And likely believes that
just
often
TV. Yeah.
gets
Okay.
raised
I was
by
curious.
Giuseppe when he has the king on the flop.
1.4.
Giuseppe making a very small raise here up to 1.4.
Yeah, a raise here could be especially kind of troubling. I mean, are you going to just give him a king or a straight here in a spot like this?
When it comes to big aggression from Giuseppe, he has been so honorable that, yeah.
My boy.
Yeah. That one was a bluff for sure.
Bluff, not bluff.
Bluff.
$100.
It's a nice, quick fold
$100 show.
from Martins, trusting that Giuseppe meant it.
Well done by Martin's getting away from it.
I'm free.
I'll wait 30 minutes.
Okay.
What was it?
Do we have to give you $100?
As Giuseppe extends his lead.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
I think he
6.
asked.
Dealer is in.
He asked what he has to pay.
Giuseppe Adesanya.
What's up, man?
It's been inevitable at this
I need
final table.
100.
Okay. I already give for one my friend $100 today. I am ready to give another one. It's not a problem. Take me all. In Russia, we with my family can live 3 years for this money, you know. We live in Boca.
5 raised to
3 minutes.
6 fold. Seven fold.
That opens under the gun with the king 10 of hearts.
$1.1.
Nice hand selection on the 3-bet from Eddie. He has such a great image for this as well. Feels well timed.
This is going to get through a lot of the time, even versus hands that are slightly better than the king 10 suited.
One club's my played. And because card was... Did you see it?
When you folded, I think so. So that's why I said, did you have a one spade?
Yes. I think we can double check it this moment. If you see it again, it's so strange. It's a lot of questions about this. We can play like. You see it too? Now I had one spade.
He had one spade.
And he
when he
saw.
folded, I saw it on the mech. I was like, that's probably a spade.
Wow, that's pretty sick. So because some kind of spade card, when you.
After this hand, we pause.
Yeah, it do it like this.
I guess there's an issue with the current deck. 2 calls.
Anatoly with the Jack-10 of spades. Has the flush draw here on 9-6 deuce, 2 spades and a heart. Ted with top pair will make the call. Giuseppe with Queen-Jack out of this one. Takes a breather from his heater. So we go to the turn. Ace of spades will deliver the flush for Anatoly. Not a card Ted wanted to see. Anatoly cuts out a bet of 600, I believe. And a quick fold from Ted there, who, you know, continues to play very well at this final table. You tell me that he's one of the lesser experienced players, but I would never guess.
No, Ted is
watching.
Ted is navigating this table with the, it almost seems like he's an experienced player at this point in tournaments. He's doing a great job, and he's battling against some of the best.
He's been very under control.
And he's sitting here with 98,000 in total earnings, and one of his biggest scores is 78,000. So not a lot of experience from him.
Wow, that is surprising. I wonder if he's a very experienced online tournament player. He plays a lot of cash, but he seems to have a great card sense.
Strikes me as a cash game type, the way he sort of keeps the social aspect of the game going, keeping everyone, entertained, everyone having a good time. He's having a good time himself. He's
also being so comfortable post-flop.
He's mentioned the potential alcoholic beverage or two, not right in this moment, but, he might enjoy them from time to time. He mentioned earlier in the stream. It strikes me as a cash game player.
Now, right now, Giuseppe out in front with 18.4. Anatoly on 10.6. Thomas on 10. But it looks like we are having some technical difficulties right now. And I believe that we are going to end up finishing with 7 players for tonight and bring it back for a final table of 7 tomorrow. So, Brandon, thanks for hanging in there with me today.
Thanks a lot, Tony.
We'll be back for more tomorrow and crown our champion.
I can outplay these guys. That's my shot. Got this. If I get the card, I prepare for this day. One time. Breathe.
You never know when your time is going to come. To rise above the rest. To seize the opportunity. to be crowned a champion. Is it time for your story to be told? The World Poker Tour.